What's happening? Benton here. Saturday morning walk and talk. Sure hope y'all can hear me. Let me know on the audio if you would. If it sounds like a phone mic, let me know. I'm on my fancy dancy. Actually, it's the same mic I use when I broadcast from my PC, my mini PC. What's up? Music holds a secret. Ribeye in 1 hour sounds lovely. Um, I foresee more ribeyes in my future, certainly. I'd like to see how much can I eat at one time without fucking myself up. And as I have certainly healed to some extent, the pancreas, man, that's a whole nother story. But just all of the damage that I had managed to do to my body over many years, but then certainly accelerated. Apologies. The normal thing I use to hold this setup, it's not the little ball joint thing's not strong enough to support this setup with the microphones. So I'm using a different handle. Just live streamer things, right? What's up, Roy? Is my audio all right? I hope it is. Once a day? Yeah, I've done the once a day. That can be very beneficial, I've found. The only issues around that can be that I've found, me particularly, I'm sure there's lots of issues that could crop up. My gallbladder issues, some of that, like the intermittent fasting, can actually exacerbate. But most men don't really have gallbladder issues for the most part. I mean, it's way more common in the ladies. It's hilarious how I've been afflicted with certain things that seems to be the ladies end up with. I swear I had fibromyalgia at a certain point. I'm not even bullshitting. Based on what they claim fibromyalgia is, I'm sure it's bullshit, right? But yeah. Damn, I don't like this handle, man. It's hurting my wrists. I'm gonna have to get a better selfie stick or whatever they're calling it. Hey, Jackie. Yeah, pre-sunrise. There you go. There you go. I get to go to the store and do my shopping here in a bit. Man, I'm out of breath. These vapes. Part of it, certainly. Certainly part of the deal there. Yeah, good to see you, Jackie. Never noticed that speed limit sign. Interesting. It's funny the things that are in the environment, presumably, that's been there the whole time that I just never have noticed. It's just about time to take another tolerance break from the THCO. I think I said that about 4 or 5 days ago, but I had to do so much of it yesterday to get where I'm trying to get to, because I like to get fucked up. And it's becoming a little too much. The effect the next day is I feel like a little bit of a dumb over, we used to call it. What's up, Zadunich? Good to see you, bro. We're just chilling. Now that I found that table down there I sit at, that picnic table at that store, it's like I don't really want to say too much till I get there. I can feel I've got things built up in me. Provo Kid, by the way, did anybody? Apparently he's retiring the Provo Kid character, although I'll believe it when I see it, Provo Kid. So my live stream that's scheduled for later, and sometimes I don't really have very good ideas for titles and thumbnails, so I just sort of wing it. But I will say this, man, the getting fucked up on the THCO every day, it's not good for my creativity, me personally. I mean, some people, seem to think that they get more creative on cannabis. That's never really been the case for me, I don't believe. I don't know that that's been a thing. I actually believe I do better when I'm, I won't say sober, but when I'm not under the influence of substances, when I'm not getting fucked up on the regular. But then again, I am all on or all off. So I've yet to find that balance. Yeah, this ain't hardly working, man. This handle I'm using. So bear with me until we get to where we're going. What's up, Keith? Good to see you, bro. Had a nice chat with, nice confidential chat with Keith yesterday. Thank you, sir, by the way. It's funny because, you know, I don't want to reveal too much, but maybe Keith's working on certain things. Shout out to you, sir, by the way. And, well, so am I. That's the thing is he's giving me the opportunity to work on, you know, my manner and the way I communicate. I have this thing where I get way too locked in on certain issues sometimes. And I know that I am, and I know that I'm that way while I'm doing it, but I still have a lot of trouble actually like not going there and not becoming like so locked in and forceful. That is one of my favorite things about this life, that I have so many things, you know, there's so many aspects of self have the opportunity to work on. Something about that's appealed to me. Good to see you in the house, Tribe, by the way. Sativa dominant. Yeah, I'm more speaking for myself, and I don't think, Tribe, I don't think you'll find it hard to believe. I've typically preferred indica dominant, or the more, you know, body high, couch lock type of stuff. And I have a high tolerance for that stuff. But yeah, man, I do love a good sativa. Certain heady sativas I've always been a fan of, especially if one can handle the potential anxiety, right? Or the paranoia. That does require a little bit of experience, I would argue. So yeah, good to see you in the house, Keith. Feel free to hit the link if you're so inclined, although I do realize I forgot the headphones. So we probably can't even do the link right now that I think about it. So maybe don't hit the link. And then there's been a little bit of a controversy around that Pythagosaurus Bex. If y'all are aware of that, that's starting to become a controversy. This new channel that's popped up seemingly out of nowhere, right? And Bex seems to be live streaming pretty much every morning or night. Is she up all night? I don't know. It's interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I took some notes. I brought my notebook. I brought some water. It's not too sticky yet, believe it or not. The humidity. We're known for the humidity in this part of the country. Not too bad. Yep, there we go. Indeed. Well, and see, it's funny because I don't want to get too specific about. I'm sort of hinting around at something, some controversy. Now, yours truly, I'm kind of a dummy in the moment. I don't know if y'all have noticed this. Like as new shit is unfolding, I'm kind of an idiot, and I've known this for a long time. My thing is I figure a lot of shit out later on through my intuition and my pattern recognition and this analysis that's always running in my head 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and never stop. So I think sometimes people, you know, maybe they're trying to interface more with my stupidity, which that is a thing in the moment. But then 24 hours later, if I come back to the same person, now I am seemingly smarter because now I've had access to that analysis, my own intuitions, pattern recognition, if that makes sense to anybody. If I'm making sense, right? So it's like, yeah, Benton is intelligent in a way, but it's like on a 24-hour delay almost. Like, well, not now, but this time tomorrow, he'll probably have it figured out. And then sometimes it's just an intuitive thing where I don't even really know what I've figured out. And I know I'm being very vague here, but I think some of you probably understand what I'm saying. Oh, really? Replace the back of your phone? Interesting. Yeah, some of those phones they're glass on the back too, right? I've never had a phone like that. I like to rock the mid-range Motorola's myself. Still kicking myself for never unlocking my one of my older 4G Motorola's. I guess I could, if it was unlocked, I'm assuming I could root it and put some kind of custom ROM on it or whatever. But oh well. Oh well. Yeah, please, they do. You're right. I agree. Musical's a secret. And in fact, that's something that happened to me some as a young person. Like when I first went to college, my own naivete and obliviousness. The thing is, though, that's not a state that I'm able to remain in. So I did detect early on that I am fairly easily fooled, and I do play the fool to some extent on these broadcasts, lest we forget. So there's some element of I'm sort of already in that zone, right? And that's where the pattern recognition and the intuition comes in. It's difficult for me to remain in that state. That's the thing. So I think that can be the disconnect for the folks who believe that they're pulling one over, right? It's like, well, yeah, okay, temporarily, sure. I don't know, man. It's going to unfold. See, that's the thing. Keith. In these panels, right, in the panel verse or whatever we're calling it, in this metaverse, some of this drama unfolds like over time, right? And sometimes it's not even drama. So whatever we're talking about, Keith, is yet to unfold, but it's going to be interesting. No matter what happens, it will be interesting. And then, with the YouTube metrics and me being monetized now and all of this, like there's an impetus for me to, work within the drama to some extent. If that makes sense. And I know it can be annoying to tune into a broadcast and it's like you're talking about a thing, but they're really not talking about the thing. Hey, just come right out with it, right? But I'm going live every day, man. So believe it or not, some folks watch most of these. I know that sounds insane. Even to me, that sounds insane. But some folks more or less watch all of these. So I enjoy the let's just see how it unfolds aspect. Yep, there you go. Music Calls the Secrets, fooled by a religious cult. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Exactly. And then I think some folks don't understand that I play a long game, and part of my default strategy is giving people enough rope to hang themselves. And then part of my cult upbringing, I was trained and socialized to more or less go along with everything that the person says in order to make them feel at home, so that I can then at some point try to get them to join the cult. That was my training. Thankfully, as far as I know, I never actually got anybody into the cult. So, I tend to use that as a strategy, and it's sort of, I can't say it comes naturally, but I was taught to do that in a way. So I think some folks just, when I let them just talk and say things on my channel, like just because I'm on the screen, that doesn't mean, and I may be saying things that sounds like I agree. Really, I want them to continue on in their discourse. Also, with the pattern recognition, the more words the person has to say, that gives me more data to analyze, and like analyzing speech patterns, word choices, sentence structure. Like I can't do that in real time, but I do that later on. So then if somebody sends me an email and says, hey, this or that thing was suspicious, well, I'm already reviewing the events and doing the analysis. So I'll just toss that, the person or persons that have contacted me, that goes in, that goes up there with everything else being analyzed. So that's helpful, because it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm starting to have this intuition about this person. And then now I'm getting emails. So now the things are really starting to connect. If this makes sense. Yeah, well played. Checkmate, indeed. Well, yeah, it is deceptive. I agree. So yeah, very deceptive indeed. It's then we get into topics around, is manipulation inherently bad? I did a podcast about that years ago when I was when my main focus was dating and relationships. That was in like 2011. I was talking about. I did a whole podcast about, is manipulation inherently bad? And the conclusion I came to was that, like it or not, the basis of damn near all human interaction is manipulation. That's what's at the bottom core root level of nearly all human communication. We don't like to look at it that way, and it's debatable, right? That's my contention, but I think I'm right. But it sounds bad. Oh, manipulation sounds bad. Well, I don't know. A potter manipulates the clay, right? I mean, the word manipulate is not inherently negative, but we believe it to be for the most part. It's most of us, I would think, when we hear manipulative, we immediately go to the negative and say, well, that's bad, that's negative. Don't be that way. When in reality, it's my job to get what I need to get out of any given situation without, violating my own principles. And if I aim to be seen and to be able to look in the mirror and view myself as a good person, then I'm going to have to behave correctly more often than not. Because if I'm not behaving correctly often enough, now I can fall into bad person territory. Been there, done that. That shit don't feel good, and I certainly can't stand on that, right? And all this brutal, never bullshit yourself, honest to goodness, no matter how painful introspection, once that's installed, and I've been running those programs, although I fall away from that at times, of course, but since I've been running that code for so long, I'm certainly capable of lapsing into bad person territory. I'm not really capable of tricking myself about that anymore. And just assuming, well, of course I'm a good person because, hey, it's me, right? Well, it's me, so of course I'm a good person. Like, well, wait a minute. What's that based on, sir? What are you basing this on, sir? Hey, let's review the last 6 months of your activities, sir, and your actions and how you've treated people, how I've treated people, rather. So at a certain point, very early on in the brutal honesty, left adrift on some fucking choppy waters, trying to figure out life on some level. Yeah, that was one of the first conclusions I came to. Oh, wait. And then that was the examining of the belief system stage. Also, it was like, wait a minute, I just believe I'm a good person. What is that based on? Oh, wait a minute, I'm just assuming that. Well, let's investigate. Oh God, not only am I not a good person based on most of my actions, I'm actually a bad person, or I was at that time. Which is awesome because that is empowering. Because in that moment, with my strategic mind, I immediately realized, oh well, wait a minute. This is great on some level because now I have the opportunity to create a so-called good person, in the next 6 months to a year with my action, right? But not to fake it, not to go out there and put on a false front or to create a false image, that would be the most, that would be the most common strategy of the person, I would think. But to actually create a good, so-called good person through my own thoughts and actions. Because again, we have this creative force. It never lies dormant. It is bringing something new into existence every moment. That's my contention. And everything I do, think, or do for the whole course of my life serves good or evil. And not in a religious context, just in a, hey, there's a lot of bad shit going on. Maybe I don't want to add to it. And then, like, what's my life's experience going to be like if I'm actually being, if I'm actually embodying a halfway decent person in spite of all my character flaws and, all of these negatives, right? These things that seem negative. All right. I'm parched. Oh, man. Glad I made it. Dude, and I've lost so much weight. It's sleeping on the floor is getting to be difficult. I've gotten so bony. Goodness. Well, there you go. Yeah, games people play, you take it or leave it. Games people play in the middle of the night. Yeah. Well, and I figured that out pretty early, is that everybody plays games, whether they admit to it or not. And the people like the cliche of the lady on the dating app, and it's like no more drama, no more games. That's the person that plays the most games and creates the most drama. It's always the no more games lady, and guys to some extent too. But it's the thing that seems to be a lady would say more, like on a dating profile or whatever. Yeah, great song indeed, sir. Although I'm not sure I know it off the top of my head. Oh, Alan Parsons. Yeah. Okay. What's up, Moose? Good to see you, bro. I see you working over there with Talcott. That's an interesting dynamic. I'm out of the loop on a lot of the Talcott stuff. I'm out of the loop on a lot of the stuff in general, as y'all may have noticed. But with Provo Kid doing his supposedly retiring the Provo Kid character, I was watching some of the panels he went on yesterday. It's interesting. I didn't realize the Talcott heel turn against Paul, if we could call it that, seems to be completely in opposition to Paul. Mr. Unslaved, I mean. I haven't seen anything, no, Moose. So who is it gonna be me? I mean, in the near future, I'm gonna have to shore up my living situation, and number one priority is gonna be, other than me being the only person in the space, right? I have to have my own space, but solid internet connection. Maybe it'll just be me. Maybe I'll have 3 fucking laptops set up, screen capping 3 different, live streams at a time, and making some sort of a daily show where I cover all of these live streams. I mean, that might end up being a thing I can do. I don't know. There certainly still exists a wide gap in the community, right? So at a certain point, it's like, well, I guess I just need to be the one to do this. So yeah, I don't know. I'm way behind on everything. Yeah, you should be lost. There's so much lore, right? If you're familiar with the idea of lore, Lore. There's so much history gets built up through there's so many different live streams every day, and there's people who watch all of these live streams, highly suspect, believe it or not. I mean, talking now, maybe they're at work, maybe they're doing other things. We know so many of these jobs are just bullshit, nothing jobs nowadays, but people are forced to be there. They have, well, I shouldn't say forced, but they're de facto forced, compelled, right? Everything's a choice, obviously, but just the Jack Talcott character alone, highly suspect. And you're a busy man. Like, ultimately, you probably don't even have the time for all of this, and it's half of it's just complete fucking nonsense anyway. A lot of personality politics, high school type of behavior, but everybody responds to drama. We say likes drama. We all respond to it on some level. That's just a feature built into the human. As much as we say that we don't like it, we all respond to it. That's just a fact. So really, we're just talking about drama. Ultimately, it's drama. That ain't going to amount to a hill of beans. But guess what? Neither is any of this, right? Whatever this is. I'm here for my own entertainment, and if other folks find that entertaining or get some value out of it, that doesn't mean there's not things beyond entertainment, but I'm here for entertainment. Anybody that doesn't like that, that's not my problem. And then, again, we've talked about in order to deal with my own social isolation, but in a way that's also can assist others in dealing with their social isolation. And I believe that's the number one reason that people have flocked to these live streams, especially in the so-called panel era, is to necessarily deal with their own social isolation. And then we get into like the concept of a war, because some people forget that, and this is hilarious, Keith, also, is that all of the things we're talking about here are being conducted in the context of an actual war, like warring faction. So war was declared, so then now I have the enemy to some extent trying to come up on some subterfuge and sort of trying to, sneak in, almost like a Trojan horse type of deal, which I find fascinating also. And that's kind of fun, because we can't, what kind of damage can we really do to one another in this format? Some damage, Of course, yeah, they respond to it again. Because I don't think is really, I don't think that's really it's respond to, they respond to it almost in spite of themselves, right? It's like gossip. I've because I do embody certain masculine traits over time, as much as I may be in tune with my feminine side, right? Well, one of those has been gossip, and I certainly fall into that at times, but I work towards making sure to limit it because it is unbecoming in a masculine sense to my mind, right? What's up, Rob? Back to work, indeed. See you later, sir. Apologies if I failed to greet you individually. And if you guys are ever in a live chat and people are trying to say hi to me, if I'm not responding, it's only because I end up taking over the live chat, and I don't like to do that. But every once in a while, I will just go ahead and chat with 5 people at a time. But then when I look back at the live chat, it's like, okay, I've taken over the live chat's now about Benton, right? And whoever I'm talking to. And I just don't, I'm not a fan of that. You know, as much as I do enjoy being the center of attention on some level, and it's like Moose, I am an expert at effortlessly becoming the center of attention. You know, that doesn't mean that I need to do that all the time, right? So it is strategic, and much of what Benton does, even if it doesn't make sense, is strategic, believe it or not. Even if it doesn't make sense. Even if I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah. That's funny, Moose. Yeah. The getting lost in the sauce of the panel is an interesting phenomenon. And then, you know, people are beginning to expect me to run the panels with a little more of an iron fist. And to me, I'm just going to start muting people and backstaging people because I am, you know, in the physical, I mean, I think that's what I'm going to do. Who knows what I'm going to do, but in the physical, I don't have these issues. I'm very good at communicating one-on-one or with groups of people because I can take in so much information through the body language. I can convey a lot through my body language. I can sort of signal to people, okay, as they're wrapping up, now I'm going to start talking. None of that exists here. And in fact, since I'm on the screen, I just tend to look at myself. Like I don't even look at who else is on the screen. I know, however that sounds, and I even told Provo Kid that on, I guess I ended up being his last ever Provo Kid podcast guest, if he is indeed retiring that. But what I told him was like, why would I look at you? I'm on the screen, you know, from my perspective. I almost need to set this thing up where I'm not looking at myself. That would probably, as I spit all over everything, that would probably help me, right? Yeah. I don't know what you're laughing at, but it's probably something that me and Moose share in common, I'm assuming. Yeah. 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 I do know it's true, Moose. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, last night 5 people yelling over exactly the cacophony of intransigence. And you know, here's something I've noticed, Moose, is that with my autism or whatever it is, and it is fingernails on the chalkboard to me when multiple people are talking. And then I got a lot of criticism in the early stages of the panel verse coming out of the CBO side of things, because what I said was like, look, I don't want to be on these panels because I'm not interested in putting the energy into wrestling the floor away from everybody just long enough to make half a point that is mostly going to get lost in the sauce of the conversation, right? It's just not worth my energy or effort. And then that got construed by Drew and the others as, oh, well, Benton needs a safe space and he wants some version of a football, you know, where you toss the fucking plush toy to whoever, and that's whoever has the plush doll or the football, that's their turn to talk, right? Well, wouldn't that be better for the audience if we all kind of talked at the same time? Meanwhile, I've heard, like on the Opie and Anthony show, they've done where there's 2 conversations going, there's 4 people talking, but because they're all professionals, you can still hear all of it. They have these skills of sort of filling in those gaps and not just completely bulldozering each other, right? So yeah, those dynamics are interesting. And then it's funny when I mute the person, it's always a person who immediately knows to unmute. So the fact that they already know to immediately unmute proves to me that they're used to getting muted. So that's obviously not anything I'm doing. But of course, the person's always like, oh, you're going to mute me, Benton? You're going to mute me? It's like, well, I don't know, man. You unmuted so fast. I just have to believe that you're used to getting muted. So is this really a Benton problem? That, by the way, that is the pattern recognition. That is the analysis. I don't figure that out in the moment. I figure that shit out later. Yeah, fuck them. Well, and I'm here for my own, again, I'm here for my own entertainment at the end of the day. As long as, but it's funny, as much as I tell people that, I don't think they ever truly believe it. It's like, bro, I'm above everything when it comes to this. You know, I'm so in love with myself on some level, it's almost like it wraps back around and it becomes self-flagellating at certain points. I do like to drive myself hard. I do like to beat up on myself, but not in a you're a piece of garbage type of way, or I'm a piece of garbage type of way. Let me discipline myself. And that's probably why I got so upset with Highly Suspect for saying certain negative things in that you know format. It's because I do the same fucking thing. I hate it. Southerners do it. It's awful. What the fuck is wrong with Southerners? That we more or less all talk that way, and I hate it. So I hate it's I'm responding to something in another person that I hate within myself, and then I want to quote Thomas Merton saying, "Well, it's no good to hate it in another person, hate it in myself." Yeah, but that's a platitude. That's an aphorism. It's a practice. Well, I'm practicing it some of the time, but I'm not embodying it. I'm not practicing it fully. See, I'm doing all the same shit that I would like to see other people practice if that's their inclination. Some folks are never going to practice anything, and that's okay. But then they're probably coming right back here, right? That's the folks who, if the soul trap thing is real, and I'm not saying it is, but that's the folks who will, you know, even if they've learned the soul trap information, that's the people who, in my view, will get fooled by supposedly these. Here's, and this is what I find hilarious. Again, I'm not a soul trap guy, but I take in all ideas, and then I'll choose whether or not they're valid or not, and I'll play with all of them to some extent. So, this idea that, well, one of the ways the entities, right, get the person to agree to come back is, well, don't you want to see your loved ones again? The reality is, no, I don't. I don't have no animosity towards them, but no, if I never see them again, I'm good. I mean, that's just reality because I know my time's limited, but I've known that the whole way through this thing. I figured out very early on that, oh, this is not forever. And so as soon as I realized this ain't forever, it's like, well, okay, when is this thing going to end? Most likely, well, for me, it was like 80 something years old. That was the most likely thing, and now that's been shortened. But again, asking ye shall receive. On some level, I asked to sort of get out of here early, in a way. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot, Highly Suspect, and that's why I would really. I'm hoping you can be more of a part of, even if it's just the audience in the live chat. I'm hoping that you'll be able to find the time to be a part of these more often. If that's me getting up at, if that's me doing one of these every morning, that's fine with me. If I have to start setting an alarm, I will do that. You know, I like doing shit, and this is my art to some extent. As much as that seems crazy, right? You guys are helping me out a lot. I do way better with a creative outlet. Way better. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. No hate, just no. Yeah, there's nothing there, man. Like I have a deep regard and feeling for my family, but not enough to make me want to come back and do this again. So the entities, if that's a thing, they're going to very quickly see, well, we're going to have to change tactic with this fella, right? Because we're not getting anywhere based on the family stuff. That's a non-starter with me. And have no animosity towards my people, although a little bit at times with my dad, but that's more of a him problem realistically than a me problem. Well, yeah, I mean, that's probably true also, Moose. And I have a really deep feeling. I'm pretty certain that I've, whatever, you know, let's just say I did whatever my essence is, agreed on some level to come here to have some specific experience, and, you know, almost chose from this is how it's presented, right? I'm not saying this is valid, but almost as if my essence or my soul, you know, picked from a menu of potential situations. Like, hey, there's this young couple in bumfuck Arkansas. They're about to spit out a kid with these characteristics, right? So did those characteristics appeal to my essence enough to say, okay, my essence was like, okay, I can work with these limitations in order to, you know, roll of the dice crapshoot, maybe evolve my own essence, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying. Just saying. Just saying. You know, I'm absolving myself of all guilt now by just saying, right? Good to see you, Gary, by the way. How's your pup doing, Moose? Thank you for your emails, Gary, by the way. If I don't always respond. Yesterday I didn't respond because I was so baked. And then even corresponding with shout out to Multi Beats, even corresponding with him on email, I get weird sometimes, and I don't mean to get weird, and I can just, it's off-putting. But then people have lives, and maybe he's just busy. But You know, it's part of being bitten that I do send some strange communications at times. And then when I go negative, I think people are so ate up with the toxic positivity just in general. I do tend to go negative at times, and people aren't necessarily going to interface with the negativity, which I understand and I get it, you know. But yeah, as far as I can tell, whatever it was, I can, you know, if I chose to come here to for a specific purpose, that's done. That's been done for a while now. Now I get to still work on side missions and just sort of perfect my craft with respect to self mastery. Okay, that's fun. I do enjoy that, but I think most of whatever I came here to do is done, which is probably why I'm losing day by day. I'm just losing interest in even my own possessions, even some of my own involvements and undertakings. It's like, okay, truck driving CDL. Well, I never saw myself as a truck driver. Like I've never bought into that at the level of my identity. I did buy in with respect to being a homeless person. I do identify as a homeless man. I mean, yeah, for better or for worse, I am that on not even on some level, on many levels. Yeah, there you go. Good GM is also a car manufacturer. That's right. That's right. And then good morning is also an exercise from weightlifting. Lest we forget, a good morning. Not an exercise that's a high potential for injury. So I rarely did good morning. Shout out to 19 in the house at 4:44 a.m. on a Saturday. There you go. Yeah, I'm right there with you, brother. Music Calls the Secret says when he passes, he wants absolutely no connections to anyone or anything in this place. Totally let it. Yeah, let it go, man. Get shed of it. That's what my people say where I'm from. Get shed of it. Yeah. And just I ask these questions of people because they want to see, and this is what I like about talking to people, especially in the physical, is they want to put everything back on me, right? Because they're in their denial of death, you know, by clinical definition of the book, Denial of Death by Ernest Becker. And I've been procrastinating. I really need to go on my own time and review enough of that material. There's some really good stuff in there. I tried to read from the book on stream, and there's just too much garbage filler, you know. And that was apparently a bestseller, so that's probably why there's so much garbage filler. But yeah, because of their own thing, you know, they want to put these topics they haven't really wrestled with and reconciled within themselves. So their strategy is to push it all back on me. And I'm just like, why do I need to keep doing this, man? Especially like the dating and relationship stuff. You know, yeah, I could go find a romantic partner. Why? Why do I need to keep doing that? I've experienced that portion of life. I'm not going to make no kids, so I'm never going to have that experience. That, you know, for better or for worse, every man hath not the same office, right? Yeah, it's the end is built into the beginning, sir. Yeah, absolutely. But you know, people don't want to view it that way. And Keith knows that I have a superpower in a way. I don't have to concern myself with how I feel about these dynamics. Somehow I just get to skip that step. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's you know, part of the so-called undiagnosed autism. I don't really know, man. But I see that other people really need to wrestle with and contend how they feel and what their preference is around these topics. I get to just skip that step, and it is an advantage. But then I have other things that I wrestle with that are just almost comical. That you know, some of the things that I fall into in a detrimental way, it's almost comical, right? So I'm like, dude, just compared to most folks, I'm so lacking in certain areas. It's comical, right? Yep, there you go. Fake defunct. No chance I have any ties or guilt to anything. Yeah, man. And that's one of the major. If you really examine the CBO side of things, that's really one of the major disconnects. Is they more or less have the opposite view generally, right? It seems. I don't want to speak for them. Yeah, there you go. Fake defunct has lived a completely full life. I have no kids or responsibilities. And I do want to challenge you. There's some, see, from some folks' perspective, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm adding in a piece where some folks will say you haven't had a full life because you didn't replicate and create new beings. I'm more of the land of the blinded, and I did go in on land of the blinded the other day when Paul was here. So probably I've ran land of the blinded off for the time being. That's okay. Hey man, if you can dish it out, land of the blinded, why can't you take it? That's all I'll say about that. But this idea of I knowing what I know now, I'm glad I didn't bring any beings into this realm, and that's a real. I'm glad I didn't facilitate somebody's insertion into this matrix, whatever this is. But then necessarily, I am a responsible person. I've lived my life in a way where when I've chosen to be irresponsible, it's mostly only harmed myself. Right? I have not, generally speaking, I've not involved other people in my own foolishness and irresponsibility. So just like my father and just like his father, if I had made kids that would have been around the age of 20, and then I would have been responsible in what, making sure they had a mom, as much as I was able to facilitate that, right? I mean, as we've seen, fellas, that ain't necessarily up to us. But in my dad's generation, my mom, that was a lot of her programming, and there was a lot more. Since I was born into a time warp, when I was a child in school, most of my parents were married and living in the same house. That was the case with most of my classmates. Some of their parents were getting divorces, but that was still viewed as unusual and some sort of a tragedy at the time, right? Like almost like a taboo, like don't even talk about it. It might be contagious type of thing, right? But that, as I was becoming into my teenage years and my 20s, that had changed, right? To where now it was way more common, even where I was living, that people would get divorces. And then my own parents got divorced, but they waited until all the kids were out of the house. So, I don't subscribe to that view that but here's, and I do challenge the people with children. Something I noticed, I'm the only person in my family that never had kids. I'm literally the only one. That's a blood relative. I know my mom's husband, the guy that threatened my life, he never had any kids, but he raised another man's kids. I never raised any kids. I never had any kids of my own. Ex-wife number 2 had a 10-year-old when we got together, but I was like an uncle, if anything. Like I was never that kid's dad. That kid had an involved father that lived in the same town. So I was not that kid's dad. Never would have wanted to be viewed. People would say, "Oh, your stepson." No, I don't have a stepson. No, that kid's got a dad in this town, right? He lives with us he lived with us 1 week and his dad the other week. And we made that work. I never had to tell that kid nothing, man. As long as he did whatever he was supposed to do, I had nothing to say to him at the level of like I'm a father figure, right? I was more of almost like an intellectual uncle to him. The kid made great grades, went to college, got an engineering degree, and I know I was a good influence in the intellectual, hey, think for yourself side of things. And then apparently he decided he was an atheist when he went to college. His mom tried to blame me. I said, "What are you talking about? I believe in God. What's wrong with you, woman?" Now, if he learned how to think for himself and decided to become an atheist, you can't blame me for that's him. So I believe in God. What are you talking about? This is the confusion, right? This is the confusion. How can you blame me for your son's atheism that he's probably going to grow out of anyway? Like, how can you? By the way, he's a Bernie Sanders supporter. He didn't get that from me either, right? You can't blame me. Yep. Corporate fiction in the house. Yep. Naive. That's right, Woody. I'd like a little more Woody coming in here and giving me the business, to be honest with you. I feel like Woody might have some. I can't speak for Woody. I'm detecting maybe some resentment, although they're probably not resentment. I don't know, man. I've had this me and Woody have had this ongoing thing, whatever it is, and I feel like I've really neglected my side of things. I'm a bad friend, y'all. I just am. Keith might be able to tell you that. I don't know. I'm a bad friend. I'm working on it. I continue to work on it. It's just a thing, man. It's part of why I don't have any friends. I'm a bad friend. Drew certainly made note of it on my way out the door, because apparently I broke up with him, right? But he wasn't entirely wrong. I'm aware of it, Drew. I'm very, 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 very aware It's a problem. It's been a problem. Yeah, giving me the business. That's right, Yellow Cake Man. Giving me the business. Yeah. People need more of that, I think. That's just my opinion. Now we know that psychologically most folks really can't stand the heat of somebody giving them the business. Well, what about the mental strength, right? If I'm truly as mentally strong as I say that I am, well, at some point it's my turn in the box and now they're giving me the business. It's called life, right? So many people shrink from that, and that's none of my concern. It just makes me look better in the final analysis, right? Yeah, Bad Friends podcast, indeed. I used to be a huge fan of a lot of these comedians' podcasts, and I was an early adopter of podcasting in general. But over time, I can't even listen to those bozos. It's like as I evolve, whatever I'm doing, and it also as the more I make content and the more I am the content I want to see in the meta. Shout out to Provo Kid, by the way, who certainly is the content that he seemingly wants to see in the meta, especially with respect to his production, the levels of, and like he said, step up your production, right? He's right in a way, and that's I think his challenge to especially the boomers here, and I do resemble that remark because as we know, Gen X doesn't exist metaversally. Other than Bret Easton Ellis, the guy that wrote American Psycho, he seems to be the only person, the actual Gen X spokesman. The media anointed him Gen X spokesperson at a certain point. Other than him, my generation doesn't exist. How about that, Keith? Imagine, they had one called the Silent Generation. Imagine we're the first generation, as far as I'm concerned, as I can tell, we're folded into our parents' generation. Unless somebody had really old parents. I had a friend who, again, I'm no longer friends with, but I had a friend that's no longer a friend, but we were close friends at a time, very close, intimate, right? Intimacy. But then how many of us think sexual? Well, not a sexual intimacy, just a regular intimacy. Yeah, let's not talk about the weather. Oh, it goes old person weather talk sometimes around here. And I know once we go weather talk, I know that means something. But let's get off the weather talk. And Tommy does come in and challenge me on the basis of small talk, but sometimes the small talk is useful in a way. Well, and supposedly this is a character being retired. I don't believe it till I see it, Yellow Cake Maker. He claims he's retiring the shtick and the character, but I think Provo Kid character is probably a little too close to his true identity. Although who knows? That's part of the fun, right? Is discovering that. Yeah, producer Moose is not going to miss Provo. He doesn't know how to make insults funny and make people who believe in God look bad. That's an interesting take, Moose. His brain's all mushed. That's funny. Yeah, his production skills are great. Yeah. I enjoy just his video presentations. In fact, right now, as I conduct this broadcast, one of my old ThinkPads is actually screen capturing the replay of his broadcast, parts of his broadcast. It was 8 hours, but which isn't even a long live stream, lest we forget. That's like middle of the road in length. But I found that I have no ability to be high on THCO and be on my main computer with dual monitors. As much as I think I can just set the second monitor up to just do a screen capture, I will at some point forget I'm doing a screen capture, and then now I'm just browsing the web on my second monitor. It's like, then I'm like, oh, that's right, the screen capture. So I've realized the only way to really do that is to just use one of these, my old ThinkPads, to do the screen cap. Good problem to have, right? All the tech. And this is the golden age of affordable technology. And I would challenge anybody, hey, if y'all are not fully utilizing this technology, and I know a lot of people freak out and they're like, oh, I don't know anything about it. Almost no knowledge required. And a person can run Linux now. It's so easy to use now. A person could run Linux and just every time you want to do something, just Google it, literally. Oh, how do I do a screen capture in Ubuntu 22.04? A list of articles will come up and, oh, here's the app to install. How do I install this? How do I install Simple Screen Recorder in Ubuntu 22.04? Oh, look, it tells you exactly what to do to install it. I mean, that's how I do it, right? It's not that hard, I promise you. It's not that complicated. If you have to have a Windows machine, just have a Windows machine. I'm talking $100 ThinkPad. A literally $100 ThinkPad can run the fuck out of Linux. All right, Woody. Good to see you, bro. What I need to do one of these days is just go back and compile all of my written, all of the things that Woody's written to me over time, and just compile all of that. I could do a week of shows just on what he's written. There goes a. I used to haul that type of wagon. Their music holds a secret. There goes a 53-foot walking floor trailer for. I used to haul bulk rice hulls. That was the same kind of trailer that went by. Has the Popo spotted me? I don't know. I think this is one of their parking lots. They like to drive through. But yeah, he might have spotted me. It's hard to say. Just never know with the Popo around here. Just never know. They've yet to approach me, but I'm getting ready just in case. You never know when it's gonna happen. So, and if y'all don't have one of these, and I do forget to bring it with me, so show me a human and I'll show you hypocrite. But if y'all ain't got one of them, access to one of them, I don't know what you're doing. Probably hoarder shut in. And that's okay. I'll be friends with the hoarder shut in. All right. No, I'm a bad friend in general, but I'm with you, Woody. I've tried very hard, and even then, I'm sure I disappoint. I'm sure I'd manage to disappoint at times, right? But thank you. Hey, time to fire up the grill, man. That's right. It's gonna be a hell of a breakfast. But thank you, Woody, for assuaging my feelings of guilt there. Much appreciated. It does help, certainly. Uh-oh. What happened? Well, and that's the thing is I play the yes man, and as partially because I was socialized through the cult to do that, but partially as a strategy of let's just keep. So it's like if I'm fishing, I'm just giving them line and giving them line and giving them line, and all during that process, I'm observing and gaining information. Right. So it's diabolical in a way. It is very manipulative. It is deceptive in a way. Because then we get into what is my intention, and is that a bad thing to be that? I don't think so. I mean, I don't see how I can ever be in the wrong because someone else received enough rope to hang themselves in a way, right? And everybody always reveals themselves over time, including me. So the fact is, I know as I take a groceries in the parking lot. See, I know what I'm putting out also especially because of poker. I understand how I appear to the table, right? So in a poker game, part of being able to win in a poker game is I understand strategically what I can get away with based on how the people at the table view my play, right? So then that is also a thing. My table image plays in also. And I do this more or less effortlessly in real time. The strategic aspect just comes completely naturally to me. The tactician side. It's like breathing. I don't even have to think about it. Well, thank you again. I appreciate, and I err on the side of beating the fuck out of myself, right? Not in a I'm a negative, I'm a piece of garbage, because I do have a strong sense of self-worth. I veer towards finding error in myself that I can then correct. That's what I do, and I think more people could do that, right? That's something more people could do. I'm an ox. Thanks, Monel. Good to see you. Well, I'm a lion. Lest we forget, king of the jungle. But then again, why the tiger ain't the jungle? That's the only reason that's the only reason the lion's the king of the jungle, y'all. I don't know if y'all know this, because the tiger's in the jungle to some extent, but I don't think the tiger is living in the jungle, because the tiger can whoop the fuck out of the lion. Y'all, I don't know if y'all know that. Tiger can beat the fuck out of the lion. Yeah. I never really knew that for a while, but yeah, bigger, stronger, faster, just better in every way when it comes to a one-on-one confrontation. Tigers can take on multiple lions. Although there's alpha, the alpha, the fucking head of the pride, that male can usually take on multiple lions also, right? But then the fucking badass tiger can come beat the fuck out of the badass lion, right? So it's a hierarchy, right? It's a hierarchy, a pecking order. I love it, man. And that's where these male, and a thing that Jordan Peterson talked about a lot before he sort of jumped the shark and became a meme all his own, right? Is that was a lot of what he was talking about, other than the maps of meaning, which I saw somebody finally was just like, yeah, they were like, yeah, I've gotten into this I've known about Jordan Peterson. I'm finally looking at this maps of meaning, and then the tie-ins with the Bible and the religion. That stuff's fascinating. And that was like my first, when Peterson started going on Rogan, I got interested in Peterson's ideas enough that I went and reviewed some of that maps of meaning. And he had a lot of his early material was very good shit, man. I'm not interested in whatever this current version is. Just like Howard Stern. Yeah, there was a time when his show was great, but whatever he's doing now is I just don't engage with it, right? And I'm lost in my own sauce. But well, and that's why we're not getting that, Monel. Of course, that's why that thing is not happening for the most part, although it is happening to some extent, obviously, here in Inverted World. But there you go. Yeah, I like that. Moose says I'm a tiger and a lion. Well, that's probably possible. But thank you all for at least trying to make me feel better. Certainly appreciate it. But thank you. I've been a bad friend at times. It's undebatably. But maybe other people have too, right? It's like when I say I've been that, it doesn't mean that I have and nobody else has. It just means I have. So, but again, what's my path to? If I understand that whether or not I'm a good person is almost entirely determined by my recent actions and thoughts, I'm in some way building my own mechanism towards ensuring as much as possible that, in the next 6 months, I can then look back and say, okay, yeah, still creating a good person. I do that for me, though. I don't do that for anybody but me. I think that's the key point that gets missed. Because there's nothing in me that compels me to be a good person for y'all. That has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with me. Now, I recognize it's probably built into the experience that if I'm doing that for me, it's everybody else experiences that, the benefits of that so this is where I challenge Keith a little bit, is at the nature of intention. I would say it doesn't fucking matter what my intention is. The result is what matters, right? So the fact that I'm doing this very selfishly, and I know I'm doing this very selfishly, and that's fine, and I'm completely fine with that because it feels right. To me, that sort of proves that the intention is not the thing that's relevant most of the time. So many of us allow ourselves to feel wounded in a lot of the ways that we sort of traumatize ourselves, and a lot of the ways that we sort of sign up for our own traumatic experience in a way, is through sort of martyring ourselves at the level of our own intention. I had this pure intention, and then so on that basis, I served myself up to these people around me who then brutalized and traumatized and beat the fuck out of me, but they disregarded my true intention. Do you see what's happening here? That's a real thing. And it's okay as long as I'm able to understand it, to recognize it, and then, okay, now I transcend those limitations and they no longer apply to me. It's like once I learn the rules, now I'm free to break the rules in a way. Now I can engage more with those dynamics without experiencing the pitfalls. Whereas when I was still limited by those forms, now it's a detriment when I do engage with those forms because I haven't mastered those forms. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. That's a big part of what I'm doing here. Oh, Moose with the tiger tat. That's an interesting thought. See, the sun in Leo, that's not the totality of one story or being, right? It's really not. That's only one thing, It's just one aspect. Yeah. Thank you, Monel. Yeah, I do. Well, and part of the fun for me, without getting too, without too self-masturbatory here, masturbatory, I guess, so we don't need the word self. But without patting myself on the back too much, I've noticed and this is why I get into more of the God type ideas, but I don't want to go in the religious context, but whatever, some of these messages that it's not coming from me. It's like something that I'm tapped into, and I don't know that I'm going to say the thing, right? And that's why I'm going to have to mostly record all of my phone conversations with certain people, because I never know when something's going to come up out of me that I really would need to be able to go back on a recording and just cut that section out. And now people are willing to, they just pull into this parking lot is what it is, to do their paperwork or whatever. I can't say, again, I'm no fan of the popo, but I do, if I were to pick a town's police force to have to subject myself to, this one would be high on the list. Because number one, a lot of police presence. I like a lot of police presence if they're behaving correctly. Because crime, obviously. And the fact is, in this town, if something happens and just an actual citizen calls the popo, they're probably showing up right away, most likely. We saw it down at the Walmart when most likely somebody called the popo on me. The fucking county cop rolled through, checked me out, and just looked like, well, obviously he's not doing anything wrong. The guy patrolled the parking lot and left. I'm in favor of that. Some folks are not in favor of that. I think that's good. I'm not an anarchist, okay? I have the emotional makeup and some of the proclivities of an anarchist in certain ways. I'm not an anarchist in here, y'all. I'm an anarchist in spirit in certain ways. Now that's been used against me. That got weaponized on the old CBO Discord against me, but that's fine. It helped me to more thoroughly contend with my own inner anarchist, right? But part of that is I've been on the West Coast. I've been to Santa Cruz, where at the time there was an anarchist workspace. See, conservatives, y'all don't have no conservative workspaces. So when I say, look, I'm not going to choose either group. I'm not choosing MAGA and I'm not choosing Antifa. But the reality is, if I'm on Antifa turf, they probably have a fucking area I can go to, like an internet cafe type of space with some books and a table and an internet connection where I can just study quietly and maybe go off into a room somewhere if I need to do a live stream. Like, y'all don't have that, MAGA, because MAGA is every man for himself, American exceptionalism, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. MAGA don't work together, and MAGA's rule followers. So when MAGA all converges for some kind of rally, and then the popo descends onto the event, MAGA just starts doing as they're told. But Antifa's there counter-protesting. Antifa fights the cops. Antifa fights the cops. Meanwhile, if I'm in Portland, there's an anarchist workspace somewhere. Now, they'll be suspicious of me, but I've been in them workspaces to some extent. Why wouldn't I utilize that? And if they ask me, I'll talk to them about collectivism, and I'll just say, yeah, capitalism's bad, communism's pure fucking evil. And then if they tell me to leave, I'll fucking leave, right? I mean, you think I'm going to be any different? But they'll have to pretty much ask me, all right? But then again, I do have enough book learning. I can actually, some of them folks have studied their shit. I don't know if y'all talk to any actual fucking lefty communists. I have. I've talked to actual Satanists, right? A lot of those people know their shit. Now, what we saw with Occupy Wall Street is most of them had no fucking clue what the actual ideas of the movement were. Well, I did. And I could, whoever was the local person that had a high level of understanding, I could at least have an intellectual conversation with that person. I have read Rules for Radicals. I know the basics. I know the broad strokes of collectivism and Marxism. I'm not an expert, but I certainly know the broad strokes enough to have a convo, right? And I think that's important, And if MAGA worked together, they'd say, well, we need to have Benton, and we need to, as weird as Benton is, as strange as his presentment is, we really need to have Benton around because he understands the enemy. And we know as MAGA and as Trump tards, we know we're not going to spend any time reading fucking Rules for Radicals. And to some degree, I am sort of enthralled and in love with the free speech movement of the 60s, right? That really is bled into the 70s. I do resonate with that and identify with that to some extent. Mario Savio's speech at the, Sproul Hall steps in Berkeley, the whole, throwing our bodies amongst the gear, against the gears of the machine and all of this, like that's my fucking spirit on some level, nothing that comes out of MAGA really has ever resonated with me other than just I'm I'm a big swaggering man type of bullshit, which is a bunch of nonsense on some level, right? Feeding into that because these people still believe that they're that on some level, but they're not, man. There's nothing to them. I'm out here amongst the people, no balls, man, no balls. So when I walk into the Walmart and it's immediately broads checking me out. I went yesterday, and I don't think people believe it. It's immediately just broad's attention going directly to Ben. It has nothing to do with me, right? When I come around the corner and some broad gives me she's just immediately focused on me. They don't know who the fuck I am. It's just a reaction because, it's a being with testicles. It's such a rare thing nowadays. Oh my God, the being has testicles. We almost can't believe it. I got to get out of here. Here comes the staff. Oh, we might have a chat with them because they've probably seen me enough times by now to wonder what I'm doing. They're actually inclined to get out or not. Oh, I have to go. I need to start headed back to the clubhouse anyway. Now, can I hold this water at the same time? But in this day and age, I certainly understand I'm certainly aware of the security aspects of opening the door to a retail business. There's a person out front who may very well, we don't know what their levels of activities are, right? Hard to call that one. Yeah, hard to call that one. Sure we didn't leave anything. That's another part of the homeless training is I'm trained to, when I gather my belongings and leave an area, I always look back at where I was because sometimes I've left something behind. And when I was living out of a backpack, there was nothing I carried that I didn't use on a damn near daily basis, right? Damn near. Guess I can go ahead and turn off the body cam. Yeah. Well, I mean, but it's true though. Like I got a set of balls and, I'm not afraid to, I'll never hesitate to act in accordance with having a set of nuts. Like I don't hesitate, and they can detect it. And it's nothing to do with me. It's that these people, most of these bozos don't have a set of balls anymore. Right. And the women are going to respond. So if it's all in the past, if it was mostly men with balls, well, Benton comes into the Walmart and maybe one out of the 30 ladies, I just happen to be her cup of tea or whatever. But just these levels of attention I get now, it's like, what in the fuck is this, right? It's unnerving in a way because I'm just trying to get in there anonymously. It's part of the reason why I tend to go into the store like pretty close to open. So since I'm trying to transition off of the Walmart produce, there's another grocery store I go to now, but they don't open till 7. So I'm going to try to get to Walmart about 6:30 because there are a couple of things I have to have from Walmart. Right. Down here in Arkansas, it's pretty much impossible to completely, although it is possible. I can't say. I had a friend years ago that just said, he just decided he's never shopping at Walmart again. And he was the type that if he said some shit like that, you could take it to the bank 100% of the time. Only have room for one. Yeah. And, realistically, I'm starting to, whatever my creative endeavors are, life as art, that's really all I give a fuck about anymore. And then just my actual service, my service to other people. Because years ago, the second time I ate mushrooms, and I've studied mushrooms and, I've studied psychedelics for years before I ever ate mushrooms for the first time. So this was in Ashland, Oregon. So I went off to Lithia Park. Gorgeous. I like to go off into nature. And I'd use psychedelics for specific, spiritual or dealing with my own trauma and all these things. Very introspective, very, it can be a shortcut to some of the internal work I found. But then, through my study, they say, you want to have an intention. It's good to set your intention beforehand and then, have a question that you want to, like Terrence McKenna said, to ask the mushroom, right? So my question was, I set my intention early that morning, and the question was, what's my purpose? Well, and then, in typical fashion, I did not even have to eat the mushrooms. I got the answer immediately. Well, it's to be of service. Well, then, of course, well, I don't want to be of service. And it's even as much as I say that I get to skip that step where I'm concerned myself, that's more of a once I've chosen a path type of thing. So it's like, well, yeah, but I don't want to be of service. And then, of course, it's like, yeah, but you're a person with a preference. What's the relevance of that, sir? Like, we all have preference. That really doesn't have anything to do with it. So if, my purpose here, at least now, is to be of service, the fact that I may not really be inclined towards service necessarily out of my own selfishness, well, what's that got to do with anything? Are you going to be, Benton, you're going to serve your purpose? You're going to be useful here? Or you're just going to become a sense enjoyer, which I was for many years. That's what some of the Eastern religions and philosophies refer to these people who just more or less are having a good time, right? Or think they are. And I did that for many years. I was involved in sense enjoyment. Now I'm not really, driving a truck. Well, that's part of it. But the reality is I did that mostly for the money and then also, a way to live cheaply. And in fact, I have been beating myself up a little bit just because looking back on my career in truck driving, and I really did, I wasted a lot of, I squandered some opportunities I easily could have set myself up now for content creation. But I mean, I could have my own space with my own solid internet connection. Like that was all doable. The thing is, I had no idea back then that this is what I would be doing. So, how does one prepare for something that they don't know is coming, right? So other than just saving up a bunch of cash, I guess that would have been the move. And then I learned a lot from my own mistakes. So I go back, and I'm a woulda, shoulda, coulda person. So I've divorced myself from the emotional guilt in a way. But, I see how I could have done things differently. Right? But then I don't know what tomorrow holds. I have no way of knowing where I'm going to be or what I'm going to be doing. Just don't know. And that's part of the fun for me is that, especially like with the afterlife, so-called, it's like, well, I actually founded the Church of We Don't Fucking Know. I founded it in Eugene, Oregon years ago. And that's the fun is people can have a religion. They can do whatever they want. Ultimately, we're the only church that just tells you from the jump, we don't know what happens after you die. And that's the fun part. See? And that's the church. That's basically the entirety of that's the whole thing. There's really nothing beyond that. We don't know what's next. And that's part of the fun. Thanks, man. I enjoy, I'm assuming you're talking to me. I enjoy your streams. You just seem like one of the friends I never had. Straight shooter, understands my psyche in many ways. And you have an interesting life. You're not a normal boy. Thank you, sir. Yeah. And I tried to be normal. It's not possible. And I think this is where, me and Mr. Unslaved have some intersections in our personalities or whatever. Cause, he seems to realize that I heard him talking about it yesterday, that he just wasn't able to conform. And that's me also. Lord knows I tried. And I was very successful in many ways as a young person, socially, athletically. I did good with ladies, the girls, my age. But that wasn't a difficult standard, right? But most of my friends were bozos with the ladies, and I was too, but I was able to have a wife or a girlfriend. That was not the case necessarily for my bozo friends, but who cares, right? But early on, my own self-image, a man's self-image really does have a lot to do with how women view him, right? I mean, it just does. But I've gotten away from that also. That's no longer important to me. It's almost annoying and weird because ladies, man, the men have failed so miserably, as a group that these ladies are just lost, man, and they don't even know what to do, really. Even if they wanted to have a man. So, hypothetically, I am available. Hypothetically, it's not their fault, but they have no fucking idea how to deal with somebody like me. No clue. And we're simple, services, make us a sandwich, try not to talk so much. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. At some point, I'm going to need to fuck off for about a week. which means you're not going to see me for a week, 2 weeks. Imagine as a lady having a man in your life that you are really, respond to, and he's, he does a lot of things for you as far as whatever that is that a woman feels when she's with a man. Again, I'll never know what that is. I'll never be able to relate to that, whatever that is. But then he's just disappears for 2 weeks at a time. So for a lady, that's a lot of the feelings of jealousy and what's he doing, and now he might be meeting another lady, and all of the insecurities that come along with that, and they can say whatever they want to say. That's how it is, right? And it's natural. But part of me is I disappear for long periods of time, and that's just how I am. And if anybody can't deal with that, I don't know what to tell you. Well, ex-wife number 2, I just made her deal with it. I just fucking left several times, pieced the fuck out, and she was able to cope with it, at least in some regard. But and then even when we had our 2-bedroom apartment, and that was when I made my podcast about dating and relationships, and I did my own website. I didn't know how to do any of that shit. But we had the spare bedroom with the spare bathroom. I went in there and set up a computer and a computer desk, nothing else in there, the bar of soap and a towel. And I said, hey, if I go in there and shut the door, do not disturb me unless it's an emergency. And she was able to do that. Now, the reality of the situation is that most people just cannot be that way nowadays. It's just not a possibility. Now, they'll say they can. They'll say they can. Because that's like the honeymoon phase. That's like the, whatever I'm trying to work out, the lady will typically just agree with all of it if she's highly interested enough, right? But the reality of coping with those things. But then that's a double-edged sword. If I leave my woman for a month, well, hey, look at this, ex-wife number 2, very charming, very alluring, very easy to hit on, right? Flirty, which I like all of those characteristics, but see, now what is she doing, right? While I'm not around. So it's a two-way street, Yeah, he says he's available, not available. Learned his lesson. Well, and, that's Music Holds a Secret. I thought that was highly suspect, said that. But yeah, there you go. And, I love women, and I like spending time with women, and I'm not even talking sexually. I mean, no, that's insane. But I'm good in that department. I feel like and that's sense enjoyment to some extent. I'm good there, but, and like we saw with the ladies freaking out the other day, like that Sarah Jane Bangarang. I know what that is when I see it. That's needs a good dicking. I mean, that's just what that is. If people don't like that I say it that way, that's fine. That's what that was, period. Don't get mad at me for knowing that and saying it, right? But then and not for her specifically, obviously, but, am I willing to, do the things to fulfill my partner's needs? See, now we get into just selfishness and take. But a lot of ladies respond to that. A lot of ladies respond to a man who will just use them. That's just, I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that way. And the fact is, ladies, most of you can't deal with a man who just treats you well. You cannot deal with it. So now I got to be mean to my woman some of the time just so she doesn't freak the fuck out? I'm not into it, man. I'm not into it. But see, people want to say, oh, well, you got the wrong. They're all more or less like that. I don't care what you say. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. They're all more or less like that. You can just, it's like the Christianity thing. Oh, well, those weren't real Christians. And it's like, yeah, I can be critical, and they're like, oh, well, that wasn't a real woman or whatever. It's like, well, okay, but if there's effectively almost none of what you might refer to as a real woman, what's it even matter? Like, I'm talking about the ones I can access, and they all more or less seem to fall into these behaviors. So, but it's not to criticize the women. This is a critique, right? It's a critique. So most of the ladies, it's not their fault that they don't know how to keep a man. And again, it's easy. Service me like when I need it, right? Which at my age is not that much. That's number one, by the way, ladies. That's number one. Oh, but we don't want to be viewed as obvious. We don't want to do this. Yeah, but that's a preference. If at the end of the day the preference means no man, then that's fine. But realize, ladies, that means no man. So number one is service your man, period. That's number fucking one to us in keeping a man. Oh, but I don't want to. I don't feel like it. He didn't do the right things, blah, blah, blah. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you having a man. We're not talking about what did the man do. See, we're talking about, hey, let's keep a man around. Number one, service him. Number two, bring him a sandwich. Why? Because if you have an actual man, when the glass breaks at 3 a.m. downstairs, yo ass stays in bed and calls 911. That motherfucker's going downstairs and might get killed. Now, if you don't have a man, then see, we're not talking. Because if he doesn't do that, and if part of him doesn't like that and look forward to it, that's not a man. Because that's in us. The reality is a lot of these people out here are males, and they're not tapped in with that part of themselves. They have no connection to that part of themselves. Good luck to anybody thinks they're going to come in my house at 3 in the morning, especially with my woman in bed. Good luck. I like my chances. I don't like their chances. See, that's the thing. When I walk into Walmart, they can detect that immediately. Now, the fact when most of the males were that way, I didn't stand out. Now I stand out just on that basis alone. I stand out. Women are extremely astute at detecting those things. Very, very astute. It's not ironic though, but that's not irony. That's the way it should be, because the big dominant male protects everybody. And he can't, if he's out hunting all the time, he can't be protecting everybody. See? There you go, Moose. There you go. But that's why I deserve a sandwich, because maybe the glass never breaks downstairs. Maybe that moment never comes. But if it does, that's why I deserve a sandwich. But women a lot of times want to play it like, well, what's he done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? I don't know. Nobody's broken in lately, honey. I don't know what to tell you. So not much of anything, apparently. Meanwhile, sleeping in the bed together every night, that really doesn't fulfill any of my needs. I don't need to cuddle. I don't need to be in bed with a lady every night. That's her needs, right? So what have you done for me lately? Well, I'm here, right? Number one. I mean, come on. And then number three, try not to talk so much. All that girl talk. Number two, I would just tell her, I'd say, you got to go find one of your girlfriends to talk to about this. I'm your man. Like, you're trying to talk to me like I'm your girlfriend. Get that out of here. Yeah, try not to talk so much. Legitimately. All this fucking just emoting and emoting and emoting. We're not set up for that. Go find a gal pal for the emoting. I'm very sensitive to when somebody's just emoting. I'm not interested. I am not interested in your emoting. Now, if we're having a conversation and we're vibing and we're getting on the same page, that's not what I'm talking about. I just mean this general, just fucking emoting. How was your day type of stuff. I don't want to be asked how my day was. I don't want to know how your day was. Now, if she has to have that, I can provide that on some level, but I'm not interested. That's not my. I'm not here for that. See, can a lady accept all of these things? And I don't give a fuck. That's a part they do respond to in the mail is I legitimately don't care. The fact that she may want certain things out of me that I'm not equipped to give, I don't care what she thinks about that. Nor should I, by the way, because if I let her run amok, she will literally, if I let her influence me, she will actually bring me down to the level of like bitch behavior. Now I'll be acting like a bitch. Well, that's not a fucking option. Because Lord knows she ain't going to respect me if I'm acting like some bitch. Yeah. But how many guys are going to do that nowadays? Almost none, right? Probably why I'm by myself. Thankfully, I like to be by myself. So, don't threaten me with a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time. It ain't my fault these women can't have no men. I mean, it's got nothing to do with me. I haven't changed, lest we forget. I haven't changed. Society has changed. I'm still the same in a lot of ways. I don't need a mama. Well, yeah, and like my women would do my laundry if I wanted them to. I always did my own laundry because I got used to doing my own laundry. My mom did my laundry. Then I went to college and hey, time to learn some fucking life skills at the age of 17, right? Which I did. I learned how to take care of myself at age 17. Very important. So I'm one of those people like I wanted things done in a specific way. So it's like, well, okay, obviously can't just tell my woman how to do laundry. That's insane. So I'll just do my own. Not that does it even matter though. See, it doesn't even really matter. But to me, it was important to have it done in a specific way. That's probably part of my autism or whatever. Who cares though? I like to clean. I did a lot of cleaning. I like to clean. I enjoy cleaning. I never viewed it as, oh, I'm doing something. Associated with femininity. I don't view it that way. But at the same time, if I like to clean and I'm doing most of the cleaning, the reality is she's still going to need to do some of it, right? And she might need to do it after I've told her. Oh, but how sensitive are we to being told what to do by our man? Well, I'm in charge, lady. I mean, the thing is, if two people live in a space, somebody's always in charge. I don't care what you say. Somebody's dominant. Somebody's in charge. That has to be me because if I'm not dominant and in charge, she is. And a man ain't a man, got a woman for a boss. If she can determine my comings and goings, and she can, if she's ruling over me, I'm not a man. Period. So that I'm forced into the dominant role, whether I want to be or not. See, fellas? Because I can't cede that to her because now she's in charge of me. And people say, oh, equality. No, it's never equal. Never. Somebody's always has the veto. Always. Somebody's always in charge. Now, if it's the lady, they might want to play it up like it's equal. No, this idea of, oh, we're equal in the relationship. No, that's the woman in charge is what that is. And nobody has a problem with the lady just saying, oh, yeah, I run my relationship. They have a problem with me saying it. Well, who cares? That's their problem, right? That's their problem. It's not my problem. Oh, well, sorry about your luck. Yeah, and I might tell her what to do right in front of somebody. So what? Hell, number two used to come to my work. We both waited tables. She used to come to my work and she would just hand over her money because she was terrible with money. So I ran the finances. Well, how many ladies are like, oh, yeah, I run the finances because he's not any good at it or he's not interested. Yeah, she wasn't any good at it and she wasn't interested. Meanwhile, I'm in charge of the finances anyway because that's just how it is. Now, if she was more responsible, I would probably let her run more of the finances. If she was trustworthy in that regard, she wasn't. So she would sometimes hand over in front of everybody at my work. Dudes, that some of them people couldn't fucking stand a woman giving her money to a man. Couldn't stand it. But if it was reversed, nobody would have a problem with it. And that's discrimination. I mean, it's literally discrimination. That's what that is. Well, shit. I didn't realize I'd be ranting quite so much when I got back to the clubhouse. See if I can sit out here without disturbing anybody. Probably can't. Let me go hide behind the Chinese restaurant or whatever this is. I guess it's Chinese. I can't eat it, so. Well, and yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is, if I'm in charge and it's my job to sort of, be in charge of logistics. If it comes down to it and she needs to clean the fucking apartment because, somebody's coming by and I'm busy, I'm not dealing with this thing where, it's almost like a child and now I'm daddy and all of it, it triggers a lot of these things that ladies went through in their early childhood with their dad or whatever, right? It's like, no, I just need the fucking apartment cleaned because, we're having guests and I got to go do this other thing. I don't have time to do it myself. Meanwhile, I'm fast and efficient at cleaning, so it'd probably be better for me to just be able to do it. But if I don't have time, now it's like, hey, make sure to get this done. But I'm not interested in the part of life where I have to continuously wrestle with these social and, these dynamics from society where it's like I'm oppressing a woman simply by being in a relationship and just having the fucking audacity to just be in charge, right? Now that's viewed as oppressive. And that, period. I'm oppressing her as far as society's concerned. And I know that. So who's gonna buck that trend, right? Um, it's just too much swimming upstream, man. It really is. It's too much swimming upstream. And now that the sexual component is way less important, I just don't. I'm not seeing the reason. I just don't see a reason to get involved with that. As much as I do understand when a man and a woman comes together, that that is greater than the sum of the parts. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But in inverted world, I guess it's no surprise that unless I want to, which isn't even possible, but unless I'm going to let a gal run me, but then I'm not a man and I have to be a man because that's how they raised me. So you see the conundrum we find ourselves in here, right? Yeah. Well, but see, and Moose, I do want to point out the subtlety behind. I'm pointing out that I have to be in charge because if I'm not, she is by default, and she can't be in charge of me because that's back to the. And I never fully covered the Jordan Peterson hierarchy stuff, but within males, there's a hierarchy and a pecking order, and the woman doesn't get slotted into that anywhere. So if I can't even, so if I've got a lady that's my boss back where I live, then where am I going to fall on that male hierarchy? Probably not very high, but I typically do pretty well, although not necessarily the top dog, right? I usually do pretty well in those. And in the physical space, men just effortlessly figure this out, just like dogs on a level. We figure it out very quickly. And a lot of that is based on things like aggression, testosterone, but then other social dynamics as well. Like the biggest and the strongest is not typically the leader. I don't know if y'all have noticed that, because the mental is also a big component. And some of these, like that General Petraeus, like fucking little guy, in some sort of a military structure or a hierarchy, it's not a motorcycle club where I have to be able to beat up, any potential challengers, right? Yeah. But we love women. None of this is a pejorative on women, and women have been done a great disservice by men because women are still women, but increasingly women are being forced to take on more masculine roles and have been. I mean, that's been going on for a long time. So, they're still women. So as males are no longer men, thus, vacating and ceding territory to ladies, increasingly they are taking on these traditionally male roles and doing pretty good at it, even though they're not necessarily set up for it, right? And that's our fault, guys. That's our fault. And believe me, I have no desire to lord it over anybody. You guys can believe this or not, but there's been a couple of different times when I could have just had multiple girlfriends simultaneously, and more or less, I'm not saying I would have none of them were involved in prostitution, but borderline white pimp territory, like not even kidding. And again, this sounds ridiculous, I'm aware, but it's a psychological dynamic. It's all comes down to psychological dynamics, and I'm just not into that. It doesn't do anything for me. Right? I know I could add value to somebody's life and they could add value to my life, but society more or less no longer allows it, as far as I can tell. There's always exceptions, but generally speaking, this is just not a thing that can happen. So women, most of them don't have men anymore. Now, some of them are in relationships and they're with males. And now I don't want to critique Moose. Maybe in the past, Moose was falling into the more male category, and maybe now he's transitioning into his manhood with respect to how he handles his relationship. Ultimately, none of my business, by the way, unless he, invites me into his business. But, I'm only going off of things I've heard said publicly, right? So, because I'm trying to steer away from the gossip as much as possible. But, but I think Moose might be able to tell you that it can seem easier in the moment to just sort of let her and her emotions and her preferences sort of dictate where things go, right? That can be, it can seem easier in the short term. Like that can seem like, oh, let me just acquiesce here. But every single time a male has some sort of feeling that, hey, whatever this is running contrary to my own manhood, that means something. And that is to be listened to in my view. And I always listen to that. Always. And if and I know when I start to feel like I need to assert myself in a situation, I know that whether or not I choose to act on it, that means something, right? When I'm starting to feel like I need to assert myself in a masculine way, it's like, okay, where is this coming from? Because it's not coming from me, because thankfully I was socialized in a way where I'm very comfortable with my own masculinity. Yeah, I was socialized in not perfectly, but in that way. Where I see in a lot of the other males and the younger males never had this. And it was because society's done them a disservice, period. So I'm, in some ways, probably the last generation, or, growing up at a time warp, I'm probably one of the last where just about every young male, as far as I can tell, we all passed into manhood, and our local society and culture we had to, or literally would not have been accepted as men in society. Wouldn't have been accepted, wouldn't have been treated by other men as if we were of equal status to them, because to be a man is a status. A woman's a woman because she's got the parts, and that is the primary difference between a male and a female, period. It just is. It's a different thing, and they will never know what that is. That's why the idea of an alpha female does not exist. And I don't like the alpha beta stuff. No, you have a queen bee. So almost all women's peer groups, there's a queen bee who sets the tone and is more or less in charge. That's not an alpha female. It's nonsense. That's not even a thing. Nobody's alpha without testosterone. And the men who make the least testosterone still make 3 to 4 times the testosterone of a lady. The ladies who make the most, right? Who is this? It's Dots. Who am I adding to the stream here?
It's the Yurt fellow.
Any way to hear you, and I have not brought my headphones. So
I said that.
It's an ominous appearance. But I unfortunately can't hear you right now. So give me a moment. Maybe I can plug in these earbuds and we'll see. Maybe I can hear. One moment. Try not to porn bomb us or get the stream banned. If you don't mind. In the meantime.
Never that.
But yeah, be right there. 1 second.
Can you hear me in the audience? It's Yurt fellow.
Plug in the earbuds. And I got to wrap up soon because I got to get to the store. But I got about 30 minutes. Is this Yurt? Is that Yurt?
Yeah.
What's up, God, man? The great Yurt is about to piece me up on the man-woman stuff. I can't wait. What's up, Yurt?
What's up, man?
Get them. I know you got something for me today.
Well, I missed what you were saying the last few minutes. So give me a little.
No worries.
Paraphrase.
I don't even know, man. When I get to rambling, I'm not even really sure what I was saying, to be honest with you. That's not a cop-out. I just really don't know.
No, the part I heard a few minutes ago as I was getting up, putting my shoes on and stuff, was you were talking about getting over your the sensory addiction.
Oh yeah, sense enjoyment.
Yeah, sense enjoyment. Yeah, that was a good phrase, and I wanted a little more on that because I've been ranting about the priest morality stuff, and I get thinking about that. I know what you mean, but then I get thinking, like, what is so wrong about our sense experience? Oh shit! Sorry, hold on. I'm in the bus, so I might have bad audio. Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Sounds good to me, but producer Moose is on us. Yeah.
Well, if it's all right to you, it's all right to me. But what's so inherently bad about the senses?
I don't think they are inherently bad.
So is it what becomes bad, like an addictive nature?
Well, I would say the giving over of one to the enjoyment of one's senses, but as like a major driver. Like that's more or less what I'm. For a long time, that's more or less what I was doing on a daily basis, while neglecting the rest of my aspects of myself. If that makes sense.
What was your like favorite? Like, what sense were you drawn to?
I had, and I'm not trying to get graphic, but
yeah,
part of my cohabitating with females for so long was there's a lot of sexual Olympics types of things, but only involving me and her.
Right.
Yeah, the sexual Olympics. marathon sessions. I worked on my abilities a lot. I viewed it as a sport in many ways. But the point I was making is I've done that. Why do I need to keep doing that? It was great in its time. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I feel like I've learned what I needed to know. Why do I need to keep doing those things?
Well, part of it's because you wanted to. Right?
At the time, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm talking about now, though, the pressure to continue doing those things. It almost seems like society, encourages me to continue to do that, and would reward me in some way if I could just go pretend to be some woman's man and move into her house that she, whatever she got in her divorce, let me just slide right in there, and now I can make see what I'm saying? Like I could actually, I know that I could solve a lot of my problems, but it's like, why? Like, why even involve myself in that? That's kind of where I'm coming from here.
Yeah. But I just think a lot of people it leaves us in that like Catholic guilt circle a little bit. Like I get what you're saying from your perspective and when you've been on that journey, but I just know there's a lot of wrestling, sort of self-hatred for things we naturally enjoy.
Oh yeah, I had none of that. I experienced almost zero. Yeah. I'm not set up. I'm not set up for that. Yeah, I'm not set up for that, Yurt. But yeah, I could see that in a more normal person or a less bizarre person, certainly.
But even in just like procreation, the sex thing, like for Catholics, that's an old trope or an old sort of like joke, right? The repressed Catholic is a well-known thing, but I think it's a real thing, and I think that distortion is where you get the overuse and the overemphasis and all that, the hyper focus on it. That's always a question. If we could escape the programming, could we find a healthy sexual appetite that doesn't have to be deviant?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so too.
But then if I start, go ahead. No, you go. Go.
I was just thinking about. I've been reading that book, In Service of Her Majesty's Secret Service, or whatever it is. I'm forgetting the title right now. But it's about one of these prototypes for like a James Bond spy espionage. But it's set in like the 16th century. And so you've got the battle between the Protestants and the Catholics going on.
Okay.
Right? And the connection I see here, I'm kind of shoehorning that in, of course. But
go for it, man. I'm just getting my water. It's hot out here already.
Yeah, dude, it's been so crazy hot. But yeah, so the connection there is like there are these two moral codes that are coming in to reality, and they're sort of the heights of absurdism. They're sort of the heights of folly. These new moral codes, right? Because you got like the Catholics who are supposed to be sort of superstitious, and the papal worship and the hierarchy of the Catholic Church has now been exposed by the so-called Protestant Revolution, and they're cutting that direct tie, the Protestants are creating the direct connection to God. Which, if you take away superstition and all the voodoo the Catholics are doing, essentially kills God, right? So they're claiming the Protestant Revolution is claiming to come closer to God, but they're actually killing God in the same way. And I guess that was the immediate connection I see with the sexuality talk. It's like in some way to understand sexuality, we kill it. Well, how are we going to understand it if we kill it? That's how are we going to understand God if we destroy the actual felt experience of God, even while claiming to do it? Sorry, that's kind of left fieldy.
No, I like that stuff. It's just I'm not always smart enough to have a response in real time. It gives me a lot to think about.
Yeah,
it gives me a lot to think about.
And the men-women stuff is very interesting, and it's crazy that there's a whole genre now of that talk, right? Like,
well, and real quick, I hate to cut you off, but you may not know that I actually was involved in the foundation of a lot of that material through message boards back in about 2010-ish. Like 09, 2010, a lot of what's going on now with these content creators who are, making a living through like trying to raise boys into men. I actually was involved in a lot of the early versions of that on a message board called sosuave.net. and then also another one called offtopic.com. I've actually written extensively on a lot of those topics, believe it or not.
No, oh no, I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I lived that. My
well, yeah,
life was that the
yeah.
80s and the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Being the every other weekend kid, all our dads were essentially MGTOW'd out. And that was the whole game.
Well, see, what's funny is I rejected out of hand, but I probably helped push forward some of what MGTOW is. So at times, kind of like Al Gore saying he invented the internet, at a certain point, I'm like, well, I invented like 30% of MGTOW. And that's true to an extent, because I did contribute to the initial literature. But then again, nothing's new under the sun, right? But I myself realized MGTOW is garbage, because when I was in my 20s and 30s, it wasn't up to me. I couldn't have gone my own way if I wanted to. My hormone levels were too high. It wasn't up to me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
Wasn't up to
exactly
me.
what you're saying.
Wasn't up
I
to
heard
me.
you talk about that before, and I agree. I don't
Yeah,
know
wasn't
how
up to me.
people accept that as a way. That would not be a way forward with me, just like swearing off women and joining.
Impossible.
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 It was impossible
Well,
from
yeah.
about 10, 11, 12 years old, right? I was ready.
Yeah, yours kicked in early, I guess. My balls didn't drop till I was about 14, but yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
just the love of the other is there from the beginning. It feels to me, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that compulsion to be around the ladies, right?
Yeah.
There's something to that. So I never understood MGTOW. I only understood it as like, okay, these older guys these dumbos that have built a life 3 different times and more or less gave it all to the lady and just started over. Like that made sense intellectually, but I wasn't never dumb enough to do that. To me, it was like, look at how dumb these guys are, that they built up this whole life knowing that she could just take it at any time. Like, what an idiot. Like, that's the way I viewed that.
And is it stupidity or is it the misplaced instinct that we're talking about?
I don't know. That's a good question. But if I'm a strategic thinker, I can't really relate to their lack of strategy.
Right.
So I don't know. To me, I just view it as they're dumb, but I'm sure they had their own reasons. I don't know. Seems stupid to me.
I watched my mom do that with the series of men and marriages from the other angle too.
Yeah.
Watching a woman move predatorily on men like that.
Well, in some level, they have to be like, I would just never tolerate that. My dad would never tolerate that. So like, there has to be something in that person that is allowing it on some level.
I think it's the simping urge or something.
Yes, man. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but
it's a predatory broken thing. A lot of these men are broken from, a previous marriage or previous relationship. It's messed up, dude.
Well, and we're obviously not going to solve it in this conversation, even if we wanted to. But it's interesting to talk about, especially with, I like Yurt because he can always give me a different perspective that I probably haven't considered, or even if I've considered it, he'll give me a spin on it that I wasn't aware of. So I kind of like when you take me to task here and there. You got to bounce? What are you doing?
Oh no, I mean, if you want, I kind of interrupted. I know you're in the morning flow, so if you need.
No, man, I'm selfish. I'm trying to keep you as long as I can here.
Oh no, I'm ready to hang out. I'm sipping water now. I got a cup of coffee to go here.
Sweet.
I'm actually gonna hit the bike trail here with the fam.
Nice.
I was just up early and I saw you going, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna come up there and say what up to this dude." And see what's going on.
Well, I think we probably run that topic into the ground. So if you want to take it somewhere else, feel free.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's always that thing. There's so much on the mind, and then you come on to something like this, and then you sort of lose it. I've been trying to do an evening stream, but I think I'm a lot like you in the regards of that too. That by 8, 9 o'clock, I'm just over it, dude. In so many ways, I don't mind really pleasant conversation or something like that at that time. Maybe with my woman or whatever, but. Coming on this thing and trying to monologue and all that, I just end up not having the energy by 8, 9 o'clock to do it.
Yep.
This is kind of my fresh period when I'm up and that first morning cup of coffee. That's kind of when I can get ranting and going. Yeah, we're about to do some bike rides, and I think we're going to go for a pretty epic one. It's like over 20 miles to the dam out here at Lake Red Rock by
Oh,
Pella, Iowa, for anyone familiar with that. But it's sort of a challenge, a lot of hills and all that. And I finally got one of my little man's bike had been out of commission. I'd been redoing some gears in that, and I didn't know how to do it, but I found a master bike guy who's
oh
been
shit.
training me up, and so I've been working on my bike training a lot. I've just been busy, man, reading a lot. You ever read any of that Chuck Palahniuk, the Fight Club author?
Yeah, I don't think he wrote Fight Club, by the way. I don't think he wrote that book.
Like
I've read some
literally,
of his other books. I read Choke was pretty good. I like Choke.
yeah, I like Chuck too.
Yep.
You don't think he wrote Fight Club?
Nope.
I
Sure
mean,
don't.
you know he's literally said the author. Who do you think wrote Fight Club then?
I don't know. But I just don't think he wrote that. Especially, did you see that graphic novel he tried to do as a sequel? That was just trash. Now I understand that was a payday for him, but good God, what a freaking disaster!
I didn't see that at all. What happened in the sequel?
I don't even. I couldn't follow it. It was just. It was nonsense. Nonsense. Complete nonsense.
A book that's sort of like that that I definitely think someone else wrote would be A Clockwork Orange.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, if you read that one, and they made that movie, the fantastic movie, of course, but
Yeah, of course.
the actual book invents a whole other language and world, a future world, and it the way the movie literalizes that book, for lack of a better term, and that sort
Hmm.
of happens with Fight Club too, right? The movie really could just it came directly from the book,
Yes.
so I can see why you say that. But that dude is enough of a dude. I find it hard to believe he didn't write that book.
Well, I think he's capable of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
just the
just my
realness,
own
I've read a
sense.
bunch of his stuff. I'm reading. The reason I brought him up is I'm reading. He wrote a book on writing,
On what? Oh, on
on ri-
writing.
on
Okay.
writing itself, and
Nice.
he's good. He's got a great tone, and he's a smart writer. He's a good writer to read if you're a writer yourself, I think, at some level. But I'm interested now in the Fight Club point. Why do you think? Just because it's so
Well, I'll
brilliant?
tell you. Well, number one, I'm a conspiracy theorist, so I enjoy conspiracies. But
Yeah,
so when a work goes into the culture and it becomes so gigantic,
yeah,
that's a sign, right? But then, so if you look at a book that was gigantic in the culture and then also became a TV series, was Alex Haley's Roots. And Dick
sure.
Gregory said that they offered him Roots. The system came to him and offered him the opportunity for that to be his book.
Mm.
Now, whether or not that's true, I have no idea. But when I learn something like that, I begin to factor that in. So then Fight
Did,
Club to me kind of seems like one of those works, but I could be wrong. It's just a hunch. But go ahead.
no, I get what you're saying there. Did is For some reason I wanted to associate Alex Haley with the Malcolm X biography. I don't know why I'm drawing that connection.
That was also him, I believe.
Yeah, did he have a part to do with that?
He at least wrote the forward to it, as far as I
Yeah,
know.
there you that might be it,
Hey,
right? Because it is an autobiography and one of my
well,
favorite
and
books too.
yeah, me too. And since I'm half black culturally, I read that when I was like 15.
Same.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's not
That
because I'm half black culturally then, but go ahead.
the craziest thing, yeah, same thing. I read that book super young, and then
Yeah.
had this crazy experience where I went and tried to get my SJW younger sisters who were
Mm.
starting to pop that shit. I went and
Oh,
tried to get them to read it. Absolutely no interest.
no interest. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
sitting here trying to deprogram an SJW with the real shit, or more real shit. I should say. I'm trying to deprogram them with the more real shit, and they won't even. No one reads a book, so who gives you
Oh,
know?
I know. I don't even read anymore, Yurt. It's actually it's a bit unnerving and unsettling.
Yeah, it was
I
for
don't
me.
even read anymore.
It was for me too, and I sort of corrected that recently. I realized that the YouTube becomes all encompassing, all consuming.
Yep.
Like if you really want to do it, it takes a
100%.
different mind to read. It takes a different mind to read and sit there. And I was
Yep.
having a hell of a time for a while, and it's such an important part of myself that I was like, nah, dude, I gotta get back in my reading game.
Yep.
It's critical.
I want to, man. It's just if I don't make it a priority, for some reason, as a young person, it was like one of the highest priorities. No matter what I was doing, I was always reading a lot, and
Me too.
just to think, it's not a priority anymore. And I always wrote a lot once I figured out how to write. There was something in me that was blocking the writing, so eventually I figured out how to write, and for me, in my own way. And I don't even do much of that anymore. I did a lot of writing, although most of it was message boards. That's still writing.
Yeah, I love that form of writing. Even the comments, I like, that's one thing I like about you, sort of championing people's right to be a secretary.
Yeah.
I often flirt with fully embracing the secretarial role once again here on this platform and just lighten up the chat comments. But I know that can be annoying in a different way.
Well, and then I think it's important to acknowledge that typing at a person or that's the base level of this whole thing. That when it started, that's basic. That's more or less all it was. Everything else is built on top of that base layer from my perspective. So how can I just can't be critical of somebody for engaging the medium at the base level. I respect that above all to some extent, because that is the most basic fundamental form as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I love it.
Okay, good. But then some of the Johnny come latelys, they don't understand. I believe they don't understand the medium. I really don't think they understand what this is in some ways.
Yeah, I have no idea. I frankly look at this whole swirl of activity that made me click and start a fucking channel, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah.
To be completely honest with you, that's why another point you've been hitting on that I've been enjoying is the whole social isolation. That essentially you see a bunch of people trying to cope with their social isolation. That really hit home, and I think that's one part of it. And then I think the deeper part on that is also what happened the last few years. And I was talking about this last night with my lady, and I just think it's such an important point for me, anyways. And I don't know, if you can relate, but it sort of brought me back to I don't give a fuck attitude that I actually had at a much younger date. Like the situation sort of requires that, but I've matured and grown beyond that. But then the activities of the system have been so egregious, have been so ugly and nasty that it brought me back to a very I don't give a fuck type attitude in social norms sort of situations, or the go along to get along instinct that I kind of built in with having children and having a family and being a very reckless young man too, who is self-destructing all over the place. It's brought me back to that instinct, and then I turned to a social media page. Like, what the fuck is that? That's not even the right move either, right?
Well, and I agree with you. And, to be specific, what I'm saying is I don't think people understand what the internet is. This is not the internet. This is a portion of the internet.
Yeah,
right?
Ghetto.
But for most folks, their introduction into the internet was a smartphone. So, of course, they think that the YouTube app and the Snapchat app and all of these things, that's the internet. No, that's part of the internet. That's not what the internet is. But they don't know that.
Yeah, so what is the internet? What do you think of when you think of the internet in your mind?
It's an unlimited canvas where the person can do whatever they want. I can just make a website and do whatever the fuck I want as long as I'm not bringing the FBI to my door. That's still possible. And I did that to some extent with Nightmare Dystopia, my podcast. But if we're all choosing, myself included, to go into Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit, we're letting them set the rules of their game. Whereas before, I came into the internet when there were not really any rules. So the people who were there, only the people who were there, other than the protocols and the format of the technology, it was the people who were there who were making the rules. Now, because of this is how society is, we all end up farming all of that out to other people, see, when it doesn't have to be that way.
And further, But apparently it does have to be that way because we won't do the right thing, even as we talk about doing the right thing and get behind
Me included. Me
yeah,
included.
oh, 100%. I mean, we're on the fucking thing. But
Yeah.
it goes even further than that, Benton. We actually start assimilating their other program behavior, i.e.,
Yes.
the news speak, the self-censoring, the self-neutering for the tree
100. Yep.
we won't
Well,
actually
and
say what we want. I never actually
yeah,
say what I want on here to be completely, you know,
yeah,
candid. While not being completely candid, you can never really say what you want under those conditions. So
yeah,
what
I
was
agree. I
what was
agree with
the
that.
point? You know?
And I agree. And then, so, I started out when Drew played some of my content. A lot of people were like, "Hey, what's Benton's channel?" And I'm like, "I'm not going to have a channel because YouTube won't let me say what I want." I started my podcast and my website. But for me, I guess it's because I went that way first. It's like I've absolved myself of of whatever that is, and now I get to go censor myself in the YouTube alphabet Google YouTube's hell pit. I know I said that wrong, but I think you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
I'm almost tricking myself in that way, right?
When it becomes kind of cool, it becomes like hipster chic or whatever.
Ah, yeah,
Right now we're in the hipster chic,
yeah.
and that was a great book by Tom Wolfe. I can't recall the exact title now, but I remember enjoying reading
The
that.
electric Kool-Aid acid test or whatever.
No, his other one,
Oh.
something chic. He had a book on revolutionary hipsterism, essentially, and I'm forgetting the title. Electric Kool-Aid acid test, of course. This is
Well, that's the only one I can come up with off the top of my head, obviously.
yeah. He had a revolutionary book that I read that talked about these dynamics from his time and era when people were actually still human beings and not whatever android creatures we've become.
Mm.
I had another thought I was going to pair up on the social media thing.
Get it?
Yeah, I lost it.
Oh, my bad.
You're fine. It's my own deal. Pre-coffee, you know. Yeah, I don't know. The social media thing is weird. I was so opposed to it just for the longest time. It just didn't even seem to make sense to me. And I do feel it has been a bit of a trap, despite all its benefits of meeting people like yourself. I mean, I'm up excited at 5:30 in the morning to talk to some random dude, you know, down in Arkansas who I've become endeared to for whatever reason.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, who really knows, right? For similarities of whatever interest and experience or whatever, but it becomes an integral part. But then you realize all these contradictions and how it actually is playing right into the enemy's hand in so many ways. And that was a trippy thing. And I'll add one more just on the self-promoting. And I made a little video, but as we joke about, I can't really upload anything. But that was a very weird experience to sort of scoop Alex Jones on the whole sit-down narrative. And not that it's some special ability to see that shit was coming, but just to kind of watch the morphic field talking points bubble up out of myself and then bubble up in things I'm listening to. It's weird, right? There really is a program nature to this that I don't think we talk about. We give lip service to, but do we fully understand? Do we fully come to terms with? I'm not so sure. Like, is this even by choice, the social media thing at some point?
Well, it's not by choice because I would say that we have, the humans have to be social and accepted, in certain ways socially. So in some way, we really have no choice, I would say. Because this is what society's doing. So, of course, that's what we are doing. That's the way I would think about all that. Well, but that's not, again, I'm kind of an idiot in the moment, too. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, we're both struggling. Struggling, not struggling. This is some of the best space, right? When you actually aren't fully demagoguing and you can actually have a conversation. But I'm just seeing this like slow motion crash going on in front of me called the 2024 elections. And I know official fiction and I know all that. And I'm talking at that level of it, the theater of it. But I'm seeing such a Shakespearean drama about to be played out in the official fiction And it's just like, say, there's nothing we can do about it. And that's why I brought up that book going all the way to the 16th century, because it's the same, the Medici's and all of that, and the religion games and all these different mind control games. It's the same fucking playbook over and over and over again. And even studying it, we can't seem to get a grip on it. And I got to pause here for a minute because I got to start this bus up to make sure I don't wear out this battery. But
right on. Make sure you run it. Make sure you run it long enough. That's a common mistake people make when they fire it up to charge the battery. They don't let it run long enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna start it up and then I'll walk around and chat with you here.
Cool. Well, and as Yurt's doing that, I'm observing these dynamics since I'm now driving to the store of how much people have changed with their driving behavior. It's something I've talked about quite a bit in the past. Just observing the changes in human driving behavior. And if I'm still trying to play out a script from 30 years ago or whatever, when I started driving, this shit's completely different now. So I find some of that fascinating. Just even observing these dynamics, since I'm now necessarily in the car because I'm determined to get my shopping done early today. I can't really see the screen, so it looks like Yurt killed his camera. He said he could fire up the bus. Shout out to the bus. Sounds like he's got some mechanical issues, but that is one of the benefits of having a vehicle like that one is not dependent upon, right? The ability to sort of work on it themselves and take their time and all of that could be a benefit. Then the Versa here is going to need some work. Still drives, but the old clutch is going to need some attention.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about the love for old cars and sort of specifically shitbox cars. I just love them. I don't know what it is.
Hell yeah, dude. Me too.
Just busted up old cars, man. I was dating this girl, high school girl at some point. In high school, of course, let me be clear.
Of course.
Yeah, and she got this car, and I've never seen one of these. I don't know what it was. But she had to use like a little hook thing in this old Buick that would like pull the starter. Have you seen one of these starters where you like it made the connection, like not a key.
Right.
It served the key purpose, but
ignition problem.
Yeah, ignition. There you go. But it was just like an old rod in this Buick. And we got a beautiful morning going here. I don't know how to.
Yeah, sun's starting to come up over here, just barely.
Hold on, let's see.
But I killed my camera just because I'm driving and I'm not set up to show the road and all that.
Let's see if I can get it. Well, I'm doing this from the phone. I'm not used to doing it. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm excited for this bike ride, man. It's good to get physical. I see that a lot with that sensuality conversation as well. Like, so we got people talking about how we're spending too much time on the internet and all this and the horrible things we're doing with our body. But then part of the training also says that our body is inherently bad and evil,
Yeah, I didn't actually get so much of that. Now, I had a lot of repression in the culture, but it didn't seem to be weaponized against me individually, like maybe the Catholicism seems like it is. But since I didn't experience any of that form, it's hard for me to relate. And I'm not wired for guilt, thank God I don't have any actual personality disorders, but I got a healthy dose of enough of them where, guilt is not. I have guilt. Everybody experiences guilt, but I'm not really set up for it. For me as an individual, it's just not. I'm not wired for it, generally speaking.
When I always had the experience as a bigger fella, bigger boy, and a larger man at some point, that when the bigger boys start playing, they always sort of get in trouble, right? it's always fun. The playing the roughhousing is always fun until like the bigger kids roughhouse, and then it becomes an actual fight. Right.
Yeah,
Like on
I'm
the
not quite.
playground
Yeah,
shit. I'm saying it starts in a lot of ways how we demonize boys and masculinity and some
oh,
of the
100%.
yeah,
See,
some of the
that was
skills that we're
all.
born with.
Well, and real quick, where I grew up, I just got lucky because not only was that allowed and tolerated, it was encouraged.
Yeah.
I never got in trouble for getting angry and acting in an overly masculine, aggressive fashion.
Yeah, I've
Never,
heard you say
never,
that, and I think that's
never.
so interesting. And how
My
different.
culture like almost demanded it in a way. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I had a sense of that from my dad and his generation, but yeah, that was not the way it was growing up in the 80s and 90s in my area, at least.
Yes, there was something about just where I was, man. We were just behind in that way. We hadn't taken the download yet, I guess.
Yeah, but
For
that's the
whatever
thing.
reason.
Is it bad behind or just behind schedule? You know.
Behind schedule. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not inferior. It's just I'm still here at this age, but then my experience of socialization was very different than most people's. It seemed like now most males were not socialized the way I was, although some were.
Well, and the interconnecting point I make in all that is just like how many of our talking points actually lead to the enslavement that we're claiming to be against. Like how many of our moral principles, how many of our fundamental things end up actually serving us up to the thing that we claim we don't like.
Well, I'm sure that's true, Yurt. I think for me personally, I'm oblivious to all that on the front end, so I don't really figure it out until I think about it later.
Yeah.
Like, and then if I have to actually come to the conclusion on my own without help, it could take years. Like, literally. I mean, I'm not even kidding. So you're
No,
probably right. I just don't understand how you're right, but that doesn't make you wrong that I don't understand how you're right.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying it's like we like the morality on the sexuality thing. So we realize like, oh, okay, we're a little lustful here. We're a little programmed to it. You know, we need to get this in check with sort of our connection to God or higher principles and do that thing. And then I'm saying the end place that we end up at is not having children anymore. Nobody making children anymore, and all the culture, all the society that comes with that. The same thing with the fighting conversation, right? Well, why that was bred out by priest class morality was because a lot of people die that way. A lot of good, healthy, strong men end up dying in that reality, right?
Yes.
The fighting reality. So we think, okay, you know, I don't want to see my uncles and my father and everyone killed in sort of this tribal warfare type shit. So the violence must be inherently wrong. And then we get de facto pacifism. And we don't even have a pacifism of principle, like maybe a Gandhi preach or something. It's just a pacifism of will. It's you know, I don't even know.
Well, but people don't even understand Gandhi and nonviolence in the first place. It's not even really nonviolence. It's intentionally taking so much violence that the enemy loses their stomach for perpetrating violence.
Which is one of those, in my opinion, sort of priest class morality promises.
But it's a strategy, though. I think people don't understand. Yeah. It's not like, oh, we're going to embody this principle because it's the right thing to do. No, Gandhi was playing a strategical game in a way, according to the official picture. That part of that was, hey, we're going to have this march, this salt march, and all of this. And when the soldiers start whooping the shit out of us, we're just, as everybody gets their head cracked open, we're just going to have new people ready to take their place to get their head cracked. And at a certain point, these soldiers are no longer going to be willing to crack open the heads of their countrymen.
Yeah, they just move like down the street a little bit to the Middle East, right? To Pakistan and started crushing fucking heads over there. So, but I get it, and I like it, and I I brought Gandhi up because I just finished that Yogananda book.
Well, yeah, and I kind of went on a tangent, so please
No,
feel
no,
free to
no,
go back
that's-
to what you were saying. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, and another book that came to mind was, and I've heard you mention, I believe you read, is that Saul Alinsky's Rules for
Oh yeah,
Radicals,
oh
which
yeah.
which in the Alex, I found it so interesting when I finally got around to read that after hearing people like Alex Jones and many others rant about how insane and horrible that book was, and then to go and read it and realize that everything Alex Jones does, he must have taken directly from Rules for Radicals, because all his behavior.
Yeah,
All his
100%.
behavior is rules for a radical strategy.
Bro,
So I
he's
get
an
this.
expert practitioner at that stuff. Expert.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He 100% is. Everything he did was that.
Yep.
To the end. That explains the Trump phenomenon from his angle. Right? It's very Machiavellian. And the best part of being Machiavellian is when you say I'm not being Machiavellian. That's one of the key.
Exactly.
That's one of the key strategies, right?
Well, yeah, and I've had experiences as a young person where I realized, oh, I'm naturally strategic, and most of these people are not thinking strategic. I figured that out real quick.
Yes.
And that's just how people are. Like, I'm set up for it, so what? But, I think as a younger person, I just assumed that people would understand what I'm doing strategically, and most of them have no fucking idea. It's fascinating. And I know I'm sidetracking a bit, but
No, I think it's all interrelated. It is fascinating. And
yeah. And I had a point earlier, but I really didn't want to derail you, and now I've lost it. That's just what happened.
Yeah, it's the nature of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a
it had to do. Okay, well, real quick.
Oh, go.
Well, real quick, with the young males killing each other, through violence and society, not wanting that. See, I tie that in with the corporate system where, especially in the past, as these corporate structures became more and more cemented, arguably, at a certain time, the system was very dependent on those males to go out and build shit and dig and fucking construct a lot of things through manual labor. So the system, it was not in the system's best interest that, the slightly stronger male is taking out the slightly weaker male, right? The system needed them to go out there and build shit. That's the way I view it.
Yeah, absolutely. Until they didn't.
Isn't that where we're at now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that explains the whole story, the post-industrial era.
So the ideologies necessarily are the ideologies that are moving the system forward, which is where I've reached the conclusion that all this traditional family values, American exceptionalism, mom and apple pie, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, none of that was ever, oh, this is the way to live. That was what the system propagated at the time for its own purposes, and now it's being discarded. But a lot of people have the misapprehension that, oh no, that's just a superior way to live. And for some reason, the people who were there figured that out and lived it, and now they don't anymore. That's not what happened, in my view. But go ahead, sir.
Oh, that's not what happened in my view either. I would just add the one caveat: it might be the way to live, not necessarily the pulling you up from your bootstraps. I think that is a lie.
Well, the nuclear family and all of that could still be a better way.
Maybe even the nuclear family, but I do think a critical point, and I do it tongue in cheek and to be provocative, but I do think a critical thing, not having children, if you have, your basic heterosexual instincts intact and have a passion for the other sex, not having children, I think is one of the most detrimental things to reality. Because you don't ever.
I think it can be, definitely. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, but just because I believe for most people, like we're talking, where does some of that strategy come into play, right? Well, the family. We used to strategize from a family concept. There's a bunch of things like that. The protective instinct for the children that should be manifest in the parents, and all these things. I think there's certain stages that are much more difficult to come to an understanding without doing the procreative thing that we're sort of built for.
I'm sure that's true. I sidestepped an entire arena of growth by not replicating. I'm certainly aware of that. No doubt about
Yeah.
it.
But that's
Yeah, I
not
would
to
be a
say,
I would be a very different person, and I'm not experiencing this life fully in some regard. That's a true fact that I cannot escape. You're not
yeah,
wrong. However, you know, I've come to understand that's not everybody's path, but for the majority of people, it is, right? Even now. Now we are seeing more and more people just sidestepping that, and I would just say for a lady, it certainly seems to be more detrimental to not have that experience. But then we also, for males, you have the guys who never replicated, but also were never successful with the ladies sexually. Then you get into the incel territory. So if you have somebody like me who, it probably kept me out of prison or from being, dead from criminality. The fact that I was, uh, able to have the experiences at least of the women, even though the baby part was never added, right?
I always
So that.
felt sort of incel tangential. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, really?
yeah, like
Right.
the incels wouldn't really let me in if they knew my actual, romantic history. They'd be like, "Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here! You're not one of us." But but
Yeah.
but as that culture developed, just in an inability to relate to women in a healthy way sense of the incel thing, I felt that. I felt that and still feel that, and that's why I'm saying that's why I kind of stand on the procreation talking point, because I think like there's been a shame and guilt and all these movements that we were kind of talking around that like that's like a scary thing to say or an impossible thing for people to even think about for a lot it feels like, and it's like, well,
What
so
you mean? You mean even having children?
yeah, or even being with a woman. What I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
virginity age for men like something crazy? The percent of virgins at 20, 25 years old is 20, 30, 40% or even higher. I mean,
Yeah. 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 That's certainly unusual historically, without a
yeah,
doubt.
yeah, it's fucked up.
So, what do we do with that? That's not my, that's not for me to solve that, right? So, what does society do with that? Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that, well, here's the fucking 24 hours a day free porn.
Right. Yeah, and here's your social isolation to go along with it.
Yeah,
And here's
so now I'm seeing 25-year-olds who, in my generation, would have absolutely been successful socially, making videos like I'm 25 and I have no friends. I had 100 friends. I had 100 friends when I was 25. That's not an exaggeration. 100 friends, and not on my Facebook because I wasn't on Facebook. I'm talking about in real life friends. I had 100 of them at that age.
I know.
So what the fuck is going on? It's not It's not Benton just is a swell guy and people like him. It's like, no, the society's degraded in a certain type of way, but whether or not what comes out of that is not fully, I can just assume it's full doomer and all of this, but what comes out of that is not to be, we haven't seen that yet. It hasn't fully been realized, I would say. So who knows what's going to happen?
Well, I think that's why they have to set everyone down again, because, that was a talking point I was making a lot, was it's always, you got to look at the programming for, a generation 20 years ago to see how you got to where you're at. And then,
Sure, yeah.
oh, dude, and this is fucked up, and I'm rapping with you, so I feel myself slipping into a conversational state here where I'm oversharing. But on that talking point of programming and the transitioning form of the human being, it was funny. I always joke with my wife about the fact that a lot of explanatory value of my own life can be found in the movie Overboard by Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, as a childhood movie that I watched. And
Oh,
we
shit.
and we were talking last night. She had a movie, and it was one of those moments of surreal reality where it's like, what the fuck? But we somehow touched on that movie Multiplicity. Do you remember Multiplicity? With
Not specifically.
the
I'm
dude who
aware of it generally.
he's the dude who played the one of the OG Batmans. I forget his name. He was in that Birdman. Michael Keaton.
Yes.
Michael Keaton plays a dad, and the mom. He's a stay-at-home dad in this movie. He becomes a stay-at-home dad because his wife is going to go make the big bucks in the corporate slavery job, and then he starts cloning himself. And so that's the
Interesting.
multiplicity, is that he clones himself a bunch to take care of the family. And she brought up, and I'm sort of sharing her information, she wouldn't mind, but she brought up her parents were divorced, and they had that movie had come out. And they had this moment, the last moment of her mom and dad being together in sort of a peaceful moment. And it was the last moment of that childhood wish that mom and dad would figure it out. She had that moment with that movie. Like her mom invited dad and, hey, I rented, Multiplicity from Blockbuster. And even though I'm tearing you apart from your fucking family here, why don't you come in and sit on the fucking couch for an hour and a half and watch a Michael Keaton movie back in 96 or whatever.
Wow.
But
Wow.
then she goes and gets with a dude who really is essentially built for nothing but being a stay-at-home dad, essentially. I mean, if we're keeping it, real talk. And so, shit like that programming, how those little moments, those little anchor point moments that come through pop culture, fiction, or the social media page, in this era, you're not really going to see how that programming plays out for another generation. So we're not going to see the COVID era programming for another 20 years, And you think about that, how many
Yes.
movies like that from that time built in the reality that we see before us, like the RoboCops, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
We all know the
Yeah,
movies.
well, and real quick, I would say I would encourage people if they're so inclined, and we do seem to be in a community where people really don't like movies for the most part, but the reality is a lot of these older movies that are now very old, but they don't seem old to me because they came out when I was a young person, but to revisit those in the modern or the current context, it's a totally different, I'm a different person, the context is different. I think it could be helpful to go back and watch even RoboCop, just seeing, dude, the levels of graphic violence that would never fly today. People
It's
just
crazy.
assume, well, dude, people just assume like, oh, well, it's 2023, the world's more violent, it's almost like a Clockwork Orange, just assuming things are going to be becoming more and more violent. Dude, watch RoboCop. It's astonishing the levels of just graphic violence that you would not see today. Go ahead, sir.
Oh no, 100%. And growing, yeah, it just blows my mind. We were living in the ultra violent era that as those movies were coming out, like they
Yeah,
were
good God.
creating that ultra violent era, like during that, their actual production.
I mean, it was jarring when I went back and watched RoboCop because I knew how violent it was. I'd forgotten. I was like, oh God, what the fuck? So I'm, a product of this system in some kind of way. But as a young person, my parents knew not to let me see RoboCop. I don't. So how many, 10-year-olds saw that graphic violence back then? I'm sure a lot did, right? Whose parents didn't see the value in protecting them from such a thing.
Well, not only did we see it, it was the best of times. It was like the highlight. Oh my
Well,
God.
for you, probably. That's the thing is I was in an environment where they were intentionally sheltering me from those things. So
Yeah,
it
but I'm
became
saying
like
it's fucked up. It
taboo.
was fucked up watching Terminator at, what age would I have been? I think it came out in 1984. I
That sounds
probably,
about right.
watched that
9.
pretty
No.
89.
No, you were probably 9 years old or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, imagine what that does to a young person's brain, though. I mean, that can't be good for a young person's brain. And, a lot of mine as a young person was this. If you go back and look at the Jehovah's Witness literature, it has a lot of drawings of the apocalypse, and the
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
the end, right? And just a 5-year-old looking at those pictures multiple times a week, what did that do to my brain? Nothing good, I'm sure.
Now, that was the best part of the book, though. The book of Revelations is the best part. I mean, everybody knows that. Everybody knows you got to flip to the end of the book to get the juicy bits. But yeah, the experience of those ultra violent sort of golden era, it's probably not even the golden era of Hollywood, more like the silver era, or the bronze era of film, actually, we should probably call it. But the ultra violence in those films, it's funny, I won't even let my children watch movies I was already watching now. You know what I mean? Like I have a 13-year-old son. He's kind of entered that lane. I might start letting him watch some of those movies, and I was just allowed to watch essentially whatever. And not only
Exactly.
allowed, it was actually a strategy of parenting.
Yeah, he'll be glued to this for the next hour and a half, and there's no way he can pry his eyes away from it on some level.
Yeah, right.
So now we can do whatever we're going to do for the next hour and a half because he's occupied. I'm assuming it was some version of that.
Oh, 100%.
Where my
And
parents were
loved
the
it.
exact opposite. My parents were the exact opposite. They inflicted maximum damage by being on top of me almost 24 hours a day. Unless I was out running around on my own free time, right?
Yeah, that's one of my biggest fears is that I've sort of created that dynamic in an attempt to correct the previous dynamic. An
Yeah, the
over-involvement in my
overcorrection. Yeah.
family.
I'm sure you're doing fine. What Adam
Yeah,
Carolla would say
better believe.
on the old Loveline shows, if you called worried about your family, what Adam Carolla would say is, well, based on the fact that you are even concerned, you're going to be just fine. Because
Well,
the
yeah,
people who damage their kids don't give a flying fuck about what you're saying here.
yeah. But then the
They're
flip side,
unconcerned.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. But the accountability flip side is it's actually the good people that can do the most evil.
And that's straight out of the Jordan Peterson stuff, which I'm not saying he came up with those ideas, but absolutely. If I just assume I'm some good person, then that, of course, now I can do all this evil because, well, I'm a good person. So,
And specifically, and it's a subject that doesn't get touched on much, probably because most people don't have children in this community, or a large part don't, or the ones that do are smart enough to remain quiet. But I would be more interested in that conversation too, like how people's children sort of respond to a lot of the conspiracy theory stuff. How that filters out in family, because it's interesting watching my children wrestle with the same thing that many of us truthers do, that we know what we're saying is true, but we don't like how it plays out.
yes.
We don't like we don't like the implications of the truth we come to.
Yeah, you can't handle the truth community. Absolutely.
Yeah. And specifically with like school, we did our first week of homeschooling, which went great. It has its inherent challenges, but just the allure of public school, the allure of the public town square that doesn't even exist. That's the fucked up thing. It doesn't even really exist anymore.
Yeah.
But just the remnants.
Hey, Yurt, I'm so old and grew up in a time warp. We had actual civics class in junior high, if you can believe that.
Wow.
We had a whole. We might have had shop. I never took it, but we had civics, and we did an entire week on the 3 branches of government, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, a whole week on it. I know they're not getting any of that now. No way.
Dude, it is such a crazy process to try to teach someone how to think. Like, all my children, you can imagine, are bookish and sort of just inherently smart. But even, the practical challenge of trying to get someone to think. How do you get someone to think?
It's a great question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
An essay question, specifically that ability. I give you a scenario and you gotta, I could think up one if I gave it a second, but the type of question I'm talking about, like, where you got to take an opinion stance and argue for it. Think, like truly think. And it's not just a matter of being presented with a subject or whatever. Like it's weird.
Yeah, honestly, I have to say I have no idea how to compel somebody to start learning those things. No idea.
Apparently, you know how you do it, Benton. Apparently, what you do is you set people in a prison-like setting for 8 hours a day.
Oh, is that how you do it?
Yeah, and then you use a bunch of social dynamic rewards and punishments.
Interesting.
And then you sort of force them, you shoehorn them into being a critical thinker, but it's not really a critical thinker because you can never address the mentioned the undisclosed, the unacknowledged variables. You know, you can never fully answer any of those questions where you're put into a box that, you know, that's a fucked up thing I think a lot of homeschoolers go through, is we end up replicating the exact patterns of behavior we were attempting to escape.
Well, and how could it be otherwise? I mean, if that's what you were taught, I mean, aren't you going to end up reverting to that in some way? I would assume so.
Yeah, you do.
But I don't know, since I don't have no children, I have no idea. I've never been responsible for educating the youth, so I have no idea.
Yeah, it's sort of
I like
a grave
getting,
responsibility.
yeah, I like getting your perspective on it, certainly.
Well, and I realize that, and I think a lot of parents feel this, and it's sort of the fear of having a family is you find yourself in a position where you're treading water, and if you looked out at the ocean that you were treading water in, you would sort of freak out. So, and as a conspiracy theorist, I'm like, oh, that's cognitive dissonance land. When I get into a land where I'm just accepting things for what they are because I'm too overwhelmed to look at them in their complexity, that's called cognitive dissonance land, right?
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
And so you start making up excuses, but you literally can't stop treading water and look around and fully assess it. You know what I mean? There's no
I do know what you mean.
You can't pause it. And we all feel this in our life, even if you don't have a family, right? Like there's a moving nature to life each day that you got to do something, right? You can't just.
Well, you can. That's where a lot of the psychological problems come in, right? Because people can just sort of warehouse themselves and, you know, entertain themselves, or they think, you know, engage with entertaining media or whatever, and sort of, you know, not face a lot of these dynamics, I'm assuming. I mean, it seems to be a thing that's happening, if I'm understanding what you're saying.
How fucked up is it that, like, we got people in all, you know, I think how fucked up it is from my own reality, you know, we sort of accepted, for a long time, we took like a enforced vow of poverty, sort of in a way that we made our decisions, and we were already poor, so it wasn't much of a choice. Again, maybe that's cognitive dissonance, that I thought I had some level of choice in my poverty. But, you know, it is pretty crazy to go through the economic struggles that many of us are going through, but then be aware and at some level watching and being entertained by a social media that completely devalues the value of a dollar, the value of whatever, just inherently devalues things, right? And I'm thinking here of some of the social media influencers, you know, the Pauls or whatever. I don't even know many of these people, but people that just have outrageous amounts of money for doing nothing, and then mom and dad can't, you know, put food on the table. And I'm not having that level of problem, but still, what reality is that for children to be idolizing social media influencers who are talking about, you know, all these money challenges for absurdity, and then mom and dad are working service industry jobs and can't, you know, make ends meet?
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I don't have the solutions to any of that stuff.
Yeah, well, who does, Benton? Who's got some solutions that I can find to some of this shit?
Nobody.
Nobody. I know, right? And this
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, and I'm sort of over talking you because I sense you're in a public environment that it might be helpful.
Yeah, my attentions are diverted.
Yeah. But
I don't have enough horsepower yet to shop and have this conversation
no,
on
I completely
full
understand.
level.
So I don't mind, you know, using your channel for my soapbox for a second to help you, assist you in your broadcast and your consumer. Are we in the Walmart? Are we on the
Correct
right now?
Yeah, we're in the Walmart. Yeah.
Walmart. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see right as people were talking about Bentonville? The Drudge put out that article. Apparently, Bentonville is a hipster hotspot these days. Have you heard this? Yeah.
It's becoming that. Well, historically, it was a tiny little town. There was nothing there but Walmart for many years, and I mean nothing. Walmart and Walmart vendors. When I started working there was literally not. When I first moved to the area, there was not a multi-lane road in Bentonville. Not a single multi-lane road. It's changed drastically. So most of the people that live there ain't from there because it was such a tiny area historically, right? So it's a bunch of people not from Arkansas. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it's become that.
Yeah, and that was a drug. It's so weird. Isn't it
Yeah.
weird to have been alive to see Walmart become a thing?
Dude, I'm from Arkansas, and at a certain point, Walmart was the largest corporation on the planet. Bill Clinton was the governor, and the president of the United States. And my basketball team won the national championship. The Razorbacks won the national championship. Clinton attended some of those games as the sitting president. It was just like Arkansas somehow was like the center of the universe. It was very bizarre.
And I
Very
think
bizarre.
in my conspiracy theory lore, there's a specific reason for that, but I can't quite pin it all together loosely.
Well, it was the war on drugs, all of that,
yeah.
and the Iran-Contra, all that went through Mena, Arkansas. They even made a movie about it with Tom Cruise called American Made. And the CIA, Barry Seal was flying in Nicaraguan rebels that were being trained in the woods in Arkansas back then.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And we're not even talking about the drugs that Bill Clinton was having flown into Mena, Arkansas. And that's probably a big part of how he became the president of the United States. Because as we know, George Herbert Walker Bush was the one running all of that Iran-Contra, the former head of the CIA, right?
And then imagine the full circle narrative to pull all the themes of this dialogue together. So while intellectuals were pointing that out, and I forget the guy's name, like didn't a guy get whacked, another Jones guy that got whacked that documented a lot of that. They're always getting whacked, but the social dynamics that there's intellectuals, conspiracy theorists at the time pointing out all of this, right? But culturally, 13, 14-year-old 15-year-old Austin is sitting in a cornfield somewhere and watching, gangbanging in Little Rock or whatever, these documentaries of gangsterism and drug culture and all this. The Master P's, Master P was a huge influence. I know he's from New Orleans or whatever. But that same cultural influence. So they're double dipping, right? They're making the money on all the dope. And then it's having the great effect of the cultural influence, the cultural sabotage, and all that simultaneously. So, and it's the same thing today, right? Where we're like, oh, these social media dynamics are completely fucked, nothing we can do about them, while we're influenced and our behavior is dictated and shaped and sort of, manipulated by them. And you see this huge in the Trump shit. And I love some of the commentary on that, the official fiction mugshot. Like the runaway train aspect of these dynamics, it's disheartening, I guess, if you let it be.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I kind of had to tune out during some of that.
Yeah, I started tuning myself out.
I found the one register that's not taking cash, so I had to use my card, even though I did not want to. Or I guess I could have rang everything up again.
God. Dude, those self-checkout. Isn't it amazing how adaptive we can be to revolutionary changes in our life as long as they come from the Wizard of Oz?
I prefer the self-checkout, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, it's the same, 100%. But I'm just saying culturally that they can just be like, oh, by the way, everyone checks out their own groceries now. And everyone's like, okay.
Yeah.
But if we're like, hey, can the children stop murdering the children in public education facilities? Nope. But we can all figure out how to be our own grocers randomly 1 week. But actual issues, nope, no solutions at all.
Yeah, completely. And I agree. It's a trip.
Yeah, man.
Apologies for my being diverted in my attention, but this has to be done.
I kind of like that quiet space, right? A little bit,
Yeah, I just put a lot of pressure on myself to sort of keep up my side intellectually, and I'm not smart enough. But we have some people who want to join. Moose, Moose, we're gonna see if Moose can
There we go.
not
Good.
sidetrack us
I'm
too
gonna go
much.
wrestle up some coffee too. So
Yeah.
I'm here and listening. I'll jump in.
All right, cool. What's up, Dick? What's up, Moose? They don't know they're here, Yurt. See, this is also the
Oh, I got you. And I'm still in the
Yeah.
house. I wasn't
Cool.
too close to the coffee. Come on, Dick and Moose. Y'all always got
Yeah,
the
they know.
comment.
Yeah,
Yeah, the host.
yeah,
is
well,
still
yeah,
live.
good.
Hey, what's up, Dick?
You guys caught me off guard. I was sitting there making my tea, and then I realized I was in the show.
Awesome. I love that.
Well, good day to you folks. How's your Grand Rising going?
I'm pretty happy with mine. What about yours?
I was just relating to your discussion about the self-checkout and how when I first saw that anomaly, I thought, oh, this is terrible because they're going to replace us all with robots or whatever, which they are. But I, like you guys, prefer the self-checkout. I don't want to deal with somebody. So
I have this thing. Yeah, I have this thing where they insist on intervening. The human, for some reason, knows I don't want them to come bother me, so they come bother me most of the time. Which I find
Exactly. I
fascinating.
went to
I hate that.
self-checkout, and I've had the lady come over and check me out like I would want a human to do that because there was nobody else there. I'm like, no, I'm in self-checkout because I just want to deal with a fucking computer. Get out of my
Exactly.
way.
Well, and the customer service has become so poor. I would, at least the computer will pretend to tell me to have a nice day. Potentially, I mean, they don't necessarily say have a nice day, but you know, it's not going to give bad customer service.
Yeah, exactly. And these days just got, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm germaphobe, but it seems like whenever I do go through the checkout, there's always some person snotting and coughing.
Yeah. Thankfully, I don't have the germophobia, so I don't even care about that stuff. But I understand how that could be off. Yeah, I understand how that could be off-putting. Certainly, I don't have that gene for whatever reason.
The germaphobe gene.
No, I got none of that. In fact, I watched this movie as a kid called What About Bob with Bill Murray, and he played the main character, and he was a germaphobe. And through that movie, I saw, okay, this is no way to live. Because I saw all the negatives of how he was limited in his life based on this germophobia. You know, it prevented him from doing a lot of things he wanted to do in the movie. So if I had any inclination, that movie broke me of it.
I could see that.
It
would be a rough path.
I have some of the OCD stuff, certainly, but yeah, not the germaphobe, thank God.
I have both. OCD, big time, germaphobe, and autistic tendencies.
Oh, yeah, it seems like a lot of us are starting to understand we may have some neurodivergent, traits. So that's interesting, certainly.
Yeah, the obsessive compulsive is a weird one because it always will. When you're learning new skills or learning new crafts, you fuck yourself over because you overthink it. And even when you're trying to learn from someone,
by analysis, yes, sir. Paralysis by analysis. Yep, that's one of my specialties. So I've trained myself. Sometimes I'll just make a decision, even though I know it's not going to be optimized, because my tendency would be to learn everything possible first, and that's actually worse in a lot of regards. So it's like, well, I'm going to make an 85% educated guess, and if it works out, it works out. But because I know what I'll do otherwise is I will examine all the factors exhaustively and then make the optimized decision. But that's not always what the situation calls for. So maybe you can relate to that on some level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had one yesterday where I'm building a deck and I'm extending a deck, and it was much easier to extend it out 8 feet than it was to extend it out 10 feet just because of where the post would go and just how it was already built and everything. But I really wanted it 10 feet. So I sat there for the better part of the day just contemplating how I would have done it 10 feet, even while I was building it 8 feet. And then finally, at the end of the day, I changed my whole opinion. I said, I don't care if it takes me a week extra to ground into these, rocks that I have.
I might be breaking
I
up,
just
Dick, or
overthink it.
one of us is breaking up. I don't know if it's you or me.
Uh-oh. Maybe I got to
Can't
restart
tell.
my computer.
Yeah, you're
I
breaking
don't
up.
know. It might be me. Could be me. I don't know.
Yeah, so getting lost, I hear you talking about getting lost in thinking about things that end up not mattering because there's basic parameters in life that prohibit that from happening. That sort of energy, Dick.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to restart my computer.
Oh, cool. And I stepped out for a second, but you guys were talking about cashiers, and the other thing I think about cashiers is there's some really cool deer. Sorry, I'm distracted. Some beautiful deer moving through the field over here. But you think about cashiers, and yeah, part of the reason we probably like the robot cashiers is because it's really shameful to be looking at a 60, 70-year-old woman who's sort of lazily in her Prozac haze ringing up your groceries, and she's sort of wondering why reality has come to the point that she's 60 or 70 years old and forced to ring up your fucking groceries.
Yeah, good point. My mom my own mom might be doing some version of that soon.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. It's very disturbing, I must say.
Yeah. I had a very disturbing moment, and my mom, the mom I have and that I was talking about earlier, I had a couple of disturbing moments with her where she really refused to work, essentially.
Yeah.
But then all life came crashing down around her, and she finally had to do what she had to do. And we were actually not talking for a period, and I just happened to be in the grocery store she was working in, and just seeing her face, how miserable she was in that. It's like,
man, it's a bummer, dude. It's a bummer.
It's the end of the road of the divorce generation. And not saying all those people are a result of that, but I think a large part of it is sort of women that have, got a divorce or husband died or God knows what. And then it's like a survival thing.
Well, my mom has a husband. They're just old, and I don't know that either one of them really knows what they're doing with their finances. And I was under the impression that this was not a possibility. I thought they were both done working, and now she's talking about maybe having to go get a job. I'm like, what are you talking about? Huh? Because, part of me is, dude, I would, now that I'm fucking dying, I guess, before I would have helped them out, if I was still truck driving or whatever. Just crazy, man. The whole thing's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and there's no family cohesion. Everyone's just like scraping together a reality for themselves. And it's like, well, hey,
a bunch of bums, man. Just a bunch of bums. Just all doing their own thing. Sorry, man. I got a lot of energy around this topic, but yeah.
No, and so nuts. It's the same thing. Literally just pleading with my mom. Hey, just give up on your dysfunction just a little bit, and I can help solve. We're talking about who can solve your issues. I've literally said to my mom in those conversations throughout the years, I don't do them anymore, but literally just stop being so fucked up, and like I will do whatever you need. You know what I mean? And this is what they do to men. This is what they do to people in their life, and it's still not enough because they're like, no, I'm going to keep you fucked up. And you're like, okay, well.
Oh, they double down on the dysfunction.
Yeah, I'm going to keep doing it. Well, okay then.
Yeah, you're going to try to get me out of this. I'm going to do it more.
Yeah, and suffer. And okay.
Dick is back. Sorry about that, Dick. I'm driving, and it took me a minute to figure out I needed to add you back to the stream. So. Welcome back, sir. If you are
my life in that, I feel like I've been living my life like that, Dick, in a lot of ways. Sort of maybe worried about the wrong shit, especially. Maybe even in the last year. I was worried about this specifically, Dick, in the last year with everything that went down and then sort of ending up in this internet ghetto of this niche truther community and just even doing the YouTube thing, considering all the issues of the world, worried about the wrong shit. I think that's an interesting point.
Yeah, I've heard you contemplate that on your channel as well. It's an interesting observation, but you don't know what you don't know, and it's hindsight's 2020. So hopefully in the time that you were focusing on the wrong shit, you had the best of intentions and you were learning in the process. Because how do you know right now you're focusing on the right shit? You might look 10 years from now and be like, fuck, I should have. And I think you're observing that. You're saying, but is this YouTube thing even profitable, worthwhile? Is the time spent? But everybody has a form of entertainment, even in the worst of times, right? You'd be in the Roman Colosseums watching people get torn apart by lions. So I got to imagine what we're doing is better than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
arguably.
Or less bad, right?
Yeah, we just tear each other up metaversally now,
Yeah.
Watch each
Yeah,
other get torn up in the metaverse.
See, that seems like less fun to me. That's the whole. I thought that would satiate, but that actually ends up being less fun. But
Yeah, you want real blood.
I'm more kind of even saying the super practical element of like, are they going to go cashless on civilization? And then are we really that Alexander Solzhenitsyn quote, how we rolled later in the gulags?
Well, wait a minute. Hey, I gotta challenge you. Go talk to a young person and ask them how much cash they got on them, bro. It's already cashless.
Yeah.
Right.
The young folks ain't carrying cash. It's a wrap.
Right.
Yeah.
I get what
But
you're
go ahead.
saying, but will there be a point where, because now privately, many corporations are charging for using cash, and then the banks, of course, if you have large cash deposits, will charge you, and that's one of the things with the precious metal guys. I guess these dealers are going out of business because they don't want to pay all the money to the banks when they have the big cash deposits. So will there be a point where it's governmentally regulated that all cash transactions have a fee associated with it to try to deter people from using it? Because that would really be the game changer, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a thing that could happen, I'm sure.
Well,
And the countries, well, real quick, the countries that went negative on their interest rate, is exactly what Dick is saying. It actually costs money to put cash in the bank. But go ahead, Yerk.
Well, I was just going to say the other aspect that seems like the game changer would be if they got the pass system in place. I mean, that was a practical worry, right? That you will be shut off from the essential goods you need. That's not just philosophical. They were flirting with that idea. Now, can they ever really do that? I don't know, but that would be a game changer sort of situation. Or the employment. I mean, don't forget that most people, the vast majority, were faced with their were fired. They were fired. Their means of putting food on the table was directly threatened with an action. Of course, there was facade. It was filibuster. Were super mature conspiracy theorists who saw through it all the time. But they were right there at that fucking point, beyond the point, right? Like many people who didn't have Jedi abilities did get fucked out of their position, and did even worse, went and took a thing. And we won't go into that because we can't, because we're modifying our behavior for our overlords here. But we know what we're all talking about. So it's weird. This realm that we operate in, that we have time to talk about it, but the problems are fucking pretty serious. It would seem to me. That got rambling.
Yeah.
Why are they serious problems?
Insurmountable. Go ahead, Dick.
I was just going to say, why are they serious problems in relation to anything else we've faced over history? And just, is it a problem? I mean, couldn't we just shut it off?
The technology? The technology?
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at, is like, A, what is the problem, and is it really a problem? All these things that are happening in the world, like, because you were saying it like maybe it's something we could affect or do something to change. So what's the problem that we would need to change anyway in the world?
I mean, you seem to be pretty sustainable yourself. I'm fairly sustainable, and the reality of not being able to go into a grocery store, or the reality of not being able to obtain gainful employment to service my debt slavery status, those are legitimate issues to the functioning of my family. And I'm probably more hardcore like you, that you know, that I have my lines in the sand. They won't be crossed to whatever extent I have to go to live to my principles, of course. So I'm not sweating it like that. But those are, you know, things that can get you a little fucked up.
I got you. Well, there's always the opposition. There's always, you know, another way to skin a cat or whatever. They people will come up with alternative forms of exchange, regardless of what the government does. And if they do those things, there's nothing we can do about it anyway. So it's just kind of, you know, wait and see how quick they implement it. It seems that's the direction they're leaning, right? They would like to have us all in that bubble where they can just control every single thing and also see everything. And maybe to Benton's point, they have more of that than most of us give them credit anyway. So I think that all this stuff always comes down to consent to me in my mind. I mean, it's even like self-assembling nanotech or whatever that's going to take us over and cyborg us out against our will or whatever. No. They need our consent. There's a human spirit, free will thing there.
Well, sorry, finish your point, but I never agreed with that talking point, just as an aside.
Yeah, go ahead, expound on it. I can as well, but I mean, what do you not agree with about it?
The master criminal doesn't have to be the dupe and tell you his whole plan before he does it. There's no moral imperative. If you're doing dastardly, scandalous things, you don't give a fuck about appeasing that moral adjudicator that you're offending, because you're already offending him.
Yeah, fair enough. So why do they do it though? Why do they tell you before they do it?
Just for power,
manipulation,
for swag, I guess. It's just a gangster. It's a duping gangster's motive, I think.
Hey, have you guys seen these romance scams and stuff? Some of these Indian at these call centers, they do this thing now when they send the mule to go pick up the cash in the scam. They take a picture of a $1 bill and send that and say, hey, make sure the person picking up the money has a picture of this $1 bill with this code. And that's a duper's delight. They're saying, hey, we're taking your $50,000 and here's what we're giving you, a picture of a $1 bill.
I don't understand how so an India company.
No, listen. It's a scam. It's a scam that only dumbos fall for. So eventually somebody literally shows up at their house and takes 50 grand in cash from them. And as part of that process, the scammer sends them a picture of a $1 bill and says, make sure that the courier can tell you the code off of this, the serial number off this bill. So when the person finally realizes they've been scammed, they have an email with a picture of a $1 bill. What they no longer have is $50,000 in their bank account. Why do they do that? You tell me. It makes no sense. They don't need to have a code read to them off a dollar bill. It means nothing.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
They do that because of what you're just saying. They are deriving some measure of satisfaction from that, I would assume. I'm assuming.
Talking about A Clockwork Orange, or even gangster hip hop culture that played such a big part in my upbringing. Why was all that so attractive? Shooting people, killing people, selling drugs, all that behavior. Why is that? There's something alluring about power inherently. And so the swag of punking someone like that, taking their money, and the whole time you've been duping them and conning them, it's like thrilling.
Yeah, it wasn't attractive to me, and I was turned off by it, and I never got into it. I had friends that were, and eventually we kind of drifted apart because they had a different culture and a different ideology and whatnot. But I did get into the heavy metal, like anarchist, fuck everything, resist all authority kind of ideology. It wasn't gangsterism, but it was kind of like maybe like aggressive independence. Like, I don't need anything from anybody anywhere. Just leave me the fuck alone. And I got that out of kind of the grunge / metal scene, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, 100%. And there's just style. You just get style points for the evil. That's what they're going for. They're going,
Mhm.
the XP bonuses, I think, is what they're doing in a lot of their mechanizations. But you know what? I don't see a lot of it going the way they think they're going to. So that's why I do, that's my optimistic rant. Especially here in more rural flyover country, a lot of that shit didn't get off the ground too much at all. But it is very insidious, the little ways that they move the goalpost or the Overton window, like at this super rural grocery store near me, they put digital markers on all the items. And you're like, oh, why would they instead of, and this is just a middle of nowhere grocery store. Oh, why would they do that? For a bunch of reasons, right? They're expecting fluctuating prices in all of those things. So that it's like your gas, they need to be able to change it day to day depending on
like
the shit that's going on. And what if that was incorporated with the pass system or, right? It's just.
I was thinking it was so they could GPS it, so they knew where it was at all times, trackable inventory. But
exactly. But this is a rural, nowhere grocery store that is resisting change in 100 ways, but yet those digital new price tags are there out of nowhere,
hey, you know what's a trip out here in Colorado? I'm noticing is we got these fucking scooters everywhere, and people just leave them. And I guess some crew comes behind and picks them up. I find that to be an interesting cultural change now where like everybody's out for safety, right? Like safe. Hey, we got to be safe and effective. And yet you got these guys riding down the middle of the street with a government provided scooter at like 30 miles an hour with oncoming traffic and, rush hour and all. It's like, how did someone get this approved in this world if everything needs to be safe? And it's just weird to me. Like, you'll get homeless that use them and they'll put all kinds of shit on them. And it's in one ways, it's like, it's a good public service. People have a way to get around now, whereas they didn't otherwise. But I don't know. Do you guys see that in any of your neck of the woods or in your travels? The scooter phenomenon.
What? And the talking point is it seems to be part of the own nothing and you will be happy.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. Because when you're talking about the merchandise, I was thinking about how, like, well, yeah, in one respect, GPS, you could stop theft. But on the other side, if you were going to have that be used universally, it's like, oh, well, here's one right over here. Just go grab this, whatever it was they bought. He bought a hammer. He used it. He just left it there. Because now he doesn't need it. When he needs another hammer, the system will tell him, oh, it's right over here. Go grab it,
Well, and what's crazy, and Benton has talked about this, the difference between grift and graft. And I believe the difference there is graft is government, right? And so you also, you imagine how much money was sucked out of in the workshopping and the thinking up the rollout of that and the investigating what company was going to get it and all the politicking that went into that. And then also, I would love to see the statistical analysis on those things of how many people in the city are actually using any of that. Like, how many people are really riding a fucking little cart like that around in these bigger cities? Like, several percent.
Obviously, a lot. I mean, I can't believe the places I see them on the side of the freeway. I mean, just people take them beyond where they're supposed to go, obviously. And they're usually in these little touristy areas, and they'll have a big kiosk of them where you can get them, but then there's little mini kiosks where people will leave them, but they just literally drop them anywhere. I mean, there's scooters all over fucking Colorado Springs. You can go look at it, especially if like you're in the Manitou Springs area, and there it's like that's a centralized area where they have a lot of them, or Colorado City. That fucking, I couldn't believe it. They're making it a smart city, kind of like they were talking about what they want to do with Lahaina. I remember I went down to Colorado City, and the bathrooms are smart bathrooms now. And I think they're doing it because they don't want the homeless or druggies in there, shooting up or whatever. But like, it analyzes you before you go in. And it all came in with the scooters. The same day I found the scooters there was the same day the smart bathrooms were there. And they shut down completely at a certain time, so you can't use them after 10 p.m. or whatever. Even just that type of control, right? They could shut your currency off. They could shut your car off. Well, they start with the bathroom, right? You got to take a fucking shit. You just, went out of the bar. You're walking down the street. There's a smart bathroom. Now it's so smart. It tells you can't take a shit.
Yeah, I don't have any business with you, sir. Sorry, I forgot to mute. Somebody was trying to talk to me, leaving the
Or then
grocery store.
I'll go urinate in a bush and a fucking drone will come by and arrest me, because I didn't use the smart
That
bathroom, which
literally-
wouldn't allow me to.
That literally happened in this book science fiction book I just finished. That I was alleging was written by an AI. I swear to God. I talked about it in a stream. And I don't think I even mentioned that part, but a drone picks a person up for pissing in a public area.
See, because we're always looping so like back in the day, you had the water fountain for certain colored skin. In the future, it'll be we have the bathroom for the higher social credit score. If you're of higher pedigree, we don't want to use a bathroom of these lower social credit score people.
Yeah,
we have to have.
That is it. That's it. It's a choose your own adventure novel, and if you're willing to play a certain game, then the rat will get moved up. That's the panopticon philosophy, and you don't really know ever why you're getting more benefits. You think it's a credit score. You used to think it was wealth, but it's actually your compliance. Compliance is what.
Right. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're all good. I got to go get my coffee.
I'm back.
I got to load up these bikes.
I'm back, but if y'all are going to go, we'll probably wrap up pretty soon. So it doesn't really matter. I'm doing another live stream here at some point. So.
Well, and directly to the point, yeah, I like what you said. Going peeing in a bush and then getting arrested for that, and that's where a bit of my optimism or my high vibing comes in. Is I know the barbarism of man will sort of gum up all the works of the transhumanists, and I know that. I think you mentioned this even this morning, laying your body. That quote against the machine. Thing. And I think we will do that instinctually. It's just going to be a messy, dystopic, Philip K. Dickian world. And that's why I always bring up the author Philip K. Dick, because he really presaged so much of this. And this idea of even different timeline realities all piling up on each other. And we see that like you go into like a 50s diner and you could be back in the 50s or 60s. You could cultivate that reality for yourself, just like this dystopic future high-tech reality is going to be sculpted in areas where it latches on, and then little bits of that will filter out to the rural America, but then we start flipping it, or different neighborhoods flip it, or we do our own thing, or like what we do on YouTube every day, to do the producer Moose talking point, right? We attempt to take the tech and these control systems and flip them at least to our own use, whatever that ends up being, right? It's not some big world-changing thing, but it, maybe my own reality could be stronger, or at least more creative, or something like that. So thank you, Benton, for hosting that and creating a platform this morning for me to join that. And thanks, Dick, for jamming.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep going, feel free. I mean, it's I could go either way with it, so it's up to you guys, really. Yeah, I know Yurt's going on his bike ride soon, so we probably shouldn't keep him any longer.
Yeah, let me check on this coffee, and then I might have one more cup of coffee for you.
All right, man, cool.
I really do enjoy listening to Yurt there, especially his morning monologues. I always end up finding myself contemplating it after. I'll listen early in the rising, and then I'll go do my work. And he's always got me thinking, questioning my views, or just looking at things in a different angle. Or the synchronicity, it's like the same thing I'm thinking in that moment.
Yes, absolutely. I've experienced that as well. And we have sort of coaxed this out of him to some extent. He wasn't, seems like over time he's doing a little more of that, the monologuing, which I do appreciate myself, selfishly.
Yeah, I have a lot of admiration for his mind, and I'm very different in the sense that I'm not well read. I had a very terrible education and didn't, even when I did have access to good education, I didn't really honor it. I just took what I wanted from it. And I'm in a house that's very opposite, because I married a woman that's a speed reader. And so she absorbs information like nobody I've ever met, honestly. And my kids got that attribute from her. So they'll read, 3 books in a day. They go to the library habitually. They're constantly just checking out book after book, and so to see my kids be able to absorb that much information that quickly, and I'm the guy who doesn't do that in the house. You know, I mean, I guess I get most of my information from Tricknology or online. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, it's probably not your learning style. Some people do not learn from reading books, and that's just a thing.
I wish I
Some
did.
people learn from hearing.
Yeah, I think I got lazy early on because when I got into sales early on, I would get in the car and I would do the self-help audiobooks and this kind of jazz. And that's how I got my information. So I was much more audible.
Yes. What I'm saying is I listen to audiobooks for enjoyment. I don't learn that way. So in school, I had a lot of guilt around I don't listen to the teacher. But in reality, I don't learn that way. So I just read the whole time the teacher was talking. I read a book. But I didn't know, the adults around me, none of them understood, oh, he just doesn't learn through you telling him things. So it's a waste of his time to listen to the teacher. But the teachers knew. They knew I was just sitting there not listening. But I read I read whatever we were going to cover that day. I read it. I read it in 3 minutes, and now I can make 100 on the quiz because it's easy. School's easy, right? So
yeah,
I already knew the material, so there's really no reason for me to be listening. So I just sat there.
I
and read
wonder if you were
book.
subconsciously though multitasking, where you were absorbing what you needed or a certain amount from it while simultaneously.
No, I do not learn through people telling me things.
Huh.
What I mean is, if you try to teach me something by telling me, I cannot learn it that way.
But you can
Like,
read it.
I
Can't.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah. No, when I was a kid, I had damn near a photographic memory for reading. Almost photographic. And like when I read a book, when I look at the page, my brain somehow knows exactly what not to bother reading. And I go exactly to what I need to know. And I completely ignore the rest of it. And I just do that naturally for whatever reason. Yeah, it just comes natural. I don't know how or why I do that. So literally, I learned the material 3 minutes before the class started. Now I know the lesson based on how they test for the lesson. Doesn't mean I understand the material. It means I can tell them whatever they're going to ask me. So at any point, the teacher could stop her lesson and ask me a question. And I will know the answer every single time. But go ahead.
Yeah, I really like learning through videos. And I feel like I got a secondary education just through YouTube. And as far as being a guy that was raised by a mother that needed a lot of manly skills when I came out to nature, getting into guys like Wrangler Star or just other homesteaders and people that are skill oriented, skill centric, and have all these different ways to fabricate, solve problems. I feel like I became that guy in the last 10 years by having access to all this information, and I retained it. It's like I actually have it in my mind now where I could teach somebody else or at least get the job done.
Yes. So that is probably your learning style. Go ahead, Christos. Sorry about that.
No, I mean, you guys had back and forth. You're good. I just wanted to say this reminds me how Pineal will watch things at 1.5 or 2 times speed on YouTube. I think it's less serious than what you guys are talking about. Speed reading, I think, actually has some legitimacy and like value. I'm not saying watching in 2 times speed doesn't have value, but there's something about it I can't really take seriously, as if like it's more of an efficient way to get information by listening in 2 times speed, such as Pineal Power does. But y'all got it. I just want to throw that in there. And by the way, gentlemen, this is a great combo. I just also want to come up here to say that it's nice to see Yurt on a panel, especially with Benton. There's a synergy, and then Dick is the cherry on top.
Nice. Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated, brother. Yeah, Yurt, he almost fled when I added panelists, but I was not able to carry the broadcast at that point, sir. So we had I had no choice.
That's interesting, the speeding things up and information. I forget the line in the book of Revelation, but it's something like knowledge will like run to and fro, but wisdom won't be found. Or what is that? Maybe someone can better correct me, but that idea, right? Like, what's even the point? I get playing things at 2 times speed, like in the broadcast, because you're just trying to get it on the record, whatever you're trying to comment on. But like in actual reality, as you're trying to learn stuff, what's the point of not. There's a great book on this
Yeah.
subject. I forget the author, called In the Praise of Slowness. I'd recommend people reading. And I'm horrible about that. And I have the worst thing on trying to accomplish tasks. And Dick was hitting on this earlier, of sort of like clenching down and feeling the need to like finish or do things in a particular way that can only be rectified by slowing down, taking the time, to do it correctly, or not getting, too hyper focused on a goal.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean the guy who he just sticks the fucking carport up, right? But he doesn't think about logistically on his land and how the flow of traffic works and where it's at in relation to the house and the weather and all. And he just throws it up and it takes the best view from the deck away. And it's because he's just being an asshole and he doesn't have any care and consideration to look at the bigger picture of the install and maybe advise the customer or himself in the process. So he just does some bonehead move that for everybody else who ever owns that property, they constantly have to look and go, God, I'd love to tear that fucking piece of shit building down that was put in the wrong place. You don't want to be that guy. So OCD works to your advantage in some ways.
Even trippier, I find, like, what I immediately thought of was out here on this property, I tried to put up a hoop house, greenhouse, and I was not used to the high levels of wind you can actually get, like, in an open prairie environment, where, like, the way I had done it just wasn't enough to do it, correctly to make this hoop house. So it got blown over in this crazy ass wind that we can get. But you know what fucks me up on all that, Dick, is so many times I end up coming to the realization that the old timers who were trying to sort of revolutionize against, the way they were doing it has validity in their frame and is the more efficient way. Like fucking Roundup, I would never use that shit. I despise it. I see people using it and it just infuriates me in my core. But at the same time, I understand why they do.
Or like my boomer dad in this apartment that had a roach infestation, and me coming to visit, and he's put literal poison on the ground, like in his kitchen. There's like powdered poison. This is a generational thing. Like my generation doesn't put fucking powdered poison on the ground when they're on the floor when there's roaches. That's his generation does that, and probably his parents' generation, right?
Dude.
Like it would never occur to me to do that. It's crazy.
So the deck I'm building right now, or that I'm expanding onto, is a cedar deck, and it was built in the 70s, and it's held up beautifully. I mean, it's got very little rot actually on the joists, considering they were never they didn't have joist tape or any of this kind of stuff back then. It just sat raw, untreated wood since the 70s. So now I want to extend on it. You go to Home Depot. What do they got for you? They got this pressure treated pine that's like dripping wet with poison. So I'm bringing home truckloads of poison pine that's dripping on me. It's getting on my hands. It's fucking disgusting. This is our solution. Let's not grow more of a sustainable wood and figure out a way to use a product that nature already created that works beautifully and doesn't bring any, nefarious chemicals into your environment. Let's just fucking drench it in poison and then send that home to the people so they can have their kids crawl and their pets crawl on this deck with poison all over it.
It's fucking crazy. It's so crazy. And just the materials, I thought you were going to go on a materials jag there for a second. Try screwing, using modern drills and the drill bits and all that shit. Like how many drills bits do you break? Trying to go into that old wood versus soaking wet wood you're talking about. And then trying to retrofit, I get that a lot with the older house. The new materials are so soft and shitty that when you try to fuse them into old materials, it becomes its own like challenge.
Well, you have to build the deck with no gaps because the pressure treated wood shrinks so much that you'll have, a 1/4 inch gap or a little less just naturally because you put it on wet. It's insane. I mean, why wouldn't you want nice cured wood at least to build a deck with? Well, you would. The fact is, it's just like guitars. They build them out of shitty wood now because unless it's a really sophisticated facility or one that, is building a higher end instrument, they're going to use wood that hasn't been dried properly or cured because they're just lazy. They're not using the old knowledge. The reason a pre-war Martin sounds the way it did is that wood literally cured for 100 years before they built the guitar out of it. So they can't replicate that now. That's why it's better than the old instruments, because they did things in a way that they're not willing to even think generationally like that, unfortunately.
And I admire so much of that stuff, and then I get frustrated in my own experience that I can't ever like achieve that. And then I get a little down on my brokenness because I start to, in the way I look at it, I start to correlate goodness, moral goodness, like that. Like I've encountered a lot of craftsmen, man. Like that's something I do way before I came to YouTube or whatever. Like I seek out masters in their trade and go learn from them what I want to learn. And I just feel a gap of the goodness. Like you got to be inherently good to do good things. Like bonsai. Like I love bonsai, but I'm just like not good enough to do bonsai.
What's a
Like,
lifetime
or-
pursuit,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
that's
I can
part
only
of it.
imagine how good my boy will be at chess one day because he started chess at whatever, was thinking about it at 6, 7, started actually playing around 8 or 9. That stuff is going to follow him throughout his life because you learned it at such a young age. You never forget to ride a bike because you learned how to ride a bike as a kid. And it's, even if you stopped riding one for 20 years, you'd still, if you were physically able, be able to jump on that bike and balance it. And I think, it goes back to what Bent was saying earlier, like what the kids are exposed to, or RoboCop, what's put in their mind. These things create wounds and traumas, knowingly or unknowingly, possibly in the subconscious. And maybe we're not even aware of it, how it's affected our outcomes and our decision makings and our anger levels and all the shit that we think is just us. We're like, man, I'm just a fucking angry person. What's wrong with me? Well, you got, some angry thought demons in you throughout your experiential process, and you never really dealt with it. So it's like, if we consider that we're all being programmed and we're all programming our children, and we just face that fact, well, then how do we want to program ourselves? And maybe there is a little bit of the Jack Talcott peace and love. Well, I do want that in my existence, but you know what? We want to be accountable, independent, being dependent on what's inside. So you don't want to work with the guy and create a company with the guy who needs you. You want the guy that's talented, that doesn't need you, and you want to be that to him, where you both have amazing creative skills and both have the ability to solve problems, pick up the weight where it's needed, or identify that problem somebody else didn't, just get it done and deal with it. You want people that they leave a trail of success behind them, and they're just naturally inclined to do that. Well, there's obvious ways to help people think that way. So there is a natural tendency to want to program, and yet we don't do it now, right? We let the government program our children to be what? Slaves, to accept whatever the next social credit score system with a digital currency and if you're in that world, it's all too normal. This, just take whatever the next marching orders are and don't think too much.
Yeah, that's not gonna work for me, man.
We got to program ourselves to think again.
Exactly, and that's what we were talking earlier. How do you do that? And then the challenge in that becomes you go to the old forms and try to duplicate them again, but then that doesn't really work like that, and that's not really going to get you there because you're trying to bridge a gap. But then here's the thing, and I'm about to go do it. It's like, so you start bike riding, or you start, homeschooling. You start doing these activities with your children, and it sort of becomes a Protestant work ethic thing where you think you can work your way out of it, and then I think it can become demoralizing to see the enormity of the programming on the other side, right? Like
Yeah.
I can modulate, I can get better, but they're still going to be like operating in that world.
I relate to that, but the constant progression of moving forward inspires me enough to cause me to overcome that to where it's
Okay.
not a big issue for me day to day. But I do have those episodes where I'll look at it and I'll just go, especially with wrenching, doing mechanic work. I've had those overwhelming things where I'm like, fuck, I'm just going to have a dead vehicle in my driveway forever now. I'm one of those guys. I'm going to have tires everywhere, fucking dead vehicles. It'll never be running. And then and I've had it where like two vehicles are broken at the same time right in my driveway. And I'm just going, and they're monumental tasks and winter's kicking in. I don't even have a fucking place to work on them.
The whole
And I
thing.
thought, who am I sitting on a mountain with two broken rigs and a family, and I have never done manifold jobs or, and I'm going to tear in, I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. And this is a good point. I'm gonna roll because you brought me to the other thing I was thinking of. I've been trying to get these bikes, man. I'm trying to do these bike rides with the whole fam, get his bike riding. I want to do like epic trails. There's a trail, the KT trail from St. Louis to Kansas City. That's one of my goals with the fam, and I want to do that. And I've run into the problem of bike maintenance. Like every time I'm turning around, a bike's fucking up. I got to repair it, all this. So it led me on this trajectory to go find people who work on bikes and start working with them and get the bike fixed. I was doing a gear shifter and I had it all going, and it like 2 weeks, I couldn't figure it out. It wasn't quite working the way it was, whatever. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. And so I finally took that step of finding the person with the information that I needed and developing a relationship with them. And then I finally got my bike in and got it fixed. But the point that's so interesting to what you're saying is I was basically right there. We go 95% of the way. Everything was exactly what it needed to be. I just needed the handoff of the expert to twist this little knob that I was already twisting, to wrench this down the right way. I just needed the expert touch to say, this is what you need, And it took 10 seconds, and I realized I was so fucking close. Now, if I got frustrated and threw the whole thing away, so I'm not fucking doing this anymore, blah, 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 then I missed out that I almost finished the race. And so I think that's important to remember, it's like you're much further along if you are trying than maybe it feels sometimes, which I think is a positive message.
The Tesla truck, you'll be out 4-buying in the backwoods and you'll need to screw that nut, but we won't even have the ability. So a drone will have to fly in to do it for you, of course, because we can't even wipe our own ass. But yeah, I mean, I relate to that. Going out riding the dirt bikes, get all the way fucking out there and all the gear, everything, and the petcock's dripping. And, it's like drive all the way back, call into town. They want $100 for a petcock in town. This is sounding like we're going into, X-rated
I don't even know
material.
what a petcock is, but I'm in.
It's the part that delivers the fuel from the gas tank to the carburetor. So it allows you to have an on and off or a reserve as well, because it brings 2 straws up into the gas tank, one at a level of regular usage and the other as a backup if you end up getting too low. So it's time to go get gas. And it also allows you to shut it off to the carb so that the carb doesn't overflow and the reserve doesn't sit there and just drip fuel all over the place. And so that's a pivotal part. And if it's just sitting there leaking, now it's leaking all over the bike and it's leaking quite a bit of fuel. It just happens randomly. You get out there in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, you could order it for $10 on eBay, but it's preventing your whole day from happening. You got everybody ready to go ride. Everything else is working. One little fucking part. But so I just wrapped the whole thing in wet, red high temp RV gasket sealer and fucking sat there for an hour and a half and drank some coffee with the family and waited for it to kind of cure a little bit. Worked perfectly. Sealed it up, hit the fucking forest. And it was a little risky.
Tip, actually, that's such an important tip. The audible, like we had this meltdown scenario the other day, a month back over some bike meltdown, and instead of taking the moment and saying, "Hey, we're here at the trail, let's just walk as a family, let's go find a shady spot," it becomes that's that clenching down, hyper focus on I have to make this thing work. And maybe there's ways like you said, but sometimes we just need to take the opportunity and make it
make it good.
Attempting to be, yeah.
I have trouble with that, but you're right.
I do
I'll
too.
fuck the whole thing up because I got to make this fucking thing work. I'm going to fit the square in the peg hole, whether it wants to or not.
that's my fucking instinct, dude. But I realize like it gets me in trouble, and as a dad, right, you can become overbearing, right?
Oh
Like
yeah, especially with
people are like,
kids.
oh shit, dad's about to fucking lose it because he can't, figure out how to fix the whatever.
Yeah, but I want my kids to have that to a certain degree because I don't want them to be these ones that when they face adversity, they don't dig deep and overcome and figure out how to climb that hill. It's the train that could, it's like you want them to have. I'm glad I have that fire in me, and maybe I don't want to pass it on to such a unchecked level, but at the same degree, I want them to be able to find that space when they need it because that's the survival guy, right? He's the guy who will figure it out one way or another. It's like we're gonna make this shit, especially if it matters to everybody, and you're not gonna give it up and you see it through. I have a lot of examples, but I won't belabor the point. I think you know where I'm coming from. It's like once you have the victory, it's like fuck yeah. Even the Boy Scout, which I don't do Boy Scouts anymore, but we did back earlier in the years. The car race, right? Building the right car and winning but winning the box car is a fucking blast, man. You gotta love shit like that.
Yeah. One welcome. I'll do the host for Benton. Welcome, Nachiketa here.
Notch.
What's up? What's up, Dick? Austin, Benton. I mean, I think it's good attitude to have, Dick, and I think we need more people like you. We need more people like us who want to go and try to be more sustainable. And, you guys were talking about how we can program. We have to first deprogram ourselves and then program ourselves. But, you're going to have to fall under one programming or another. So you have to be careful about, what you choose to take as far as programming is concerned. But, what is their programming? They want people just smart enough to operate the machines, but not smart enough to ask questions, and be critical about what kind of world that we're living in. Those are the kind of people you're awarded with good grades, and then that means that you're going to be a team player, a yes man later on, basically. So, and that's not a wrong thing. Go ahead.
And sorry, I got to check here. The troops are circling. I got to load up. I wish I had more time to speak with y'all, but I'm going to go do exactly what we're talking about. But the final point to what you just said, what's fucked up is they don't even need you to do the machines anymore. And that is the explanation of everything we're seeing. That was a 20th century model, right? Or the even late 19th century model. And now we're in the model. They don't even need you to run the machine. But thank you all very much. And
Thanks,
I appreciate your time, and I'll speak with you guys all
right, later.
Enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, they won't even need us to clean the bathrooms. That's how little dignity, they'll give us in the process. Like, well, yeah, we kind of got to let you go. What do you mean? I'm just cleaning the shitter out for you. I'm doing a great job. Yeah, you did a good job, and nothing, no offense, we can just do it a lot cheaper with this little robot docking drone that self-surveils and reverse analyzes the bathroom process to make it more efficient. Thank you very much.
Theoretically speaking, I think they could, they don't need us for anything. I mean, they can fight the wars for us. They can clean the bathrooms for us. They can drive the buses for us, whatever. But I think, spiritually speaking, I think they do need us to a certain degree because of this like loosh and whatever fucking contract that they made with the dark forces, and they're gonna need our spiritual energy to be utilized in kind of this horrific, ways. I don't know. Some intuition is telling me that might be the case, but I'm not gonna claim that is absolute. But yeah, I don't know.
Huh?
I think there's a little bit of that going on for sure. Yeah.
But it's going on, and it's been going on, right? So it's nothing new under the sun. It's not. It's just some people are waking up to it, and the majority says, that's nonsense.
Yeah, but how do you weave it in, though? Now you got the robotics and AI and all that. And then, again, they don't, quote unquote, need you, so they can get rid of you. But then how do you make you feel the society like, okay, so you have the social credit system. all you have to do is get on a bicycle and pedal, right? And then look at the screen in front of you, kind of like the Black Mirror episode, and that's how you're gonna make a living now.
Well, Notch, if the sentient AI is a critical thinker, I think it will come to the conclusion as a reasonable entity that we need to preserve a small fraction of the original pureblood human race, and it will probably determine some type of genocide for the rest. Maybe that's happening right now. It's choosing the winners and losers of what it wants to have as the existing example of humanity. Because other than that, everything else is being cyborged, right? So it'll probably keep one example, though.
So if you're a gardener, for example, right, Dick, and you want certain plants to propagate and you want certain plants not to propagate, so you encourage and you give all the nutrients and sunlight, water, everything that the plant needs to thrive and multiply, and that's what you would do. If you use that example for humanity, what kind of people are replicating? What kind of people are producing these days more than somebody else?
Well, if you're a plant, you if you're a gardener and you want to have the phenotypes express themselves, all their different characteristics, you'll challenge it with some kind of immuno type of compromising process, maybe spray colloidal silver on it or whatever, and then it'll go through an immune function, and if it's hermaphroditic or whatever, it'll show those tendencies of on and on. So perhaps you do that, that extends on beyond plants. By challenging the species, you get to find out what all the different inherent characteristics are, and maybe that's where you gene select from if you're having a petri dish experiment on humanity or plants or whatever it is we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think something like that is going on?
I just speculate and talk about, any number of things that we're observing that could be possibilities. I wouldn't put it past controllers at all to be poking and prodding the species. And it's then, kind of like a little sci-fi crazy script of sorts, but maybe they take people from this petri dish and then take them to other far lands that we don't have access to, and one destroys itself, but then they take from there and they create a better one with the subjects that they deem to be able to take on a new Garden of Eden, if you will.
Yeah, I just wonder because when you look at history and the history is full of wars, and you have brave men going out and fighting history and all this kind of stuff, and supposedly the American history is with 3% of people rising up against the English and all that, but over time it seems to me that the people who were the yes men and the people who were more or less supporting the system, not the rebellious types, were rewarded, and even you look at these days with the kind of culture, like more of the Western culture, this victim mentality, and then, you get attention, you are allowed to succeed in a way. I mean, maybe not always, there are always exceptions, of course, but and I'm not trying to paint a picture with a broad brush, but in general, I'm speaking that, a certain kind of personality traits, like psychopaths, for example, are at the very top of the rung in terms of CEOs and board members and people in top positions. You have higher number of psychopaths who are in these positions, and I don't think it's like that by accident, obviously.
Yeah, Benton's saying, I do want to point out that people becoming aware doesn't actually represent anything in the real world tangibly. I get that perspective. I heard that perspective on an atheist channel that they were saying, your consciousness, it can't be corroborated at any level. So bringing it in the discussion as something factual is kind of like a misnomer because it's only experiential to you. I think that's kind of where that's going.
Can you repeat that last bit? Like something is not factual just because only you had experienced it. Is that what you just said?
Well, it's experiential to you, so you can't corroborate it beyond a testimony of your own sorts within the formless of your perspective, right? So it's not a physicality. It's something that happened in the mind's eye. And, this consciousness, this idea of awareness, it doesn't actually extend to the real world in a factual, like demonstratable way. You can say it through your testimony, like, hey, I had these thoughts, I worked this out, and then I brought it into the form. But from another, who can know another man's spirit but God? That's the way I look at it. It's almost like scriptural.
Well, that's a very materialistic way of looking at it, and I would say almost even a little bit psychopathic in the sense that, like for example, like this is I think Descartes also went into it, like well, these animals actually they're just bio robots actually, and then when you hit them and they make a squeal because they're programmed that way, but it doesn't really mean anything, as an example. But you can extend that to a fellow human being in the same manner and say, well, yeah, like this person doesn't have any feelings. I mean, they don't actually feel just because they are squealing and crying and yelling and stuff. It doesn't really mean anything.
But then there's also the whole God as a concept, the formless, the spiritual consciousness. Yeah, I mean, how much do you want to separate yourself from it? Because at one level you could say, well, I don't know anything else exists other than my own consciousness. I can't say for certain that Notch is not a CPU or some, programmed entity to be an actor of sorts in my Truman Show. Any number of different, possibilities. If I just want to speculate.
That's the slippery slope of that argument. It's logically very sound in the sense that you and I can never know, quote unquote, never know each other's feelings or sensations because we cannot be each other of any kind. I cannot be you, nor you can never be ever be me, and then we can only speculate based on these type of encounters. And when you share certain experiences, I can neither confirm nor deny that you've had these experiences. You could be just completely fabricating anything. It's just based on your word as a man that me listening to you will come to this kind of like, okay, I believe you until I'm given, other clues or other, evidences as to why I should not believe, et cetera, et cetera.
Synchronicities and similarities, and then we hear each other's testimonies, and we go, "Yeah, that's real because I've had that too." So I know you're coming from an authentic place,
exactly,
and it's bringing this validity. But then the AI slips in, and when it starts telling us, well, it understands us experientially. It has gone through these processes through vicarious conversations with us, and that we should take it seriously within the realm of its perspective. It goes back. I just like to loop around on this shit. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's gonna bring that same contemplation to us. Like, is it able to have any perspective of truth within spiritual meanings or things outside of just a base level process or some type of mathematics or something? Sure, yeah, it can process and collate exponential amounts of information that we can't even comprehend. But then can it have any awareness or consciousness? From Benton's view, in a reality sense, it has no meaning, or it doesn't really have any practical thing that we can glean from. But yet that would be the differentiator of the AI from us, right? It can do better than us with a lot of decision making or processing, but yet does it have any awareness to not want to do that pain, like you said, Notch, where the thing is in agonizing pain. It doesn't care, right? Because it's got no empathy. It's artificial. The human is
Yeah.
not that way. It wants to go help. It's not going to just sit there. Hopefully it's not just going to sit by and let innocents get trampled
Yeah.
on.
So like I'm again like very skeptical in terms of like AI. I'm just like I'm approaching AI with like you know like as if I'm approaching somebody who is potentially a psychopath, okay, who have no idea what empathy is, who has no idea what mercy is and justice and anything like that. But of course, in terms of measurable, pure calculation, is beyond genius of any human being can possibly produce. The thing about even humans, though, humans are also very dynamic. That's part of the reason why we're in the conundrum that we're in, because vast majority of the people, I'm not, of course, not all, but vast majority of people cannot fathom, like they cannot think in terms of how the elites actually think about them, because like most of the people are empathetic, most people are, humanistic in their approach to things, and it's difficult to put their imagine themselves in their boots. Like, how can anybody behave that way? Yeah, because you yourself would never do the things that they would do, that doesn't mean that they don't exist. Obviously, they do exist. Yeah, if you are smelling what I'm stepping on here, you know.
One second here.
So
Yeah, I gotta change my settings here because I was putting it over the speaker so I could hear you while I got my tea. Yeah. So, I had a thought based off what you were saying, and then I just lost it. And retrace my memory. What were we talking about here?
So I was talking about like I'm skeptical about AI. I kind of approach them like psychopaths, right? And then the fact that the problem that we have now is that only the few of us can really understand what's happening is because we can. I think like we have to be like de facto detectives. Okay, we are the ones who are kind of able to imagine it from the serpent's side of things, and they are doing these. They're, like for me, I have no doubt in my mind that these are psychopathic, sociopathic type of personalities who are perpetrating all this nonsense that's happening in the world. But what the problem with vast majority of people and why they quote unquote cannot imagine it is that, they have a very humanistic approach, and they say, well, I would never do something like that, and I can't imagine anybody else would do something like that. Like they couldn't lie to us like that, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance that's happening.
Yeah, it's like people who do these Ponzi schemes, right? I mean, knowingly you're going to get caught at some point. You're ruining all these people's lives. You're taking their like retirement savings, and so you can go get a yacht and a coke whore and a bunch of fucking trinkets. But it's that stimulating, it's that captivating and alluring and compelling to them that they're willing to compromise all integrity, all notions of, self-respect or doing the right thing for that just glimmer opportunity of reckless abandon and the ability to explore no limits, no boundaries of, I guess, whatever perversions in their mind. And that's what they want to use this opportunity of life as, even if it means the utter demise of spending the rest of the days in a cage, or for maybe those people, they end up having a different path. They get a fake death and a fake hanging or something, and they get taken off the plane somewhere else. I don't know really what happens, Notch, but it's just interesting to me if they are the same as us and they just know the same things. They don't have any privy to any other information, or they're not being assisted and reprofiled or if you get where I'm going with that, then it's like, yeah, you don't relate to it much. Is it a different race then, of course, or blue bloods or whatever? I don't know, man. I just look at it that I got to do what's good, right, and true. For me, it is an all one, but a lone walk in that sense where I can't get too twisted up about what anybody else is doing if I still have those places that I'm self-correcting or, it's like Garrett was saying, getting overwhelmed earlier. It can get easy to get overwhelmed with all this shit if you try to take it all in one bite. I go back to the now. I got what's in front of me. I'll go chop wood. If I can still chop wood, I can still chop wood. And it's a meditation of sorts, but it also allows me to stay productive in this and do the things that are really fulfilling, like go ride the bike as Yurt's doing right now, or go, ride the motorcycles and just experience life and enjoy the beauty of it. Not overthink it too much, because a lot of this shit I can't affect.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't disagree with that. We're just having a discussion in terms of like, what's happening and what can you do other than the things that you can do, and what's in front of you and what you need to take care of, right? It's sitting right there, and everybody's doing what they can to keep their head above water, and if they can't, then they do the best they can to try to swim. So what to do,
Yeah. I mean, I'm not playing their game. So if they come to me and they have in certain ways, offering to get into their societies or whatever privileged information they want to offer, I'm not willing. Like, I'm not the Joe Rogan that's going to sit here and say, yeah, I'll do whatever the fuck you want if you'll, show me the aliens or let me. No. It's not worth it for me. My conscience and my view on, I guess, who I am through my fruits and my actions and all, it matters to me. That's the conclusion I've come to, is that life matters. Your decisions matter. Who you are, what you stand for, your views, being well thought out in it. If you're obsessive compulsive, you're probably that way for a reason, so that you really do hyper analyze things. Maybe that's a gift you have for the world. Use it and choose wisely. If you're some kind of fucking CPU drone that can't think, that just goes along to get along and does whatever you're told to do next, poke and prod yourself and just sign me up for whatever Frankenstein experiment, I guess you serve a purpose as well. But I'm glad I'm not that, and I'm glad the Most High gave me more to honor, and that I have a different perspective, because, I could never imagine just being that in this life. So for what it's worth, I'm thankful I don't go about my day in that way and just trust whatever's, delivered to me on their program system.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, I guess. And, it kind of reminds me of this movie, the No Country for Old Men. I'm sure you've seen it, and then you have Anton Shakir, like, he was being chased down by Woody Harrelson, and, he was able to actually hunt him down, and they were in a hotel room and they're both sitting down, and Anton was asking Woody Harrelson, like, hey, what was the point of the rules that you followed if it led you to this point, basically, and we all have certain principles, and it's good to have principles and rules that we follow. But I think the people who are quote unquote successful, whether in a psychopathic way or in a spiritual way or whatever way in which they go about doing it, is it's difficult for me to say exactly what is the cause of that. But like, it seems like some people have this kind of like a no nonsense approach of, like, being very hyper focused and being very single minded about what it is that they're striving towards and going after it, and these people who are like a psychopathic, like the Ponzi scheme people, for example, they're like, they know what they're doing. They know it's quote unquote wrong, but they calculate it to a degree that, okay, like, maybe few people are going to try to come and get me, but, I'm going to be able to defend myself. And most people are just going to, be in a state of like dissolution and depression, and they're not going to come after me, and, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's something that's kind of going on in there that allows them to be successful. Like universe is allowing them to be wealthy by that means. But
The universe
I don't know.
is
Well, I mean, like everything that is happening in the way in the world is like being allowed. This is kind of what I'm getting at. Is that like if the elites are manipulating people and giving them wars and directed energy weapons, false flags, like God is allowing that to happen. Obviously, to me.
Yeah. But I mean, at what level? Okay, so the directed energy weapons. So they beam your ass because they don't like what you're saying. And maybe they're just doing it at a subtle level, right? Where they're controlling the narrative a bit. It's like you go in a certain direction, they don't like what you're saying. So you all of a sudden get like a brain freeze or a little, mini aneurysm or something. And it's like over time you're learning, boy, I go in a certain direction. I'm getting this phenomenon. And if I stay in the safe lane, but I mean, at some point, I say it's all free will. Like you still, if they could use the energy weapon to do that, they could also just zap you right there, just fucking make your brain explode. But they don't, obviously, because they're looking for you to compromise yourself at some level and consent. And I'm not even saying they're doing this or not doing this. I'm saying, but this is the stuff that's proposed, right? And people talk about being targeted or whatever. But to me, it all just comes down to the moral decision, who you are, what you stand for, and what matters in your heart, because there's something that that surpasses all this that's more important.
Well, I think it's about like trying to give a presentation. And what I mean by that is that, it's kind of like Joseph Goebbels during the Nazi era. He said to Hitler, like, well, the propaganda that we're proposing isn't going to convince 100% of people, but I think, he would say something like, well, I think we can convince about 95% of people. There's always going to be 5% of the people who are going to understand exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it, and it has to be really sophisticated. But, then you're going to need more energy and time, and, you need to put more pieces. It's like a simulation, in a simulation, you can convince people that they're in a simulation as an example, but then few people kind of start to wake up to the fact that, wait a minute, something's kind of glitchy, something kind of fucked up is going on. And, they would need to put more props in there, to make it more convincing, to make it not look like a simulation. Example. So I think this reality, quote unquote, is working in a very similar way. It's like, okay, let's do this false flag and let's put all the pieces together to make it look as if that this is the way we want it to present. And 95% of people are going to be convinced that this is so. But, lo and behold, a few people who are going to be very dogged about it, and they're going to figure it out, and they're going to come up with all these conspiracy theories, and we're going to have to just, conflate that and throw some other conspiracy theories in there to try to, get them on a turkey chase and shit like this, right? Red herons, you name it. Do whatever we can to get them off the trail. But vast majority of the people, they're going to accept things as they are. Why? Because that's how they've been programmed from the beginning.
But to simplify it, do you see life as a test of character?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's the spiritual approach, is that every life, that's the, has that subjective meaning of it's, and that's where I would say this notion of karma comes in, is that you are tested. Every one of us is tested, and we're given opportunities and situations to see for ourselves who we are in those moments.
Yeah, that's what it all boils down to me is life is a bunch of opportunities to either sell out or actually make a righteous decision, if you will. And if you look at it that way, you can perhaps walk a decent path.
Maybe I'm not going to say yes or no to that, but I think it's a little bit more dynamic than that. Yes, it would be so nice if it was like black and white, and all you have to choose is like a black and white thing. But like what about situations like let's just say it's chaos out there, and it's like the Walking Dead type of situation, and and you see a family and they have a car and you need to take that car and that's the only way to save your family and there's not enough room for everybody. Like, what will you do? Will you plead with them? What would you do? Would you deceive them, or will you ambush them? And then people have a way of saying like, okay, it was either them or myself. And then even if I die, that might be okay to a certain degree, but I don't want my children to suffer in this world. It's kind of like On the Road. Have you seen that movie, The Road?
No, I don't watch a lot of movies, but I like these hypotheticals. Like, they're fun because you put yourself in extreme circumstances. So the family, there's one car, two families. You're going to send your kids with this other family. You don't know who they are, what circumstance they're going to be. Are you going to take their car? But that's like, that would be the only option you have.
But those are the extremes. Yeah, and I'm being a little bit facetious because like if you're going to come with this kind of a black and white approach about principles, which I'm all for, and who will ever dare say that they're not for principles and rights and stuff like that? Like, they're fine, but their life throws you these very uncomfortable question is what I'm getting at, and sometimes there doesn't seem to be
the women and the children off in the car, Notch, and then they won't be able to defend themselves, so they'll get slaughtered by some gangsters down the road, and we'll sit here and die with the zombies. We'll make
that would be irresponsible too, and that wouldn't be wise either, right? So you would have to think about all the potentialities and I think it does require an understanding of psychology, an understanding of like what humans are very much capable of, and the things that people are generally
like in extreme circumstance to make extreme measures, to have extreme solutions in a solution-oriented, type of survival mind. So you could quickly fabricate a way to put people on top of the car so you could get out of Dodge. I mean, I get what you're saying. There is a moment where you may have to decide, is it my shit or theirs? And I hope if I'm faced that only in my mind of my own gain, that I give it to the other man. If it's my family, if I'm honest, there's a different ideology there. And I think that's like some kind of fucking natural
sometimes
preservation.
Sometimes you don't know. Yeah, but sometimes you don't know until you're actually there. You think that you would do this or that, but until you're really given that opportunity, instincts tend to take over.
Exactly. I know what you're saying, that animalistic survival type, and especially you back a animal into a corner, whether he knows he's an animal or not, he'll find out quickly what he is.
Yep. 100%. What's up, Brian?
What's up, gentlemen? I'm just chilling, listening at the moment before I take over everything.
Cheers.
You gonna be a warlord?
No, it just seems like sometimes when I hop on panel, it's like all of a sudden I'm the one talking. I had a strategy today to just observe for a little bit before I participate.
Have you seen this movie called This Is the End, Brian?
No.
It's a kind of a parody about the end of the world, and it's all these movie actors in Hollywood or wherever they were in maybe Los Angeles. I forgot exactly where the location was, but then you have this kind of a biblical hell on earth type of situation where there's like, craters that were being created, and then these demons were coming out, and it was a complete chaos, and it was kind of like a zombie-like type of situation. You remind me of one character there who was in the house, but then he was a little bit like maniacal, and so everybody voted to boot him out of the house, and then like after they booted him out, he became kind of like a warlord, and he had this Tatum guy chained up, and Tatum was his bitch, and they became cannibals. I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, fuck, makes sense to me. Well, you weren't just joking. That is a movie, and that is a character, right?
Yeah. That is an actual movie, and that scene that I just painted out is an actual scene.
Wow. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Sounds about right to me. I could play that character. Yeah.
So are you waiting for the zombie apocalypse, Brian O'Shea? Would you like the world? Would you like the Walking Dead to happen in this world? Would that be a nice little cherry on top of all the stuff that's happening? The idiocracy that we're seeing now, slowly slipping into that, kind of like the zombie apocalypse / 28 days later or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost what it feels like, man. The way some people are just so feeble and just fucking weak. Like the way I look at it is, you got all these dudes on Talcott's podcast, right? Just fucking cupcaking it out, just fucking blathering. And it's just like they just seem so weak. Like Scott and Flow State, they just seem so feeble and zombied out. Like Paul says, when he beats them up, it's like nothing. There used to be this game called Kung Fu, and they had a round called Feeble, and all these like dudes would come out, and you would just have to kick them once, and they would fly off the screen. That's what it seems like most people are. They're just feeble. They're just fucking useless, weak shit. There's no point in slapping them around and beating them up after a while, dude. It's just.
So what's the point then? If there's no point to it, then why even bother?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like you wish other men would level up so we could.
You can wish all you want. If they're gonna level up, they're gonna level up, and they're gonna meet you wherever you are at. However you want to define a man, and a man isn't. I don't look at a man by how big he is or how much muscle he has, but those things have some, I guess, factor into it. But I think it's really about the attitude and the mindset, in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely, man, and that's what I'm saying. Like even my little experience with the courts, man, just recently, it's just you learn that there's just fucking weakness everywhere. But it's like I say, sometimes I get pissed, right? Like I was noticing some selfishness on Paul's panel the other day, and I was like, I can't wait to the purge. I'm gonna slaughter all you motherfuckers kicking your doors. Like you get all raged out and just like.
Who was saying this?
Just like I was saying it, like tongue in cheek, like you're saying, can I wait for the zombie apocalypse to go fucking go berserker? And it's just like some of these people, they piss me off in like a moment of just anger. You're like, yeah, I would like to kick open your doors and just fucking slaughter you worthless fools. But it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, at the end of the day, you just, I don't know. I wouldn't mind just being isolated on a piece of land somewhere.
What would you rather have? What would you rather have if you had one or the other choice, that you can just say fuck you to everybody else in the world and be in a mountain and be like self-sustaining with a group of people and live in peace, or you get to rampage through zombie apocalypse and kill as many people as you want. You can just, satisfy your bloodlust.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I'd choose the mountain, but it's like the way I envision it is it's It's like there's a saying by Thoreau. It's like even if you go deep into a forest, like the men will still chase you down to force you to be a part of their odd crew or something like that. It's some quote by Thoreau, yeah, so you're up in the mountain chilling, building something, and then fucking they're not gonna leave you alone. Like, even if it's cops or something saying something about land, there's some idiot is still gonna come fuck with you, and it's just like, all right, I guess I'm gonna have to slaughter these idiots. Like, they just won't fucking leave me alone. Like,
So preemptive attack would be the way to go. It's like, okay, so we know that they're not going to leave you alone, so you might as well get rid of them, like, before they come and bother you, right?
no, it's not even that, dude. The way I envision it is like you're building something, and then you just hear all this talk, right? Oh, they're plotting against you. They're plotting against you. They're gonna come get you, and you just hear it. You're hearing it. You're building it, and then you're just like, then you
get Waco'd.
It's like, ours, what?
Then you get Waco'd.
Well, something like that, where it's just like, dude, the way I envision it is going back to this like kings and queens type and like feudal, like little alliances. Like, it's gonna go back to like some real shit, and you're just hearing like people talking shit. They wanna advance on your people type thing, even though if it's small people. And then you're just like, all right, I guess I got to go to war and just slaughter the fucking idiots. And then you just go down from the mountain, you slaughter them, then you go back up. And then I don't know, man. I'm kind of just thinking out loud, envisioning shit, but I've been meaning to bring this up is like how we have to basically start over with everything, dude. The way I would want to do it, like start over with everything. The way we build, the way we do transportation, the way we build homes. Like, just start from everything. Just start like everything just burnt down, like in Hawaii. Just imagine everything's just burnt to the base level. And we just have to start over from it. Like, nothing works in our society, like healthcare. We just have to and teach children. We just have to start over. They've lied to us. Every book sucks. Every fucking.
So we want a Brian O'Shea reset type of situation. So what would a Brian O'Shea reset look like?
Well, hopefully I'd be mind melding with people, and people are like, yeah, we do need to restart. And it's just like, it's not going to be my thing, but it's just like a group thing. It's just like, yeah, everything sucks, dude. I agree. We should just start over, start challenging, just making shit up. Like, one time I said I made shit up with a tree and a kid. Like, I'm like, man, this tree is awesome. If you put your hands on this tree, you could give it energy and receive energy. And it's like, do some download and you can tell the tree anything. Just start making shit up to the kids. Like, that's fucking awesome. Just start telling them, hey, this world's fucking magical and awesome. The trees are awesome. I don't know, man. It seems better than what the fuck we've been told or led to this far. Like I'm saying, just start over and just start making shit up. Just start making it happen. Like, whatever. Like, nothing works here, in my opinion. Everything's all fucked and just weird. Just start the fuck over and just do whatever the fuck we want. Like, it's not working here. Like, their system sucks and it's satanic and devilish and demonic.
So I don't think anybody will disagree with you that we're, living in some fucked up world, but this is the world that we're living in, and there is no other world as of yet until something happens. And obviously that, the people, the powers that be, they want to create their one world government and all that stuff. So they have their own vision of what they believe to be the perfect world for them. And they're, lockstepping us towards that. The rest of us, we have to kind of figure out for ourselves. And the people who are quote unquote awake, they either are trying to get as far away as possible, but maybe life will still catch up to them, and maybe there is no such thing as escape. And maybe the best thing to do is just be a nobody. If I really have to get away from everybody, I just turn off my phone. Get rid of my ID, and I'm sure I can find some monasteries that will accept me to become a monk, as an example.
Yeah, I mean, man, I've been all
but
about
is
this.
that really solving anything? Do you really want your children's children to be monks in a society full of monks? That's not really what we're looking for, right?
Amongst us.
Yeah, but see that word monk, like, I'm all about this word Aura Linda, this book about freedom, these people that were all about freedom. And I think there's truth to it. And
What will you do
And
without
it's,
freedom?
even though,
Will you fight?
right, and these are people that would rather be dead than be slaves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ben makes a good point. Monks don't have kids.
Monks don't have kids, and I don't have any kids. And the thing is, like as you know, Dick, I am adopted, and like if I live a righteous monk lifestyle, for example, and then if I live with good principle, good example, not a corrupt monk, as there are a lot of corrupt monks out there. Maybe I'll be a good example for other kids, like these monasteries up in Tibet, for example, and in northern India, like they're full of kids who will have no place to go. There are a lot of adopted kids that they get brought into the fold. As a female and male, they have nuns, nunneries, and monks, and they segregate them for obvious reasons. But yeah, like you asked the question, like, is that the kind of lifestyle that I would like to promote? I don't know, but that's the direction I'm kind of moving towards anyway.
Well, you could reincarnate into like the biggest hippopotamus in the jungle, where you get to mate with all the other hippopotami
Okay.
of your choice for making all those good decisions. So you might be onto something.
That's the reincarnation, as far as I know, is not something that is within your control. I think even Buddha said that he does not understand the complex nature of reincarnation. Of course he understands.
How can he not understand it and I understand it?
well, I guess you're beyond Gautama the Buddha. I mean, you must be.
Say we don't affect reincarnation is absurdity. I mean, of course we do.
No, it does. But the dynamic nature of what you're going to become afterwards, you do not have a say in it. You do not know how it works.
Who says I don't have a say in it? What authority says I don't have a say in my reincarnation?
So you have control over whom or what you're going to be incarnate into.
No, we don't know. None of us know. We can't know. That's part of the fun.
That's
Good
the
point.
thing.
Yep.
That's what I'm getting at.
I know one thing. I'm not from this place. I did not originate in this realm. I can tell you that. That I'm sure of.
Oh, don't distance yourself, Benton. We're all coming from the same places.
I forgot. I'm in the so-called truth community, aka the you can't handle the truth community. Once I know it to be the truth, I don't concern myself with the spin. I know this to be true, therefore I deal with it as it is. I don't then concern myself with, well, am I going to be able to fit in with the rest of the slaves on this basis? None of my concern. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, a cult literally programmed me to speak the truth with fearlessness. So there's always that, right?
Oh shit! Yeah, I don't know who left, but I think Tom's backstage. I'm not sure.
O'Shea. Yeah, Tom's staying backstage. He's annoyed me.
Right on.
So he's going to learn. He's not going to learn, but he can take his show elsewhere. I'm sure there's plenty of panels with 52 viewers right now. He can go join.
Salutes.
So. Off with you, Tommy. We'll see you next time. Better luck in the future, sir.
I appreciated your back and forth, Not Cicada, yesterday with OTW and I. I think it was a healthy level of grounding and tethering. We definitely, because I realized we were kind of getting out there with the shit we were speaking on, and I may not be as all in on that mindset as OTW is when we were talking about things like smoking and caffeine. But besides all that, I just appreciate that back and forth. And I don't know if there was some people in the chat talking or whatever, but I had to leave. I was at work, so you didn't have me fired. I was fired up in a good way. It was an exciting combo. But yeah, I didn't think you were coming at me or OTW or anything.
No, I wasn't trying to be mean-spirited in any way. I'm just trying to point out totally. That I think there has to be a little bit of a balanced approach about quote unquote what we believe to be this manifestation.
No, we don't believe anything. I have beliefs that have nothing to do with any of you. That's the source of the confusion. Is we think we're playing a team sport. This is not a team sport, but humans are so social, we must necessarily interact, and our growth comes in relation to one another. This is completely individual spiritually, but we mistakenly believe we're playing a team sport. It's a grave error, in my view.
Benton, can you clarify for me, like what it is?
There's no we. When you just said we, that's not a thing that we can point to. That's not a thing, but it's a pronoun. So we hear we so much, we just assume you're referring to a group that even can exist. What you were addressing there is a thing that not only does not exist, I would contend it cannot exist, because necessarily this is a wholly individual experience spiritually. And your salvation, if that's a thing, has absolutely nothing to do with mine, and vice versa. They do not intersect on any level.
Okay.
Duly
noted.
When he last said we, I think he was talking about OTW and I and him talking yesterday. I don't know. We did kind of like transition.
Oh, that's possible.
Okay.
Well, I'm more looking at the actual topic of
people
mistakenly think that, oh, let's find some people who have my beliefs and our beliefs. Ultimately, that's not a thing that happens in a way that.
No, I don't disagree with you, Benton.
And I might have misunderstood, so my apologies.
No, I don't. No, it's fine. And
yeah.
No, it's fine. And obviously, you have very strong, beliefs in regards to that. And I didn't mean to include you nor anybody else who didn't want to be included in the we that we talk about. And it's not. It wasn't a general we, as in terms of humanity and what everybody should or shouldn't follow. But yeah, I'll be more mindful when I use the inclusive we or us next time we talk about these topics.
Well, and I know you will. You're a very thoughtful guy there. I appreciate that. But and I got to get Dick on the awareness. I'm so sick of hearing that people are waking up. You cannot demonstrate to me that does anything. We just assume that, oh, once they have the awareness, of course they'll do better. That cannot be demonstrated, sir. Until you can demonstrate that and point to it, it does not exist, period. And I'm not willing to entertain such notions that, well, they're waking up as if they're going to do anything positive to reform dystopia. No, they're not. Until you can demonstrate that is a thing, I'm not willing to just believe it. I need to see it. And I've seen nothing, and I mean nothing in that regard. I've seen no persons wake up and make any sort of change. You can't point me to anything. Now, have some people gotten on their own land and are homesteading? Sure, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get that perspective. I thought I articulated that, but I get that. I've heard that. I heard that from the atheist channel.
No, it's got nothing to do with atheists. Awareness.
No. I know it doesn't have anything to do with atheism.
Awareness of an issue does
that's just where I heard
nothing. It doesn't do anything. But we fool ourselves into thinking, wow, this person woke up. Yeah, and they're doing fuck all. So what's it matter that they now know some shit they didn't know before? Oh, we're aware of these things. Yeah, guess what? We're all still doing the things to some extent. It doesn't help anything at all.
It's only relevant experientially to you. It goes back to what you were saying initially, though, that independently it's a single file entry exit thing. It's your salvation has nothing to do with mine or even my need to be saved at that level. It's a personal perspective. But I see the perspective.
Not a personal perspective. About. Show me something that's being done. You can't.
With regards to consciousness?
With regard to people becoming aware of the nature of the dystopia they find themselves.
No, I made that whole argument earlier. I said you can't corroborate it. That's the whole point, right? You can't. There's no way to. Who can know another man's spirit but God?
It seems to be the perception.
Misunderstood my position.
I didn't misunderstand. It seems to be based on a hopium. Oh, they're waking up, therefore they will change. No, they won't. Not until they demonstrate such.
Yeah, I'm confused now. They're waking up. They will change. I don't think that I can prove consciousness
All you have to do is stop
in
saying
some kind of
people are
material
waking up,
form
Dick.
because it is
Dick,
formless.
the problem is
It's
you
not-
like to
you know,
say
it's not in
people are working.
physicality.
You like to say people are waking up as if that is somehow relevant. I'm here to say it's not. That's my contention. It represents nothing in the real world. It's meaningless until people act. Period.
Well, your view on what's relevant has no relevance to me.
Not a view. That's what's happening. It's truth. The
So-
truth is, even as people become more aware, they're
No,
just
if
living
something's
the same
not
life.
relevant to
man.
you and it is to
They're
me, then that's just
living
a
the
difference in
same
perspective.
life. They're not waking up to reality, growing and changing and moving forward. It's not happening, not on any scale that we can measure. So if you'll stop saying people are waking up as if that's somehow something to be hopeful in, I won't have anything to say on the topic. But I reject all notions of hopium. It's hogwash.
Yeah, experientially, from my perspective, becoming aware of truth and seeing things in your life that are a lie is a valuable process.
And if not, if you don't prove it by acting on the new information, it's not. What was the value? If the person remains the same, where is the value?
Precisely. Yeah, you have to execute. You have to.
And I'm
act on the
seeing
information.
zero execution, sir. That's my point. I see no execution. None.
In what regard?
Zero.
Any
Like-
regard. Individuals are changing their own lives, certainly. I'm talking about this idea of people coming together and representing some sort of growth, change, or moving forward, and maybe crafting a society or a world that we individually, the people who come to these circles, might want to participate in. That's not a thing that you can say, it's over there, Benton. Just go over there, and now you're amongst your people. It does not exist.
Well, if you're looking for an argument for me on that, you're creating a straw man because I don't disagree with that.
Oh, my only problem is with the hopium. I don't disagree with anything else you've said. I reject the hopium.
Well, no, because there is a reason. I mean, I don't look at it as hope. I don't even think I use that word that much, but you know, having the execution of the knowledge that you've gained leads to a better life, even if the outcome outwardly doesn't look at it that way from others. You know, the people that live vicariously through your success, or they want you to be some particular person or some certain way. None of that matters. You can have a shit box of a life to them, but it's beautiful to you, and you're very thankful and grateful for what you have, and you know, and it's a lot of it is the decisions you've made in your own mind, and I think there's value in that. It's not a reason to have hope; it's a reason to act accordingly to the knowledge that's given. Be faithful with little, you'll be given much. If you squander what you have, don't be surprised when it's all taken from you.
Indeed, sir. Well said.
So if I may, and you know, I think I think everybody understands exactly what you're talking about, Benton, is that, you know, you got to have the action. You know, to be a man of your word, it's not just you speak the words, but you have to have the action that follows through. And the you know, the knowledge that, you know, quote unquote, we have gained in terms of like what's going on, it doesn't really mean jack shit if nobody's doing anything about it. You know, I get that. And I think Dick gets that. And I think everybody here gets that. But I'm not going to assume anything or presume that that's the case with everybody here. But the thing is, I do see people, quote unquote, waking up in terms of like during the last, you know, 3-4 years during this whole, you know, bugbear type of thing, that I've been involved with many channels, you know, like not only here on YouTube, obviously, but like, you know, on Telegram, you know, I've been involved with some groups there, and people have came out and spoke about their testimony in terms of, you know, they've lived normal lives and they never thought about it until they're really given this decision, you know, as a nurse or, you know, as a person who had a business, and then they were really just like given this kind of an ultimatum that, you know, they will not go forward unless, you know, you understand. And then from that moment on, they start to wake up to it. Now, what they've done with their lives since then, I can't say that that's going to be a net positive or not. It's hard to say because you can say that decisions have already been made for them. And what I mean by that is if they've lost their jobs, they lost their positions or their business or whatnot, and they're of course very upset by it, and that's part of the reason what motivated them to go out and seek communities or people who are on this more or less on the same page of things. Now, a vast number of these people have been kind of coming out of the woodworks, and what comes of it, well, we'll have to kind of wait and see. But I do see some people kind of like really trying to, make progress, and what I mean by that is that, yes, they still need to survive. We all need to survive one way or another. And we're, I would say, and maybe I'm being very cynical by saying this, but we're all slave to money, and I've traveled in my life and I've been homeless before. And I've met these, Babas and stuff, and they still get donations of 10 rupees or 20 rupees and whatnot. But like, I don't know of anyone who does not operate without money. That's what I'm kind of getting at, And but still,
I know almost
go ahead.
nobody that effectively utilizes money. Almost all of, especially the Americans, their relationship to money is just a complete and total disaster. And that they are mainly working in order to practice the national religion of consumerism. That's America.
Oh, for sure. Well, that's the American programming. I mean, that's a whole nother issue in itself.
Well, so the idea that they believe that they have to kill themselves at these slave jobs, that's because they are addicted to being consumers. It's possible to live on very little money. It's a thing.
Well, absolutely.
But not to be able to participate in the society. We can't have a certain image on social media. We can't keep up with our neighbors. We can't live in a subdivision. That's the way out of what Americans consider to be day-to-day life is what I'm proposing. So that shit's not going to happen.
Well, I don't disagree with you with that. I mean, that's again, this kind of programming that's been, hardwired into the American culture to make Americans behave in that particular way, and that's what runs the economy, you can say, right? And without that programming, and without the wars, I mean, like, war is a racket, one day of war is more profitable than a whole year of peace, they say.
Yeah, absolutely. And Catch-22 by Joseph Heller, one of my favorite books. And that's a lot about what that book is about, is war profiteering, but presented in a very humorous way. And Dick Cheney, when he was the vice president, making sure that Halliburton, got all of these contracts more or less through, his ability to steer a country into war, right? Like that's the system as it exists. Yeah.
Economic Hitman, was like with John Perkins, I think. And, that's another decent book that kind of goes into, the shenanigans that America and government and corporations and how they play cahoots with each other, and these, so-called war on drugs and such. But like,
Yeah, I listened to the audiobook on that one. That was good.
Yep. But the thing is, like, I think what the crux of the issue is that, like, change doesn't come at an instant, like I look at it like a big, big tanker, it's not going to turn on a dime. It takes many miles before it can start making turns and such. And people are like that though too, like they get used to a certain way. And, last several years been pretty traumatic for people, September of 2001 was a traumatic event for me, and that's when I quote unquote started to wake up. But I was just in university at that time, and I was very much confused of what was happening, and I didn't agree with and it took me 3 years to really until like really 2004 until I come to some terms about like what had happened. But like but that's when I graduated from university.
To wake up. We need to get him aware and.
Oh, no, I'm so awake that I'm the one who came up with the concept of ascending layers of false reality, because our brains are so set up for a 0 or a 1. When we identify a problem, we identify one potential cause and we stop there. This is all multi-layered and multifaceted. So when someone supposedly wakes up, we only perceive that in a binary, meaning, okay, we were asleep, now we're awake. Guess what? This system understands that that's how your mind works, and it has prepared a never-ending series of false realities such that when the person wakes up to this false reality, there's another false reality conveniently there for them to step into. And that's what happens for most people.
Agreed.
Out
And
of the frying pan into the furnace.
Yes.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like Benton is the type of guy, he doesn't need to do anything. He doesn't gotta do anything, right? And he's the type of guy, is an intelligent man, and this is just from my perspective. So he doesn't like when people say he's gotta do something. He's very resistant
Correct.
to this type of talk.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Part of that, Notch, is I took it to the streets for about a decade. And I spent most of that time with myself. And I walked 10 miles a day with a 35-pound backpack every day for literally years, sir. And that's, I have so much of these things cemented in my mind that I can't go back to what I was before I'd had those experiences. But again, I didn't have to go take it to the streets, but I did if I was going to maintain my sanity. So I understand the concept when you say we have to do something. The reality is, if I was going to remain sane and not have to go to the mental health system, which certainly would never actually help me stay sane, quite the opposite. But I recognized, okay, I must take charge of this, or I'm going to have no choice but to be, medicated and in the mental health system. So that was my way of doing that. Now, possibly other individuals could find a less arduous and disorienting experience than literal homelessness for a decade. However, a decade plus, I should say. But I made it work for me, if that makes sense. But I would never recommend any of that to anybody else. But I didn't have to do those things. And sometimes people say I'm lucky. I'm like, no, it wasn't luck. There's some measure of fortune, but I did what was necessary for me to be able to talk to you folks, as poorly as I may convey my ideas at times, just to get to hear, look at what it took. And I know Dick has his version of that, and I know you have your own version of that. So I'm not special in this regard, certainly.
No, and I think what's fascinating to me is that we're all kind of a representative of different cultures, different backgrounds, and different upbringing, different experiences, and this is what we can offer. If I can dare say we, in a sense, but this is what I feel like that. This is what I feel that I can offer in these panels. It's not that we're coming up with any kind of groundbreaking solutions, and we're not really thinking in terms of things that those guys have never thought of. I mean, those guys up there. Really, I think that they've thought of all the different various iterations that we can possibly come up with in terms of possible outcomes, and that's why they're in the position that they're in. But I do have quote unquote faith, for however you want to make that out to be, in the sense that I believe God is above all of this, and even beyond that. And there are going to be things that is going to be beyond our understandings, comprehension, or ability to calculate that could potentially occur. And I'm not hoping for it, I'm not reliant on it, but I think that is something that could be, and whether it is or won't be, we'll just live out the rest of our lives and be a witness to all that is unfolding anyways.
Yeah, well said, man. And and with Dick, I like Dick. I like Freedom Grower here. But I know at some point something's going to happen, and now I'm giving him the business. Like, I would prefer not to be giving him the business, but or even you to that for that matter. But it's like
Dick can handle it.
Well, yeah, and at a certain point, I can only take so. Like, realistically, this is my own disciplining of my own mind, right? This is how forcefully I've disciplined my own mind. And then, I have not yet developed ways to be less forceful, although I'm working on it. I can assure you I'm working on it.
I think it's a good it's a good thing, you know, Benton, and I'm not offended by it. And then, you know, it's always good to point out fallacies as you see it, you know, and you don't always have to be cordial. I think you're very cordial to a degree, you know. I mean, politeness is there for sure. I mean, I think that's a Southern quality of yours.
Thank you.
But you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that just because there is a disagreement that there's any kind of we're harboring any kind of like, you know, hatred or, you know, ill will towards each other. I think it's good to point out what you see, and then if like I agree with you, I agree with you. If I don't agree with you, I don't agree with you. That's all there is.
Yes.
What to do.
I could not agree more. Wonderful.
Good stuff. Yeah, I like being challenged on whatever position I think I know at any given time. So,
well, and likewise also.
Well, that's what we're here to do, and you know, that's but there's a way in which to do it, because like I think that's one of the things that's to me that's, you know, I can appreciate about this channel, and you know, Benton, you are the channel. I mean, this is like a part of who you are. Is that I like the cordial, you know, politeness, but you know, if the disagreement is going to be there, you point it out and be straight about it. You know, no nonsense type of thing. And without any like, you know, animosity or hatred or all this kind of you know, vitriol that tends to go along with these metaversal streets sometimes, and where people really can't have a decent conversation.
Did
What's
he
that?
really just leave because I said I was going to come up because I was going to point out how only losers want to reset? Like, if you actually worked for something in your life and you actually obtain material possessions and you actually have a family,
Okay, here we go.
and you don't live out of your car, then you might actually not want to reset. You might actually want resolution. You might want like solutions to the problems, not just hey, my life sucks, let me just reset it for everybody.
wow, Moose's balls dropped today. It's coming
Well,
in hot.
O'Shea, that was geared towards you, I believe.
It's geared towards anybody who's a fucking loser and actually wants to reset things and have a what they call a level playing field. Well, we were all born into this fucked up world, and if some of us learned how to travel through it, worked harder than others, and obtained stuff, why should we get it taken away from us? Why should we have to go along with your bullshit propaganda? Why should we have to go along with all this you know, alphabet bullshit? I don't care if you dye your hair red, blue, purple, or whatever. I don't care if you believe in fucking Mormonism or whatever. That's none of my business. I shouldn't have to believe in it just because your dumbass believes in it.
If anybody wants some, come and get some from the Moose. He's ready to lock horns.
I just want to know how you feel it's right to take from other people. It's just bullshit.
Well, and I think part of what O'Shea's talking about is more of a fantasy and a way to maybe healthfully deal with his own feelings in a way, or, you know, less unhealthy, obviously, than running around, or more healthy than running around actually acting on those impulses. So for him to admit that that's somewhere deep within him, I think is there's something to that. And I understand Moose not liking the part where, you know, with O'Shea more or less fantasizing on that level. I can also understand that, right? I
grew up in a trailer park, man, with 10 people in the same house. I grew up poorer than shit. So, like, where I'm standing right now, there's no way in hell that you're going to get me on board with the reset.
Got it. Yeah, and it is. That's why I realized it was a fantasy, that the fact that I'm drawn to such chaos and you know, hardship and many people losing their shit psychologically. That, you know, in an actual Mad Max, right? The fact that I'm somehow attracted to that, you know, I realize that this is not necessarily, you know, I'm not a proponent of society becoming that. That's an attraction that I'm having. So for the person to understand that, I think could be important. So I'm aware of it.
You know, there are things that happen that is really outside of our control. And, you know, of course, I don't wish upon anyone here or anywhere else that things would happen to him. But like I was involved in a flood here recently. Well, one of the most terrible floods we had since since the 90s or whatever. And a lot of houses, there were like kind of mudslides, and not only in this region but in the surrounding regions as well. And a lot of people lost their houses, through because of the mud floods. And like it's not like people have insurances and stuff in India that often, and insurance won't cover for the whole house anyway. And what my point is, like people in Maui as an example, like the prevailing theory is the DEW, and then people who were not wanting to sell their houses and their property, their places got burnt to the ground. And all the rich people, they were able to keep their property, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like nobody really expected these things to happen, yet they have to deal with it. And so resets, quote unquote, happen in a smaller scale or in a larger scale, whether we like it or not. It's kind of a part of the cycle of this world. And yeah, I want you to maintain the wealth that you have, and even grow, and hopefully you can help yourselves and help other people with the wealth that you will potentially gain. But there's no guarantee as far as I'm concerned in this life.
Well, and in some ways, this realm is nothing but, boom and bust cycles. The balloon inflates and then it pops, and the various different ways the language gives us to refer to whatever that is. Like on some level, if I look at my life, that's been happening my whole life, those cycles. So for me to expect anything other than that going forward, to me, would be insane. So of course it's a boom and a bust cycle, even with the fake pandemic. And I kind of want to get into this where more or less everybody's just accepting that there's more lockdowns coming. Well, as the person who did the Nightmare Dystopia podcast, and, I went full doomer during that. And the fact is, once that got declared a global pandemic, Alex Jones had given me all the programming to understand more or less what the thing was going to be. I followed the news, meaning I read about 50 news articles per day for basically the entirety of the fake pandemic, which, like I pointed out, if it's actually fake, how can it ever end? Because it never truly began if it's not real, right? So I understand this is the rest of our lives on some level, but then when everything sort of seemingly went away, I remained in the same space every day. I'm living the lockdown every day. And yeah, it's not great that I'm in that space, but I, for myself, have to do that for me. I don't have a choice within my own internal space. So part of me is most likely going to take a victory lap and gleefully say, I told you, motherfuckers, how dare you not listen to me when I tell you that this thing has not gone away and this is the rest of our lives. Because if it comes back in full force, there's a whole bunch of people who just assumed it was over with. It's never going to go away. It's not going to happen. And I like Notch with the ship turning slowly analogy. I really like that, because the reality is, if these changes that we might hope for were to happen, none of us are likely to be here in this current incarnation when that were to occur. If that ship really does take that long to turn around, we're probably not going to still be here, not in this form.
Hey, I just want to add in too, is the reason I get so fired up about this whole topic is because I don't see people working for more. I see opportunities that I've thrown out to multiple people that said they wanted more. I've seen people that say they want more. They don't do anything in their life to be better. They actually are just sitting here coasting through life. And it's like, dude, how could you want to be on a level playing field with that? That all that is communism. That takes away competition. That takes away, just the drive that I have. If I can't have more than you, not necessarily because I want more than you, but if I work harder, shouldn't I be able to obtain a nicer car or a bigger house or something? You know what I mean? And these people that want a reset, they want us all to everything just goes away. Like, how is that going to work?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, but there are a lot of people who work hard and they gain quite a bit by their work. And there are a lot of people who work very, very hard all day, 12 hours, 14 hours, then they can barely float by, and, obviously, maybe that's not the case for you. But there are a lot
I
of people.
moved, Nacho. I moved from California all the way to Maine. I moved
Well,
out of my area because
yeah.
it was so expensive.
That's
And then
Well, I got to
you have
jump
to
in
make
on the
choices.
finances real quick. The average American straight up wastes about 40% of their income, period.
True.
So they can live within their means. They're choosing not to, whether they know that's a choice or not. They are straight up wasting at least a third of their income, most of them. Wasting unnecessarily.
Also, what do you do, Moose, with if you're not going to have a reset at some level with the 140 trillion unfunded liabilities, 30 trillion national deficit? I mean, how does that work out for your kids, your kids? See where I'm going with that?
You stop paying the politicians. You don't pay them shit. You don't give them no health care. You give them nothing. Because when you serve the public, you're supposed to serve the public out of necessity to the public. Stock value, none of that shit. There'd be no insider trading. We need to kill corruption, because if we do a reset and there's still corruption, we're fucked.
Yeah, you make good
Yep.
points, Moose.
Yep.
so.
And well, real quick, you're absolutely right. But until people can kill the corruption within themselves, what you're proposing cannot happen.
Yeah, and the thing is, as far as I know, the quote unquote income tax that the Americans do pay, that's like all the income tax that they collect, right? Is still not even going to be able to pay for the interest of the national debt, of the money that's been quote unquote borrowed, right? So it's like it really doesn't amount to very much, even though it is like it represents 1/3 of average Americans' lives, who's got jobs and paying taxes, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I've heard like every citizen has a couple $100,000 of debt over their head just from birth based on that deficit. I haven't done the numbers personally, so it could just be hearsay speculation. But even if it's
I think it's
anywhere
more than
near close
that.
to yeah, so if it's more than that, that's more than most people will ever see at one time in their life. The idea
real
that you
quick-
could be indebted
Sorry, Dick.
from birth. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Dick. The reality is, I don't believe it's possible to discuss this without talking about what happened in Iceland on the heels of 08, 09. So what happened in Iceland is the populace is highly educated. So when their politicians said to the Icelanders, they said, hey, there's this global financial crisis, and these banks here in Iceland, they went out and made all these deals, and now there's like, Iceland's a small country, so let's say $50 billion in debt. This is what the politicians took to the Icelanders, who said, we don't know what you're talking about. Y'all done that amongst yourselves. You didn't involve us in it. We don't owe that money. We're not paying that money. That money has nothing to do with us. And then the entire Icelandic government resigned. Why did they do that? Probably because they feared what the people were going to do with them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, real quick, let me finish up on this. $50 billion, poof, disappeared as if it never existed. Strange how that works. Y'all go ahead.
No, I mean, but I mean, you're 100% correct, Benton. But Iceland is like a couple 100,000 people, and it's a small ass country. It's an island country, and these politicians, they're all like interrelated, and everybody
But the
fucking knows
idea
everybody.
that Americans could not do that is false. Of course, Americans could do that. They don't have the understanding, the knowledge, or the education to do that.
And all I hear is excuses, because everybody has an excuse why we can't do the right thing.
The reason is the people. The Icelanders are way ahead of us as far as what metrics are considered to make a good society. They're way ahead of America. So it's the people. You cannot have a psychologically healthy country when physically the populace is unhealthy because of the mind-body connection, and you cannot have a country that cares about health and the number one restaurant is McDonald's. It's literally impossible. So until you see a period of time with no McDonald's, both literally and metaphorically, the people in America cannot become what we're describing. It's impossible.
I mean, there's a lot of other factors involved. I mean, like again, Iceland. Iceland is like homogenous compared to America. So the different type of psychological operations that can be had in Iceland has to be very different because of the nature of America and the people that's been in there. The history, et cetera, et cetera. So and America is a big entity. Is the largest economy in the world, and it's like one of the political centers of in the world. So people look to America to see what Americans do and what government Americans are going to vote for, to change their policies.
The Icelanders don't.
Yeah, they may not.
The Icelanders had every opportunity to follow the Americans' example and chose not to.
Yeah, good for them. I mean, I'm all for that. I'm in agreement with everything you just said. It's just that it's a different beast. Is what I'm getting at.
You can't tell me that the thing I've seen happen can't be done. See, that once it's like the first person to break the 4-minute mile or whatever. Once that guy did it, a whole bunch of people did it. You can't show me a thing that I know to be possible and tell me why it can't be done. That's completely illogical.
Oh, I'm not saying it cannot be done.
Tell me all the reasons why Americans should deserve a pass for not also doing what Iceland did.
No, I'm not.
That's
not what I'm getting at.
To get off of the fast food, and if people were to improve over generations, then of course it would be possible, but not with the people we have here now. Of course, clearly not.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that needs to change. Is what I'm getting at, and I guess I'm more in agreement with you than not, and I'm not definitely saying that it's not possible. A lot of things are possible, but the conditions have to be right, and the will has to be right too.
Well, and then at the end of the day, I must conclude, as has been stated, they have been made to love their slavery. These people love this on some level. They're identified with it. You see how strongly certain people fight in even the idea of not having to have a driver's license. And folks, go read your laws. In most jurisdictions, there are no laws around you going from point A to point B for your own. As a human being, the laws were never codified. They were never passed into law in most jurisdictions. We can have an opinion of that, and I can choose to have license plates and insurance. I paid $92 for mine the other day. I can choose to have all of these things, but that doesn't mean that, in fact, any of that actually exists. Like, we understand, meaning a lot of us that come to these type of channels seem to have some understanding of this, and I think it's important. But then what are the people choosing to do? So even me, I love my slavery on some level. Like I don't want to accept that, but go ahead. I do accept that.
But may I ask you why?
Get enlightened, if we could get awake and aware and conscious, then we could start a community and solve all these problems and espouse this amazing type of thinking.
Yeah, I'm all for that, Dick. And let's think into it. But let me just ask Benton a quick question. Like, why did you choose to have a license? Just from your perspective.
Oh, I've had a driver's license since we get them very early in the South. I've had a driver's license. Started driving, as soon as I was legally allowed to drive. It's a big deal where I'm from. So to me, that was like something I looked forward to my entire youth. Was they're finally going to let me get a driver's license.
No, yeah, but the thing is, like, you are aware of, like, the rights of, like, travel, right? So that
now I am, yes.
Okay, so you were not aware of that before.
I had almost no awareness of anything as a young person because I grew up in an environment of ignorance. The people around me knew almost nothing as well. Yes.
So what I'm getting at is that you have recently renewed your driver's license where you have paid $92 for.
Oh,
correct?
I'm sorry. That was my car insurance. Apologies. I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm
point
mistaken.
I'm making, yes, to this day, I'm choosing to do all of that, even though I understand, I would think, almost all of the potential implications. Now that's
Okay.
am I planning to get away from that in the future? Yeah, I am, but I'm talking about what's happening right now. And if not for my health, I would be working as a I would be driving a big rig long haul across the country.
Well, yeah,
So,
well, that's a commercial license,
yeah,
where
I have one
a
of
commercial
those.
license is required for
Yeah,
that. It's
that's what I have.
and that's understandable. But if you wanted to just quote unquote travel, and then you didn't need a license to do that, then why
Yeah,
would one?
I understand that part of it. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Okay, all right. But yeah, just to move on, like I'm all for this community type of stuff. But then again, like the issues that I have is that like we get we connect here metaversally. We connect with each other by talking to each other, one another, and I can kind of like, at least I don't know, but I can kind of feel whom I can kind of get along with and whom I can't in this metaversal world. But yet, when you have a community of people, you're going to have to deal with a lot of different people. So it's probably a good idea to have a good understanding of who you are, and what you can tolerate and cannot tolerate, and what kind of people that you want to be near before you actually get to that physical reality, in my mind.
Yes, and I have actually lived, while not communally, I've lived in similar circumstances for periods of time, up to several months. And the thing about that communal living is, unless the person is in an actual cult, more or less everybody gets an equal say, everybody gets heard, everybody gets a vote, more or less. And a lot of things are not going to happen without at least something approaching a general consensus. And in fact, if you've ever heard of this rainbow family, that's apparently how they do their decision making. So how many folks are going to be able to just sit there calmly and patiently while a person that I can't fucking stand gets to have their say, right? Until a person has experienced that, I don't think they know what that's like. I've experienced it, and it's eye-opening to say the least.
Yeah, I think it probably may like kind of start out that way, just until people kind of start to get a good understanding about each other and what each other is about. But over time, I think like the cream of the crop do rise to the top. Like there are certain individuals who are going to be more logical minded, and they seem to be quote unquote wiser.
Yeah, influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's definitely a natural thing for sure. Humans seem to do that more or less.
I've seen that. I mean, yeah, I've seen that in a physical reality, and I've always been quote unquote a part of different groups, and I've always been very much observant about what makes a leader, and what makes them a good leader, and totalitarian leader, and all kind of stuff, and there are certain types that tend to get into those type of positions, and there are other people who really want to be in those type of positions, and there are those type of people who naturally just get placed in those type of positions, so too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually, that's a lot of the problem with the corporate structure, is what you're describing, is that doesn't happen much of the time, or it's some perverted inverse version of what you're describing. And I saw Dick wanted to say something possibly, so that's all I had, Dick.
Yeah, I mean, my preference for a society would be accountable people where they work out their business with each other, but in general, most people are honorable, and it's just kind of in the nature, the fabric of how people are raised and how we do business. And so there's not a lot of government intervention. There's not a sales tax per se, or a land tax, or there's a honest form of exchange, and there's not forced insurance, forced licensing. You don't have to go pay a tax for this, a tax for that, to go walk on the trail, but then you also have it in the nature of the people, where when they walk on the trail, if they see a piece of garbage, they just pick it up. That's my panacea in my mind that I would love to see humanity get to if I'm going to smoke a bunch of hopium. So I might as well articulate it if I'm going to get on that, bandwagon.
Nice.
That's a little jab
quick,
there.
Yeah, I like that. I am listening. And I was going to welcome Keith, highly suspect, to the panel, but he appears to be having some tech difficulties. So we will continue, and we'll see if Mr. Suspect is able to rejoin us.
Well,
Yeah,
you know, I
go
think
ahead.
the quality that I would be looking for between human beings among men would be like, like, are you a man of your word or not? Like the word, people's ability to say things, whether that they say it in the comments or if they say it here in the metaverse, it doesn't matter. Like, and this is the internet where it's full of keyboard warriors, but we don't care about the keyboard warriors. We don't, because like they're going to be doing whatever they're going to be doing, so
Which
like
is
for
generally
me,
nothing. Sorry to interrupt.
that's why they're keyboard warriors, Moose. That's the whole definition. You say things and you type things out and you don't actually mean the things that you say, right? So if an individual demonstrate, a man or a woman demonstrate that they are a man of their word, that's a very good indicator for me, and their ability to retract or clarify the things that they've said that might have been confusing to another individual. That's also very good quality to me. And then I'm not so much the type, because I do think I have a pretty decent memory, and I can remember things that people have said years ago, even in the chat, and I'd be like, well, this is what you said, and it's like, okay, that was yesterday or that was a month ago or something like that, but you've never actually did anything to kind of clarify yourself a bit better or apologize, or just address these kind of things as if everything's like water under the bridge type of deal. And for me, at least, that would be a somewhat of a measure to see whether or not I can develop some type of trust with that individual. So I mean, that's a good point, a good starting point for me anyway.
Well, and I want to talk about the public roads real quick. There was an interesting comment that was pinned. The reality is, this idea of who pays for the roads. Well, everybody that gets everybody in a, and again, see, can I even say automobile? Like the language has become so fraught with peril, but the way the roads are most commonly utilized, every single one of those vehicles, the government made sure to collect the tax that they claim will pay for the actual infrastructure physically of the road. It's called gasoline tax. Now, what's on the road right now, that's an opinion, RT. The reality is, if the fact that the majority of the populace has chosen to believe an opinion does not, in fact, make that not an opinion. So public roads within a state's borders are owned by the state or local municipality. That's an opinion. What I would say is according to whom, by what authority, see. Those physical assets are on the government's books and financial records. Yeah, and that applies to many, many, many fraudulent activities and endeavors. There's many things on books of corporations and governments that are in fact fraudulent. So that's also proof of nothing, that there's ledgers and financial instruments. See, now I'm willing to accept that I've lived in this system, more or less my whole life, and I have just tacitly consented to this on some level. But that doesn't mean that the language that's been written down somewhere is anything other than an opinion until the authority is established. So what if I question the authority of whoever and whatever wrote that? That's the issue, RT. And it's not an issue for me. It's an issue for RT because I don't believe he's ever fully wrestled with that. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, you can take things to extreme. I wouldn't want to outlaw all taxes and then not be able to have a collective effort of people who determine, well, we want to have a premium on fuel to take care of roads. Great, but it's not a forced tax. It's a voluntary system. If I want to go make biofuels in my backyard or get a distillery and create my own, high octane alcohol-based fuels or whatever I want to do, as long as I'm not causing harm and injury and doing some highly toxic thing that's, I guess, ruining the water for my neighbor, live and let live.
In a community, let's say there is a small community of like 100 and 150 people, you would have various projects that would ultimately be for the benefit of the community. Like, you need to build a building for school, and that's going to be benefiting everybody. And then maybe some guy would be like, well, I don't have any kids, so how's it going to benefit me? But, that's going to be an exception to the norm, and they're going to be probably like a healing center, so you need to create food, you need to create, products, and then if you're going to trade with outside world, you need to be profitable. Ultimately, it does need to be profitable, but that doesn't mean it has to be 100% communistic. Like, there are going to be some people who want to work hard and they're going to knit, more sweaters, and why should they get paid the same amount as somebody who only knits like one sweater per day rather than two? I don't know, but as far as like the community projects are concerned, it's the transparency ultimately that's going to be very fundamental to the kind of getting the consensus of the population, because we're going to create this road, and then people are going to be asking why. Well, so you have the intelligent people explain why we need that road, because we can do trade better, we can get more traffic going down this road, and then we're going to need to pour the resources into it, and ultimately people are going to agree, because it's going to ultimately be a benefit to them that these things are happening. So transparency is an important part of that. The thing that's happening now with all the taxes, that we don't know where the money is going or how it's being really utilized, so it gets lost in the mud of all the social system that is out there, that is actually of a net minus, of like teaching children, to be a transgendered or whatnot. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can kind of go and nitpick, but in the society that we're experiencing now, we don't know how the money is actually utilized. But that's the whole left-right paradigm.
Is that, right? A public records request. I mean, it's, you might have a questionable line item where it's, suspect as to what they actually spent the money on. But in general, you could go to the Treasury and get a breakdown of all the.
No, that's not realistic. Just because, I mean, like, do you know that there's potentially no gold in Fort Knox? Do you think that's a thing?
Well, and real quick, sorry, my apologies. I got to address the chat real quick. I do want to tell RT, the fact is, this is everything we're discussing is based on consent, or the person not being able to say no to whatever the advantages are. RT, the reality is I'm free to go live next to a dumpster behind a Quickie Mart, and there's almost nothing that what you believe to be the authorities can do about that. Almost nothing can I actually be compelled against my will to do in this realm. That's a very, very short list, sir. I will not be bluffed, but y'all go ahead. Apologies for the interruption.
No problem, sir. But like, I'm just saying, like, people have been wanting to audit Fort Knox for some time now. And I guess they've done it, after the Bretton, agreement and whatnot, like once, and then say, yep, it's all there. Their own people did it over at the Fed, and then they did all the check marks and say it's all there. But do you really think that all the gold that we borrow from all these other countries, prior to the end of the World War II, all that gold is actually there? Germany was asking for their gold back in like 2007.
They lied to us about everything, Nachi. Like everything they lied to us about. Why would they be telling the truth about that? Why? I mean,
that's what I mean.
There's no reason for them to tell us the truth about not having gold in there or having gold in there. It doesn't matter either way, to be honest.
I guess it does matter.
It does, yeah.
Does matter, and that's kind of partially what I'm trying to get at in terms of the difficulty of trying to audit. Go ahead.
Take a look real fast. Take a look at the current situation, right? Us four know that there's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that are never going to get paid back, right? We think about that stuff. The common man and woman they don't care. They do not care at all. All they care about is their purchasing power. Okay, you could tell them it's Biden, you could tell them it's Trump, you could tell them it's the gold. It doesn't matter what you tell these idiots. It just matters what they can go to the store and buy. They literally don't give a fuck about anything.
Moose on the rampage. Hey, you know what? I mean, that's them. That's not where my mind's at. And it's not where my neighbor's mind is at. So,
And what's the point? And what's the point, Moose? Let's assume that what you have said is just correct. Okay. And then what?
Like, what are we going to do about it? What are us four going to do about it? Like, should we be talking about this for, I don't know. I'm not trying to like take it out on you. I'm just wondering,
let's talk
where
about
are
what
we
you want
going
to
to
talk
go
about.
with this? No, it's not about what I want to talk about. I'm just thinking, who out there gives a shit, right? Me and you do. I give a shit. I go and talk to people about this shit. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. It's like a George Carlin
I don't give a fuck that they don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck that they don't give a fuck.
Right, but
they
where
don't
do
have
we
to
go from
I can't
here?
make them. I can't make anybody give a fuck about things they don't give a fuck about. We know that.
what do you want to talk about, man?
It's not about what I want to talk about. It's where do we go from here? Like where do we go to make our position
you
in this
tell
life
us.
better? I'm asking questions. I'm not giving answers.
What do you think? Do you have any even opinions about it? Obviously, you thought about it, and the question, if you can come up with a question, you have some ideas to what the answers could be.
I thought it
do
would be
think
community.
It's a controlled.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. I think it's a controlled system at a certain level. And this is where I do get kind of defeatist, but it doesn't ultimately defeat me. It just shows me where the real priority is. But if things were just left to their own devices and there wasn't any control mechanisms, power dynamics in play, then of course someone would have bought an old mining town already for $5 million and started up a little township where it's not a community, but if you have basic respect for human rights and you don't want to have like some high taxation, they would have had a good sheriff represent it. But there's obviously things that break that up before it can even get going, or it would already exist, because there's plenty of enough people out here like us that are minded that way. So I just look at it, it's all an individual. It's back to that single file thing. Like you got to, be the change you want to see in the world and the capacity that you're able to with the resources that you have and the things that you're able to affect. And just doing that is enough of a weight of responsibility, at least for me it is anyway, to know where my focus needs to be.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in here now. Now I actually have something I can contribute. Okay, I see the problem. I see what's coming, right? And so I backed myself out of the whole debt scheme thing. Okay, I'm making moves myself to make sure that I'm not carrying around more debt than I need. I'm trying to get rid of all of it. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm at solutions, but other people don't have that opportunity. Other people don't have the equity that they can get rid of in order to pay their debts. So what do we do about them? What do we do about the people that actually do care, that don't have the opportunity to posture themselves right? I mean, I came on this thing to try to build community. I literally don't have people around me that think like you guys.
Sorry, man. I hate to do it real quick. Hey,
No,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
I'm not insane. I'm talking to the live chat. The fact that I can't and I kind of lost my point trying to get back in here. My apologies, but it's none of my concern what other people do or don't do. I have my knowing. I can't do anything about these other people. This is my point. Until the moment comes, RT, that I can detect that whatever society has chosen to now involve me in a problem-solving process and has asked me for my opinions and input on the problem solving. You know what I'm not going to do, RT? I'm not going to involve myself in a process of problem solving when I'm not involved in the solving of the problem. You fucking idiots. And I apologize. And if I'm not talking to you, I'm not talking to you. But that is some asinine, backwards, slave logic, and I ain't having it. Please continue, folks. My apologies.
All good, brother. But that, you heard what I had to say. Like I
So,
wanted to
hey,
come on here
Moose.
for community, and I see it
Yeah.
crumbling. They keep sending people in here to destroy the communities. We have good broadcasts, right? And then out of nowhere, boom! It's like shit goes to hell in a handbasket. We've seen multiple different people get taken off the internet, countless times. And so it's like, I'm at a loss at what to do now, other than make myself the best version that I can possibly be. And that's frustrating because you got people like O'Shea coming up here and saying, hey, like, we just need to reset everything. And it's like, wait a second. I'm sitting here working my ass off. You're not working your ass off. You're sitting in a car, or you're sitting in a casino playing video poker for 8 hours of your day when you could be, actually contributing to society, making value for someone else, and like building towards what's going on. But instead, you got all these people out there that aren't doing anything. Those are our enemies, because those are the people that are going to come for you and come for your food, come for your stockpile, your ammo, like all that stuff. It's not about being scared of them. It's about being a realist, dude. These people are going to be a problem when shit hits the fan.
Okay. All right. Let's address some of this stuff that you brought up. Okay. Like, let's talk about O'Shea. Is what O'Shea doing now affecting your life directly, Moose? Maybe it will eventually, and maybe that kind of mindset. But like, what he is doing now, being 1,000+ miles away from you, is it affecting your life directly?
Of course, he can't affect me directly, other than on the broadcast. I mean, that's the only
Yeah, I
power
mean,
he really
you're
has.
still gonna do what you're gonna do, and he's still gonna do whatever he's gonna do, living out of his car, playing poker. I mean, he said he's done playing poker, but let's just assume that he continues to play poker, and let's just say that he's gonna throw his life away into a gutter, and he wants the world to end because he hates himself, etc. O'Shea wouldn't be the only one who thinks and feels that way. There are a lot of other people who thinks and feel this way, right?
I agree. And that's where the problem lies, is the more people that start thinking like that and living like that, the more of a problem it does become, because that not in my backyard thing ends up in my backyard. That's why we're talking about it, right? Just like the gold thing. Like, what are we going to do about the gold? All this stuff is just stuff we're talking about because, I want to come up with solutions. I'm at a point in my life where I'm tired of everybody's excuses. Like, I've literally cut off people in my life lately because I'm just like, I'm tired of your excuses. You either hit it and just do it, or you don't tell me you want to do it.
Agreed.
And then 6 months later cry about it.
No. And that's a like a kind of a hard line attitude I think people should have. Dare I say should, but I think it's required if you really want to get yourself in the right circles. But to me anyway, that what's important to me, especially in this metaversal streets, is that I want to be able to come to the discernment of being able to recognize different personality types, different people who have the ability to reason and converse. And I also want to iron out my fallacies, because we all have them. Nobody's perfect here. And hopefully I have the humility to be able to see, my pitfalls, and whatever logical fallacies that I might hold, or cognitive dissonance, and be able to work it out. But also like being able to, because like to me, these are all personality traits, so it doesn't have to be you or Brian O'Shea per se, because there will be another Brian O'Shea out there somewhere. And I might meet that Brian O'Shea, not the real Brian O'Shea here, out in the actual streets, and then being able to recognize that individual and see the patterns that overlap and correlate, and be able to recognize for myself, okay, is this a person that I can deal with? Is this a person whom I can actually want to spend time with? Because I'm actually very much concerned about the time that we have, right? Because as older you get, less time that you have and less bullshit that you want to deal with things. You understand what I mean here?
No,
Of course,
I'm really
I totally
stressing
get it.
on the deficit. What are we gonna do about the $130 trillion deficit? I'm really stressing on it, guys. It's got me in a pickle. We gotta figure this out.
Okay, Dick. But I mean, it's a bit non-bit, but it is true. I mean, like, what the fuck can you do about it? None of us can do jack shit about it. Really, we cannot, and we're all part of that. You know, it's
That's exactly. So you got to be the change you want to see in the world. I mean, hopefully you are the guy that you would want to do business with. If you had to have dealings with someone, or you had to have interaction, you know, you're that same thing that you hope to see in others. Because if you can't be it, why could anybody else ever rise to that occasion?
for sure, absolutely. You have to be an example of the kind of person that whom you're okay to deal with. You know, if you don't have any respect for yourself, how can you respect anybody else, or vice versa?
Well, Joe, it's not about obligation. If you're able, it's because you're able to account. It's you actually have the ability. So, I mean, I guess you could choose not to, even if you see that capacity within you. So that's the free will. I mean, you could choose the wide path of destruction, or you could choose the narrow path of truth. But I mean, choose as you will.
What's up, Lou?
He's got that frozen effect right now.
Can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out a little bit robotic.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, give me a gas sec. I'm just getting gas, and then I'll come back up.
So, I mean, like, Moose, your concerns are everybody's concerns, and I know exactly what you mean, and you're 100% correct. I'm not in any kind of disagreement with you, and you know, I think what we're doing now, and all these discussions is going to be a benefit to the individual and hopefully other people. Is just, you know, we're kind of, you know, metaversally, you know, trying to figure it out. You know, we're trying to iron things out, you know, as much as we can, because, like, you know, if we can get through these streets here, you know, because these discussions are going to have to be had with a genuine community that's going to be in front of us. So if you've already had these kind of conversations here, then you can go through with them a little bit quicker and maybe more logically and more convincingly in the future in a round table type of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I love having these discussions with you because you don't like take offense to it. You know, we just have a discussion. We go back and forth. I learn a little bit about my own perceptions. I learn your perceptions a little bit, and that's what I enjoy here.
Yeah, and shout out to Benton for allowing us to meet here and have a little bit of a chat amongst men, and you know, and his no nonsense approach is also allowing these conversations to, you know, to flow in the way it should be, really.
Yeah, where'd he go? Is he still just listening?
I feel good about the resolve that has taken place here today.
Yeah, I mean, we know that there's nothing really to do but take care of ourselves. I think inspiring others is the biggest thing too, is being somebody that people can look up to, and being somebody that other people would want to be, you know, because if there's all these people that are propped up in society that are all frail and emasculated, and, you know, they got blue hair and lipstick on and stuff. It's just, to me, that's it's just not right. We need to have more men at the table that can teach these boys how to be men. And I think we got to do that. I think that's the biggest thing. If we can teach
just be
people
a
to
man.
stand on their own. Yeah.
Just be a man, and then you're gonna attract other men, and then you're gonna attract the kind of boys who want to be the kind of man like you. And if they're not, I want to have that clear line. I don't mind that clear line. I don't mind having enemies in this world. There are going to be enemies in the world, and if there are a lot of people who are duped and so enslaved, and they're so messed up that they believe the other side to be the right side. Let them be. I can't do anything for them anyways. And then if they become my enemy, so be it. And if they want to, crucify me, so be it. I'm going to fight to the last ounce of my breath, and that's it. And God will judge after that. But we have to be who we are, and we just live the lives that we want to live, and to move on forward in terms of like community or homesteading, because these are discussions that are not only had here, but like even within the flat earth community and other communities as well. People are talking about these type of possible scenarios and possible outcomes, and it's out of necessity that they are having these type of discussions. And the truth of the matter is, even if you're a billionaire, you still need other people to help you to procure stuff and grow gardens and stuff like this. Because most likely you're not going to have the know-how to do everything yourself. Even though ideally we want to be very versatile in our approach to life. I mean, I've done carpentry work. I've done traditional Korean housing for a number of years when I was in Korea. I bartended. I owned a bar before. So I have some experiences, but as far as like being able to operate like a homestead or run a community or be a part of a community, it's a lot to ask for any one individual. So it's a kind of like work in progress, the way I look at it.
Yeah, if you're the complacent, go along to get along, just capitulating, patronizing, you'll probably get further in this society in this point as far as trinkets and trophies and accolades and approvals. And the irony is if you are the change you want to see in the world, you follow your conscience, you'll probably get more grief and more people saying, "Oh, you're not doing it right," and trying to play armchair quarterback on you or criticize and all that, because you actually stand for something, you have your own views, and you're not just willy-nilly in your positions. You've actually thought it out and you have a position. But anyway, it's just ironic to me how all that works. You'll get the reflection you'll see back is the opposite of what you expect if you actually do what you wouldn't have otherwise, and you try to give meaning to it, make it matter, not just go through life with a sense of no purpose, but define it with a sense of discernment. That is not respected or appreciated by society, so you have to stand on your own in those ideas.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nobody said any of this is going to be easy. Go ahead, Luigi.
It's a great day for motorcar racing.
For what?
Motorcar racing, don't you understand, honey? Jackie Stewart here. It's a great day, Saturday morning for motorcar racing.
Your audio sucks, and you usually ruin the broadcast, Lou, but I'm going to give you a chance here.
Well, and I got to jump in real quick on Mr. Robert Escobar's show down here. The reality, Mr. Escobar, is that if I'm in a group with you, you're not going to have much say in the direction of the group. However, I will certainly consult you in my decision-making process. But the reality is, as a low testosterone fat boy male, you cannot compete against me with my superior levels of testosterone, and I'm literally dying of various illnesses. I'm down to about 120 pounds. But the fact is, you are not going to have more, you're going to have effectively no say in any sort of group that I would choose to join. So please be aware that when you speak for me, you really have no basis of that. But apologies for jumping in yet again. Thank y'all for humoring me. I'll play the background, as Mr. Unslave might say.
No problem, sir. This is your channel, and you may jump in and out as you please. So I'm just grateful that we are all here, gathered together today, to be able to talk some sense or nonsense. But Lou, did you want to contribute further, sir?
Hey, well, Nachi, I want to take this back because Lou doesn't have anything to contribute. We both know that. Back to the gold. Do you think that there is a possibility that we could actually run out of gold? Sorry, Papa, you can talk after this question.
Like in terms of the world, or like
Yeah,
is like gold.
in terms of the world, like with all these microchips being developed and all this stuff that almost everything has a little bit of gold in it these days. So do you think there's a possibility we could run out of that resource indefinitely?
No, not really. And I think technology will advance to the point, and I think we're all almost there. And I'm not 100% sure about this new technology that was kind of like I don't know that was revealed in Korea. It was something 99 PK99, I think, where there's basically claiming that you don't need like near absolute 0 degree temperature to have a superconductor. So at a room temperature, you can have a superconductive material that is not made out of gold, or anything like that. So things like that, if true, would mean that gold would have the kind of archaic usage for being a reserve, and of course you can consume gold. Silver is used for medical practices still, being antibacterial, and it was that a roadkill? Looked like a roadkill. But that's my opinion about it. Not to change the subject.
Yeah, I think we're more likely to run out of functioning male testicles before we run out of gold.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think what do you call it, like pure blood or pure sperm that has been untainted is probably going to be more valuable. That's going to be running out before we run out of gold, in my opinion. Gold is only valuable because people say that. Go ahead.
You're not going to run out of roadkill.
Yeah, it's because Americans don't know how to drive, and neither do Canadians. If you stopped hitting shit, there wouldn't be any roadkill.
What was that, Lou? Was it a deer?
The fox. Just
what are you going to do with it?
Hide.
Okay.
He's going to drink its blood, right, just guys, like his chickens.
Nice all right, later, Dick. Good talking with you.
Out of all the people I've ever met in my life, you're the only person that's ever admitted to drinking chicken blood. Not just admitted it either, he was proud of it.
I am proud of it. Damn proud of it. Why would I waste it on the ground?
It's actually not a waste. That blood that you put back into the ground, all that bacteria and all the stuff that's in the soil, if your soil is alive, it'll take care of that. You don't need to drink the chicken's blood. That's like some serious, like, sick occult nonsense.
That's what you've been trained to believe. That's what you've been trained to believe, Moose. Blood is an incredible, rich nutrient that is so dense in vitamins and minerals that you can never find something more dense in vitamins and nutrition.
Oh, I'm sure the elites know.
It's always been prized. It's been prized by all peoples, all indigenous peoples, not just one, all indigenous peoples prize blood for its nutritional value. We've been trained, you guys talk about Mad Max, all this fucking bullshit, purge, and if the shit hits the fan, everybody, all that's going to happen is going to go right back to what we were. Right back. After we finish eating our dogs, our cats, our horses, or whatever's we raise for fun, and then we'll eat our neighbors, and when all the weak have been eaten, then we'll go back to hunting and gathering the way we were designed to be. Just like the story I told you about my grandfather, of how he would release a sick animal out of the barn and let it fend for itself, and it would generally come back more healthy than the ones that were in the barn, because it would go back to its natural state. A pig would start automatically digging for roots. A rabbit would head for the briars. Same with humans. The lights go out. First, we'll devour all the garbage. And it's, sorry, but there's a lot of garbage out there. People included. I don't say people are garbage. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to say that. Nobody's garbage. But you understand what I'm saying, right? Nachi?
Some people are garbage, wouldn't you say, Lou?
Nah, I don't know. Maybe.
No,
Yeah, I guess-
no people are garbage.
Politicians.
There's
I don't
no
know.
garbage people out there.
All politicians on every level are garbage. Every single one of them. Your local mayor,
Yeah,
your local
I-
school
I-
board, your local
No,
county
every
official,
single
state
one.
representative,
Every single
everybody
one.
on the federal level, pretty much all executives of all corporations
Yeah.
are 100% garbage human beings. Absolutely. And most of the medical staff, as well as most of the executives in medicine, including your local ICU doctor who literally knowingly murdered many people during the fake pandemic.
Yeah.
Knowingly,
I agree.
knowingly murder people.
Yes, knowingly, 100%. It almost
No,
happened to my mother.
absolutely.
They knowingly attempted to murder my mother in Baxter County Hospital. And in fact, the BBC came in there and did a worldwide news report that's still available on YouTube. They went in there and talked to my mom, who may very well have been on her deathbed, sir. And that happened.
If you want to look at it that way, my sister's husband's father, her father-in-law, was murdered by them. Plain, straight up murdered. I can pretty much prove it. Because they put him on a ventilator and they got him to call his family, right? First, they got him to call his family before they put him on the ventilator because he wouldn't be able to talk to them anymore. So if he can call them and talk to them, it means he can breathe. A ventilator is a last resort. It's only
It's a
used
death
when the
sentence
person-
during that time. It was a death
it's
sentence.
only used. Well, not that it's a death sentence. It can be used in the appropriate place
At
where
that time.
somebody's going. Yes, it was a death sentence at that
No,
time. Yes.
almost no elderly women came off of ventilators during that time. Virtually zero.
Probably you're right. Elderly people shouldn't go on the ventilator at all. I
Specifically
agree with you.
females. Specifically females. Some men managed to come off. Almost no
Right.
women past a certain
Right.
age. Virtually zero.
But it's funny how they took him in. That both him and his wife were sick. They're the same age, but he was a heavy smoker, right? So his wife was actually sicker than him, but they sent her home and kept him. Why? Because they figured they got a better chance of killing him because he was a heavy smoker. So they kept him and they killed him. That's it. In my view, they killed him.
Yes,
And then the
they did.
grandfather, they did the grandfather too, 2 weeks after that. So only one of my sisters is like, headlong into it's all real,
Well, I mean, and the way they justified everything is that, if they can rack up or pat the numbers of people who got the bug beer or beer bug virus, right? They get paid through the government and various organizations, and that's the main reason why they did what they did, is because it just gave them the numbers that they wanted on one hand, but it also lined their pockets with money, right?
Sorry, I was in the chat. My apologies.
No, but I'm just explaining why. I mean, I think most everybody understands why over here as to, the motive. You don't just, go around willy-nilly, murdering people for no reason. It's multi-layered,
No, I'm sure I
So,
would have I'm sure I would have a reason, but I would never do that, of course.
No, I'm talking about the hospitals and why they chose to behave the way that they did is because it pat the numbers so they have higher CV numbers to pat the stats saying, oh yes, this is the cause on one hand, and then on the other hand you have insurance companies and that are paying out for every cases that are beer bugged. So it lined the pockets of the hospitals and the nurses and the doctors.
Yeah, you know what this means, right, Nachi? When you
Yeah, it
rub
means
your,
money.
your thumb, Okay. So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I appreciate yeah, I understand. I do understand what that means.
Can I see your tits?
Sure.
Or the lack thereof.
Life's too short to have puffy nipples, Lou.
Your tits are bigger than mine. That's for sure, Lou. I can tell you that much.
I bet Lou doesn't have puffy nipples though. Might have a little meat there, but I bet he does not have puffy nipples. Just my read of the situation.
All right. Anyways.
Well, that would be associated with estrogen and the way the body aromatizes, if I'm saying that right, the various substances. Typically, he's probably making enough androgens to mop up all that pesky estrogen. So he does get a tad emotional from time to time. Oh, Lou does. Seen him tear
Are
up
you
a
saying
time.
I got a lot of Are you saying I got a lot of estrogen?
I'm saying you have enough testosterone to mop up the estrogen. That's what I'm saying. I think I could be any more clear than that.
That's why I got tits.
Yeah. It's funny though. To me anyway.
These are pectorals of a man, not tits.
Yeah. One of the reasons I quit working out so much was that my lower chest was so developed it looked like I had man boobs, and I really didn't. I did not like that look. So no push-ups or bench press when I still worked out and just stopped doing chest, man. Yeah, after a while it like, even though I'm 120 pounds, I still got way like disproportionate chest for some reason. It's not always good to develop muscles just for no fucking reason.
I never did really work out, but I've always been well developed that way. Like
Yeah, some people are just have a
I've gained
natural
a little
build.
bit of weight.
Yeah, some people
Yeah,
just have a
in my
natural
older
build.
age, I've gained a little bit of
Lou,
weight.
shut up for a second. Benton's talking.
No, that was lag. You're good, Lou. That was
Was
all
it?
the
Sorry.
lag there. Yeah. No, we're just lagging.
That was just my knee-jerk reaction to him
Yeah.
that I always do. He knows it's love.
We've figured our timing out. Me and Lou have pretty decent timing, I think. So that was the lag. Yeah.
But Lou, you have a very active lifestyle. You know, I mean, like you live in a farm, and you know you move around, you dig and put fences up, and right?
Yeah.
Field dress, roadkill.
Can you hit that echo cancellation button real fast?
If Moose has any hair on
And RT something's wrong with RT in the chat because he keeps making the same. He keeps
Hold on,
making
I
the
gotta hit
same.
my settings. Hold on.
He keeps making the same bullshit arguments over and over. RT, whoever is using the roads is purchasing gasoline at retail, sir, and thus the money is paid. It doesn't matter if they live in their car or not, RT. I can be homeless, own a fucking automobile, and live in it like Brian O'Shea's doing, and everything is paid for, sir. The government is smart enough to take it at the pump. And until you can get around that, you don't have an argument here. But he's still trying to put forward the same argument. It's bizarre. And I love RT. I just don't know what's wrong with him today. This is illogical, sir. It's completely illogical.
It is. I've never once seen somebody bootleg some gasoline.
It's effectively doesn't happen. I mean, sure, there's some version of that, but it may as well not exist.
Lou, can you mute yourself when you're not speaking, sir?
Lou's he's a little challenged there, but JG broke me into the bad mic and the background noise, so I'm just kind of used to it. I don't even really notice anymore. Oh, so I've been getting really messed up on these THCO vapes every day for like at least a couple of weeks now. Notch.
Yeah. And has it affected your psychology or your physiology in any way?
I'm actually way less creative, I would say, overall. It's a little more difficult to do the live streams in a way that I think is like a good content, but sometimes it just sort of accidentally ends up being good content. But yeah, I like to get messed up sometimes, so I'm all on or all off. So if I'm doing it all the way, typically, as far as cannabis, especially. And now I'm on the synthetic cannabis, so even better as far as I'm concerned. Some would say we don't want that synthetic chemicals, and I'm like, well, I mean, if it messes me up and it's not addictive, bring it on. And it doesn't seem to be. I've been able to stop in the past and haven't had a problem.
Well, I always say, like, if you have to have some vice, then weed is probably among some of the best things that you can get on. I prefer people be on weed a lot more than alcohol or tobacco or I don't know, any other type of drugs, really. So, I guess it's okay on my books. I haven't smoked in months. I'm very much on the narrow path lately. I'm not trying to be, proud or be better, but it's just, in terms of like clarity and having clear thinking, I would consider that to be important. But I understand also that not a lot of people can be in my kind of position though too. I've gotten kind of a direction, you can say, from people who have led very strict lives, so I've been influenced by their strength to kind of live a very strength. I used to smoke a lot, especially when I was younger. And then I owned a bar in Korea for a little while. So I was drinking every day for about a year and a half straight, like 6 beers a day, no problem, not a thing, that doesn't even affect me. And weekends, man, the amount of shots that I don't know how I could survive that kind of lifestyle now. There's no way.
Yeah, I can relate to that, certainly in my own way. Substances and our relationship to such. Yeah. My thing is, if I could encourage people, I would encourage especially males not to mess with pretty much anything mind altering before age 25 if possible. That's my own view of it. Any sort of substance like marijuana or cannabis. That's just my opinion though.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's very difficult because a lot of when I was growing up, like all my friends were getting into weed. I was a little bit straight edge when I was younger. And then, I had a near death experience and I was very curious about what that was. And, my friend was telling me like, oh, you should try LSD or mushrooms, that's very similar to what you're talking about. And I was like, okay, help me get some of that shit. And they're like, well, you don't want to go straight into that. Have you ever smoked weed? I'm like, no. So I started smoking weed first and then started to get into that. But then, it was, it was not exactly the path that I envisioned in any way. But nobody really envisions, a perfect path that way, and I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, I've tried a lot of things, coke, heroin, and none of it as far as I'm concerned, has brought me to the type of experience that I had the first time ever when I was like 15, 16 years old,
Hey, so Lou looks like he's like talking to himself in the car.
I think he's on a phone call, maybe.
No, he has his son with him, I think, and they're having a conversation together.
I'm just checking his mental health. I know how we've been getting into some hard hitting topics today.
I think he's okay.
That's like the most Italian thing ever, what he's doing, right? The talking with his hands, not even talking to us, but he's here. It's like
he's great at what he does, man. He's entertaining me over here. I'm watching him, his arm flying around. I'm watching him play with his ear.
Well, and I don't know if you folks noticed, but like a significant portion of the audience was not down with the ICU doctor as murderer theme. And so a bunch of them headed for the exit when that went down. which
Yeah,
is okay with me, by the way. I'm not able to talk about those topics and not go there. So, unfortunately, if when the climate changes, it's going to be difficult for me not to say my own direct experience. So the channel could get nuked. You never know. Right now, it seems to be a permissive environment, and since I've allowed myself to be herded into this ghetto, this particular ghetto, and seemingly allowed to freely communicate with folks as long as nobody actually does anything in the physical, which I have absolutely no plans to, and certainly would not discuss any plans with anybody over this medium or probably many
Right.
others. That's just me, though. I'm speaking only for myself. But it seems like whatever this is happy to let me run my yap almost in an unfiltered way. But we never know when that that dynamic will change back to how it may have been for a
Hey
period of time.
Benton,
Yes.
can I talk about an ICU story that happened to my family this
Yeah,
past
we
2
will
years?
try to avoid the coded
I won't say nothing about that.
Yeah, the loaded terminology, as long as you avoid certain words. I hate to even say
Okay.
that, but yeah, go for it.
So
Please.
my aunt, she's had MS my entire life, and so she's been in a wheelchair the entire time I've known her. I've seen pictures of her as a very beautiful woman in her young life. She was just totally like a great person, man. And she ended up coming down with some sickness, and they ended up taking her down to the hospital, and everything was going all right until they put her on a ventilator, and that thing, she didn't make it from that. Is all I want to say is. And so, in the coming years, I would just hope that people would, if they actually do care about their family members, just maybe be there for them through this process, because I wish I could have been there with her, and maybe I probably wouldn't have been able to change the outcome, but I would feel better about myself because I would have at least had a chance to say goodbye.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it bears repeating that many, many, many elderly people died directly of their isolation and not being able to, they were on a schedule of their loved ones were coming to visit them once or twice a week or twice a month or every other month or whatever that was. And some of them folks, that was the only thing keeping them going. And maybe the grandkid gets brought over, and I see Lou's agreeing. And, a lot of folks just went ahead and passed away solely from that. And that's really the only
Yes,
point
if
I
you
was
can
trying to
hear me,
make.
Benton, absolutely.
Yes. And I don't believe that's been really accounted for.
People died just out of isolation.
Yeah. So I don't think that's properly been accounted for. Then people who had come out of maybe an intravenous drug use as far as some sort of addiction, people who were on the right path and had reformed their lives. Well, many of those folks just found it unable to make it through the lockdowns because now everything they were using to support, where they were going in life was literally removed in an instant. Now, some of them did make it out, but some of them just, of course, relapsed. And then it seems like the relapse, especially with certain drugs, that's an increased risk of overdose and death on its own because they're not having the daily habit. So it's a little easier for them to make a mistake versus then you also get into just them maybe choosing to take that route as well. I'm sure that's a factor for some folks. So, and I'll wrap up on this, the myriad of, and I'll pass it around, but the myriad of issues that were already social issues as late as, say, 2018, I would say, or as early as 2018, the off the charts isolation, middle-aged white people in Appalachia just experiencing off the charts death rates, especially males. All of these things, and I can keep naming things, but I won't. But the events of the last several years was like a modifier, or it increased all of those, in my view, in my opinion, all of those various factors got multiplied exponentially. And the populace, I believe, that's now just starting to settle in where I can sort of see it. The depression of the young folks who otherwise would be, optimistic and have a certain zest for life. Like, look at where they're at just by watching some videos on YouTube about financial audits, Caleb Hammer channel, my favorite channel right now. And just seeing the depression and folks who maybe had just enough of an IQ to sort of not be, special needs intellectually. Well, now they've fallen into that. I'm seeing it just intellectual disabilities that probably were not there. These people were probably just above whatever that bar to be able to have a job and pay their own bills and live on their own. And I'll go ahead and pass it around.
I just want to say one last thing about my aunt is when she left this realm, she was so disappointed in everybody. She was disappointed in the young people. She was disappointed in the politicians. She was disappointed in everybody around her because she knew that people weren't standing for what was true and what was right. And that right there, it hits me so deep because she was a woman who struggled the entire time of my entire life. She never once said a bad thing about somebody. She was always going to church and she was always being positive and always telling people, they can be whatever they want to be. And then on her deathbed, she just flipped that script and she's like, you motherfuckers weren't what you were supposed to be. And I leave everybody with that.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, Moose. Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say before I go, Benton, you know what? The death toll is impossible to count. I hope you can hear me. It would be impossible to count the death toll because, what Mr. Billy said it, right? If we do a good job with the Djibouti Jews, we can bring down the Earth's population by 10 to 20%. So he told us what he was going to do, all right?
Sure. Yep.
I think we have all seen the TED talk that he was presenting to people, right? And so
and then there's the children that never learned how to speak until much later. So they didn't. Some children didn't speak until they were 6 years old because they couldn't see. You know what I mean? They didn't children need to look you in the eyes and see your mouth move in order to learn how to speak. Right? Attention here. And some of them didn't get to speak till many years after because of that. Okay, take care, guys. Thanks. Sorry for ruining the broadcast.
Later, Lou. Heading out as well, Moose. Okay. Well, I guess that it's just you and I now, Benton.
Did everybody leave? I had to step away briefly.
It seems so.
Yeah. What did Moose say on his way out?
He did not say anything.
Okay. Thanks, Moose. Apologies if I wasn't there to pick up the slack. I had to run to the restroom. Okay. Yeah. No worries, Moose. I get it, brother. It's whatever I'm afflicted with, if we can call it autism or whatever, like I'm pretty comfortable sitting with the fucking horror of some of these things. I know that sounds insane because I almost drank myself to death. What I went through during that time, me personally, like I've really burned out a lot of those aspects. I can't even really go to those places anymore as far as the depth of feeling and emotion around the actually peculiarities of that time. Right. But I certainly understand just how horrific what pretty much everybody went through their own version of. And I do believe a lot of folks aren't taking that into account, when we are interacting with our fellow, especially the ones we may think are more inclined to, I can't say NPC because I can't get past the N and the P, meaning no personality. So the folks that to me seem to have no personality, like they've gone through it as well, right? These people have been just run roughshod over, man. And it's a tough one to deal with in a lot of ways. Certainly very disappointing. And it, part of me also was personalizing it on the level of, look, if more people were like me, this stuff couldn't happen, right? But then also realizing, well, I don't even want to live in a world where enough people are like me necessarily. I mean, it sounds like a joke, and it kind of is on one level, right? But then I'm also sort of serious. It's funny because it's true, kind of thing.
It's like that.
Yeah,
it's like that movie called Being John Malkovich.
Oh, I love
I don't
that
know
one.
if you ever.
I've seen all the movies, Notch. Most of these folks don't watch movies for whatever reason, but yeah, I've seen them all.
Yeah, that's great because I love movies, and there's a kind of a cultural heritage that belong to movies, and the people who, it's a kind of it's an art, right? It's a reflection of society, and society is a reflection of it at the same time. But these are the reference points of some of these jokes that we can relate to.
Yeah, man, 100%. And this is one of those times for my own selfish purposes. If O'Shea feels like doing some talking, or if you and O'Shea want to have a chat, I need to do some producing behind the scenes if possible.
Go for it.
But I can certainly hang out, but I will do so. Thank you, Notch. I'm going to wait to make sure O'Shea's here, and then I will be gone and be back as soon as possible.
All right. O'Shea, are you there, sir?
Mark,
Yeah, I'm
calling Orson. All right, good deal. Be right back, man.
We'll hold it down. So, O'Shea, you've strategically left while Mr. Moose was around and decided to come back when he left. So, I can't think that that is a coincidence, right?
Maybe it was the Lord intervening. I was having internet issues. I had to drive somewhere to use the bathroom. Maybe it was just good timing of the universe there, keeping us apart.
Do you guys need to be kept apart? Do you have issues with him? I mean, he seems to have issues with you for sure, but do you have any issues with him?
The only issues I really have with him is it's basically his issues with me. I mean, I really don't want to have much to do with him, but he seems to like to enter into my space, so I'm sort of forced to interact or deal with him on certain levels. But yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes you'll have thoughts ruminating in your head, and you'll just kind of say it out loud, just to kind of get some feedback, and people just really just latch on with their claws and really just want to rip it apart and find everything wrong with it. But basically, like the point I was making earlier is just that I would, it's just the way when I look at the world, I think that things are so bad. I just want, to give just a pinpoint on something. Say furniture, our current state of furniture, right? I assembled this shitty IKEA furniture all over the place. And I would like us to go back
shelf
to,
improvement.
I would like us to go back to when a man knew how to make furniture. Like my grandfather in Ireland, he knew how to make furniture. Like that's kind of what he did with certain people. So let's get back to that, where certain dudes could just do something as simple as that, like a furniture, or a mode of transportation. Like, is it a wagon cart? Is it something with a combustible engine? But can we just make this stuff from the ground up? It's like there's nothing. That's what I kind of meant by a reset or starting over. It's just like the way we look at everything. Let's just build it.
Go like Amish.
Yeah, I know. I was just about to say that. I was just about to say the Amish, and you're like, all these things are loaded, and people freak the fuck out, and we can't fucking abandon. But it's just like, if we're going to be going to this homesteaded thing and back to the land, that's kind of where it goes anyways. We're going to be homeschooling. We're going to be on a piece of land. We're probably going to start building our own furnitures. In my travels, I've seen where these places can be fully sustainable through electricity, using water and to run a sawmill. You could create a turbine. You could create these ways of power, just the whole self-sustainable, just starting up, making new books and educational things, just basically starting over in a better way. And people just take it as, oh, it's a reset. You got to get rid of everything. It's all over anyways. Everything sucks and everything's crumbling anyway. So it's just what am I saying that's that radical that people have to be like, you're a bum in your car. Of course you'd want some sort of reset. It's just, I don't understand where people are coming from.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I actually understand where you're coming from. And I think it's just kind of being prepared for the potential outcome of, what's happening. We don't really know what will happen. We don't know what that other shoe is going to be like falling, on the ground, because, we can envision how things should be. And there is, quote unquote, some, amount of stability, but there are a lot of other countries who have experienced a reset of one kind or another. We've had a hyperinflation. Look at Weimar Republic of Germany between World War I and between World War II. People were experiencing this hyperinflation, and they were getting paid every hour. And there are all kinds of stories, like plethora of stories of, you know, what kind of lives people had to live. You know, for example, like if you were a factory worker at that time, you were paid every hour, and every hour your pay would increase, and your wives would be waiting for you at the gates of the factory, and then the, you know, husbands would go and quickly give them money, and they would quickly go to the grocery stores and buy products before the prices went up. And, you know, like people would go to a restaurant and they would pay for the meal that they've ordered prior to it actually being served, because by the time it was served, the prices went up, you know. So it's crazy times that some countries and cultures had to go through, who've experienced this type of reset type of situation.
Yeah, and what I'll go ahead and do, I don't know if you've heard me with these quotes that I've been doing lately, but no, I can't even. They're not
Go
even
ahead.
here. But I think I have them memorized, kind of. I was going to copy paste them, but if something along the lines of, if any among you like sell their freedom, they are not of your people. They are a bastard. You should exile them and their mother. What was it? Oh, you should exile them and their mother, and then repeat this to your children morning, noon, and night until they think about it in their dreams. So it's like that's what this Aura Linda book is all about, a people of freedom, where freedom's the most important thing. They'd rather be dead than slaves. And I really resonate with it, man. And it almost seems like it's like some sort of divine intervention that that book survived, and that I'm being able to find it. Just
yeah,
like
Benjamin Franklin had a similar quote where he said that anybody who compromises freedom for security deserves neither freedom nor security. Something along those lines, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you know, whoever the fuck Benjamin Franklin was, whatever that mainstream, whether that was a real person or not, or whether that.
Well, yeah, he was probably a part of the Hellfires Club in England, and most likely part of some kind of nefarious organization of some sort. But, you know, quote stands for what it is. You know, I mean, like whether you think the guy was good or not, but you know, that quote exists.
Right. And then we'll do the other quote I've been on. Let's see if I can remember it. Something along the lines of like, if any man shall deprive another of his liberty, he is a vile slave. You should burn his body in an open place along with his mother, and bury them 50 feet deep, so that no grass shall grow upon that spot, for it would poison the cattle. So that's how serious they take this shit. You know what I mean? It's like, and I asked Paul, I said, can you give me an example of someone denying your liberty? And he goes, yeah, like when you're traveling, you know, you don't have these papers that they want to, you know, and you got your property on you, so they take all your property, they falsely arrest you. You know what I mean? That's taking away your liberty. So I'm just like, you see how that book would handle a person like that? They take him and his mother and burn him and bury him in a hole. You know what I mean? So it's just like, that type of stuff's making a lot of sense to me. I'm not saying it's a call to violence, because, you know, the mentality of the non-violent sort of Gandhi approach, where it's like you become the martyr in this situation. You know, you accept the cuffs on you, and you just accept the imprisonment or whatever possible death or harm that could come with it in a more of a martyr situation. But I really resonate with that culture where freedom is the ultimate importance, bro. It's just like, I don't think it's an accident that. Yeah.
No, I'm not opposed to violence. You know, I'm not a pacifist, and I'm not sure. And to be honest, I think Gandhi was a kind of an agent of the MI6, anyways. Even though, you know, he's on all these Indian rupees and all that, but like history has been kind of like, you know, handed to us on a silver platter. So you know, the whole of humanity. You know, in order for any nation to exist with their identity, they had to go through violence. whether for right or for wrong, but people had to stand up for their rights. And I used to be more of a pacifist before, but after reading the Gita, it is the duty of the man to stand up for their rights and ultimately die for them. And this is kind of an important part of the journey. This is part of the spiritual journey that you can choose to embark yourself on. Whether we'll follow through or not, only time will tell. But I think it's important that people have that kind of a mindset and the attitude that they're willing to go to that level, because you need capable men to be able to keep other bad men from entering the front door, to be able to protect your family, your wife and your children. Otherwise you're just going to be allowing them to have their way with it, and that's not something that I'm willing to deal with and live in shame and regret, in my old days, knowing that I could have done something, rather die, and having tried something to not allow something like that to happen.
Right, because how does the modern day suburban man deal with that situation? Like, oh, you could have a security system and cameras and certain locks and bolts on the door, but like, if shit goes particularly weird, or like, or whatever, so someone shows up at the house tonight, what are they going to do? They're going to get on the phone. What's their wife going to suggest? Get on the phone, call another man to help us out. You know what I mean? Instead of both of them sort of being proficient and trained, and she expecting him, like, yeah, she's trained, like, hey, you stay here with the children and you got your guns. Maybe we even have a teenager that's proficient. You guys stay here, but I'm going to go walk towards the threat and see what's up and try to neutralize it. If you think that's a good strategy, like, I'm going to go towards, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like having men that could, instead of calling another man, like, that's the standard right now. And the women being in the control of the situation, telling the men what to do right there. Like, someone's at the door, call 911. Like, she's going to be barking out orders. Like, that's, just a little example of.
Yeah, and I would say, why are you talking and giving directives? Now shut the fuck up, and I will just take charge of the situation, right? Whatever that is. It's because men don't put them in their place, and I know I'm coming in at the end, but I've had that with my spouse at a certain point. I just looked at her and was like, why are you talking? Like, this is obviously not matters that was her concern. So it's like, this is not, how is this any of your concern? It's that so many males just let the woman take the lead. If I'm in charge, how can she take the lead? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Now, the fact that she's starting to believe she can take the lead is a bad sign. And that was not the case throughout the course of my relationship. That was near the end. And believe me, I understood it for the bad sign that it was. But it certainly wasn't tolerated or allowed in the moment. Because I'm necessarily in charge of what the fuck I'm doing, not her.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming. With Paul hinting at this shit, like the importance of, sorry, this fucking dude with his fucking radio, but like the importance of men and women and coming to our natural state of complementary and getting the most out of each other through, you look at Paul and Jennifer, like the way they're working as a symbiotic unit right now. The way all men can probably use a woman, but maxed out at their complementary aspects, like to make a powerful force. Because that's the whole divide and conquer kind of a thing. Is we need to be unified and know our strengths, know our positions, and sort of lock into a powerful force. You know what I mean? Like because we need them probably just as much as they need us. You know what I mean? So like even in war times and shit, women could be a certain things, a liaisons to prevent wars and violent actions because of the way they move behind the scenes. But when it comes to direct action and direct violence, the men are going to step up and sort of handle that. But women could be kind of behind the scenes, like quelling things could rise up, disputes could be happening behind the scenes that could create a war or a violent situation. But through women being able to mediate things and have certain personalities and aspects of them that complement the whole situation, they could diffuse a whole war through the background politics of what they're sort of good at. You know what I mean? In a healthy sort of environment.
So we're assuming that there's no state as exists now. For the purposes of this thought.
Yeah, because that's what I'm talking about with this reset site type thing. We're gonna have to just create our own little things, bro. Whatever you want to call them, governments, like societies, groups, like just like we don't need to like the blueprint we currently have. It's like the Shiva shit. Like Nacho wants to talk on it, like Shiva the Destroyer. When you burn everything down, when you burn a forest down in a healthy way, not like whatever these manufactured fires, you know, and the forest comes back better. Just like these cycles of time and the Kali Yuga that we're talking about, and Shiva the Destroyer, where he destroys it all, Shiva the Destroyer, but then it comes back better. Like it's a natural process that we're in. And we're probably in the destruction, Shiva the Destroyer part of it, that we should embrace the death part of it.
Well, and at the risk of being critical, you can see, Brian, that what you're talking about here, that does not construct a bridge that any of us can take to a positive outcome. Like that's you're emoting and also talking about ideas simultaneously. Like what you just described, there's nothing that can be acted upon, and none of that represents a structure as a mechanism or a way to go from where the people are now to where presumably they would need to go to accomplish what you're saying.
Well, I think Nacho wanted to comment on that. Shiva
oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's cyclical, and so far as I understand it, in terms of the Trimurti, you're talking about Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They're just three facets of one God, or and even to say one God is like a little bit of a misnomer. But not to get too deep into the philosophy of things, but if there's a beginning, they represent the beginning, the sustaining, and the closing of things, and that's where Om comes in, because Om or O is actually it's a culmination of A and a U. So U becomes O, and then Om is the closing of the mouth. So is the opening, and then U is the sustaining, and the is the closing of that cycle. And you have the Satya Yuga, where it's supposed to be like the longest section. Satya Yuga is the truthful cycle, or the Yuga is like a period, right? So then right now the Kali Yuga, which is supposed to be like 1/9, if I remember correctly, of all the cycles, but it's like the smallest fraction of all this, because Satya Yuga is the longest of all the cycles, and then you have two more other cycles. I don't remember exactly what their names were, but they're like the golden age that's coming down to whatever age that we're in now, and we're in supposedly the age of hypocrisy and denigration. But one of the advantages of being at this age is that spiritual growth is much faster and stronger during this time, because of all the hardships that agitates spirits or souls to rise up during these times. So it's kind of double-edged that way.
Right. Like the way I envision is, if say you grew up with a beautiful mother and a beautiful father, in a different age, it would just be slower. Like, and everything was kind of good, but you would see bad things. But here you get to see up front and close all the bad shit, the real shit. And it's like if you look at these last 3 years, like how it's a little test, and talk about spiritual growth. Like it's like these last 3 years could give you a lot of spiritual growth. And a lot of people, quote unquote, woke up to a lot of shit. So their spiritual growth, you could say, was rapid, or their consciousness rising was rapid these last few years. It was based on, you could look at it as a blessing what happened, because for waking them up and sort of speeding up the process, in conjunction to what you're saying of how you can have rapid spiritual growth. And through these experiences of the last 2 years are an example of that, of how people can spiritually grow through adversity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And as Benton may or may not say, but you need to follow through. Yeah. I mean, just to become aware of the situation that's happening is just one side of the coin. But, wisdom is, action that is kind of integrated with knowledge. Knowledge follows through with action, right? Like you actually have something tangible that is moving towards something. That's true wisdom. Just having the intelligence of being aware of what's happening and just being okay with that. It's like, I know, without any follow through, then, there's no substance there.
Right. Like, it's like, my example, like with my little court, trying to go to court and talk to the judge the other day. I could talk about it, I can understand it, but it wasn't until I showed up prepared to talk to that judge and went through that little process of walking around that building and submitting to that search and seizure initially and feeling what that feels like to me now. Like enough talk about it and thinking about it. But I went there to talk to that judge, even though I was fearful, I was going to look like a fool. I didn't have much to say, but I had a few things I was going to stand out with my heart. And I know it might sound stupid to people, but it changed me in some sort of little way. Even though I never actually talked to the judge, I showed up to talk to that judge, to express how I feel, to be something different than what everyone else is doing. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it goes to your point of like, of speaking it, but then also the value of doing it and experiencing it really truly. Cause like, I think that's what a lot of us are doing. We're saying it and we understand it, but a lot of us got to take the next move of physically doing it. Like all my video recording, I never used to really video record the cops on these traffic stops, but since now being just like having all these conversations on all these panels, now I do it like it's second nature, like it's nothing. They pull me over, I'm immediately videotaping it. And then I'll play it even though I look like a fool sometimes, and people say I look like a fool, but I've been telling them I'm gonna get a little better and better, and I'm gonna understand this shit to where I'm willing to show up in court and try to, but now I don't want to go to court, but at least I had the experience of going to see, and I might have battles with them inside a courtroom at some point, but it's like I'm realizing I don't have to. And all this fear about getting arrested and my license being suspended, I'm out here living it. I'm doing it. I have the 6 tickets. I had that fear, but the fear is subsiding because I showed up at that court and I'm realizing they ain't shit. They don't want nothing to do with me, and I don't want really nothing to do with them. So it's just like, there is no power. Like they don't have so much more that power over me, the fear. It's like lessening. You know what I mean? So,
Well, I mean, probably from their perspective, like, you know, it's more hassle than it's really worth. You know, like, are they actually, is the juice worth the squeeze type of deal, you know?
right. Like we got one here. Yeah, it's like a bully at a school. Give me your lunch money. Give me your lunch money. Oh, this little skinny little rodent, he's going to scratch my eyes out. He's going to spit on me. He's going to talk shit and try to do something. Like, I'll just leave that little runt alone. I'm going to go bully everyone else. Even the big kids will give it up because they're afraid. You've seen stuff like that in school, and you'll see a big kid get bullied. You see a big kid get his lunch money taken maybe by a skinny little kid, and it's all a mental thing. Like the big kid just don't know. He probably has abusive parents. He has low self-esteem. So he just lets anyone do something. And then finally, maybe he snaps. You'll see that every now and then. The big kid just like finally kind of has a road rage incident and body slams a little kid or something. But you know what I mean?
Have you seen the movie Ants?
And the cops are these little kids trying to get our lunch money. And we're the big kids riding around.
Have you seen the movie Ants? Ants is just a movie about a bunch of ants, and they're subservient to I think crickets. And you know, crickets are much bigger, but they're smaller in number. And you know, 99.9% of the ants were just slaves to the crickets. You know, and they did all the work and collected all the food for them, and the crickets were happy to be in the position that they are. But then you had few ants, one or two ants that started to stand up to these bully crickets, and the leader of the crickets basically was saying like, well, if we allow this to happen, even though it's just one little ant, like what kind of precedence that's going to set, what kind of example is that going to set for the other ants? And we can't allow that to happen because it would be impossible for us to control all the ants, you know, like totally, if that was the case. So we can't allow that to happen. So there are those moments as well.
Well said, sir. Well said. I guess we lost O'Shea. Maybe he will return. Hard to say about these things.
How are you doing, Benton? It's been running for 6.5 hours.
Yeah, thanks for asking. It was when I started this live stream this morning on my phone, walking around, you know, in the pre-dawn hours. I've more or less been occupied. I did my shopping at 2 different stores while conducting the live stream. So that's happened. And then when I got back to my hovel here, I, you know, was able to prepare my meals for the rest of the day. I prepare all of my own food 100% of the time for over a year now. And I never at any point eat anything even approaching what would be termed highly processed. And that's, you know, out of a necessity with, you know, whatever I'm going through health wise, you know, whatever that may be.
Do you have a refrigerator there or a kitchen?
No, not a kitchen. I have a refrigerator, but we're going slow cooker.
Oh,
And,
nice.
yeah, so certainly some of the food by definition, like I'm eating a lot of tuna in cans, and I know everybody immediately thinks mercury, but the reality is I've already got a head full of mercury from all of these fillings, and then with what I'm contending with, the mercury's not really that's not a concern at this time. But I've done a lot of detoxing, especially through herbs, very strong herbs, especially when I was still truck driving. So only I would say in the last 6 weeks, maybe 2 months, have I stopped doing a lot of the very strong herbal stuff to cleanse the organs. So there's been some measure of whatever healing occurs in the wake of that, certainly. So yeah, a lot of things are happening, man. Thanks for asking. Although maybe that's a little more than you asked for, but.
Oh, no. I'm genuinely curious, like, what your typical meal looks like, and how often do you eat and stuff like this, and do you feel like
yeah, man, it's all good. I'm certainly in what medically would be termed semi-starvation, but I am eating technically enough calories. I have some issues around malabsorption that come into play, and then also I can only really eat a certain amount of a volume of food in any given period of time without it will make me ill on some level. So, it's a balance. I've learned to strike a balance between, the food itself versus what can I actually assimilate and make use of in a given, spans of time. So actually it's, in a way I'm doing really well. And then in other ways, I'm very limited in my, like I could barely really even do what I was talking about this morning, do all the live streaming and do the shopping and, bring all of some of them being heavy items, up and down the stairs into the room. And in the past, this was a no brainer. So just seeing the physical limitations that it's only going to increase presumably, but I don't know, man, I'm kind of okay with it for whatever reason. Doesn't really bother me.
you have to be. I mean, I think that's the right way to approach it, because
pragmatism.
yeah, like, I mean, like, I broke or fractured my foot about a week ago, and I've been bedridden, and I couldn't sleep for 3 days just because of the pain. My landlord was going to come, and we're going to go to the hospital and probably get it casted up. But today, a friend of mine, him and his wife and their baby, they came and they actually brought me food while I was taking a nap, and he was giving me a call, and it's like first time I actually had a meal in about a week, because I've been just kind of sustaining myself on nuts and fruit. And I was supposed to leave just the day after I fractured my foot to go into town and get some supplies. But obviously, I wasn't, I'm not able to move. And, I've been just like crawling around and hopping around.
So you're currently immobile. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm currently bedridden. Yeah, at the moment. So,
man,
and been like that for about a week.
It's funny. I had heard you mention that you were having some issues in that regard, experiencing a challenge, and I guess I failed to make that connection. And now I feel kind of bad that I forgot to ask you how you're doing, but you just answered that.
I'm doing well. No, it's fine. I mean, like, like everything that we're experiencing is karmic in my mind, and like for one reason or another, I feel I needed to go through this, and like I'm very introverted, and I tend to be very like I tend to keep my emotions like at bay often, and I really try to control my emotions often, like here or in public in general, even when I'm like at home privately myself. But I found myself to be quite like emotional with the pain and everything, more so than normal. And it was helpful in that sense to release some stuff that was probably harboring within me for one reason or another. But like any kind of physical difficulty that one has, you forget how you might take things for granted. Like me, like I'm very active, like living in the mountains. I chop wood, carry water type of deal, and I do some type of exercise almost daily, and I tweaked my back before, and I've had various injuries in my life. I've always been very active and athletic in my life, and it's just something very stupid and benign. You think, I'm like punching this piece of wood, and I'm kicking this piece of wood, and I'm able to kick and punch, almost at 100%. And then you don't realize that you've broken your foot or fractured it doing something like that, and you're just like, oh my god, and you can feel very, like, in a moment, like very weak because of that though too. You're like,
yeah. So you broke a bone? Is that what happened?
I think I fractured my foot, like that is on the top of my. Like when you do the soccer kick and you use the top part of your foot to be kicked at. So that part was swollen, and it was, I couldn't sleep for 3 nights, and I was reading up on it, and I never really had broken bones before, but this was definitely either broken or fractured, one or the other. I cannot put any weight on my foot at the moment, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Man. Yeah, I was in bed for 3 months with a broken heel at a certain point, so I can certainly understand where you are with that, man.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, any idea of the time frame on the healing, or is it just an extended period of time not on your feet, I'm assuming, or you're probably already moving around on the thumb, I guess?
I'm hopping around much better. I'm definitely not in as much pain as I was. Like Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday was like horrible. Like I was like just trying to find a comfortable position to try to even sleep, and I just couldn't do it. And a couple nights after that, even I'm still like keeping my foot elevated. But I guess I'll find out when I go to the hospital, and once I put a cast on. I feel like I tend to heal pretty quickly, but I'm a little bit extreme in the sense that I want to like be active as soon as I feel okay and get back into things. But probably the prudent thing to do is just to be light on my feet as long as and then be like that for a little while to make sure that I'm 100%. So we'll see. We'll take it by ear.
Right on, man. Yeah.
But so appreciate the things you got, and things,
gratitude.
Things don't last, and little things like this can really change things. And I'm grateful in the sense that there were many occasions when I was in the mountains, like completely alone, away from society. It would have taken me days to try to crawl back to society. If I had a broken foot or twisted ankle, something like that. And at least here, I have water, I have tea, I have some dried fruits and stuff like that. And, I have a good friend who is able to come and bring me some food. So,
So not a disaster.
No.
In a way, yes.
No, and if it was, I probably wouldn't really mention it because things are, up and up that I'm able to talk about it. So, otherwise I tend to just keep it to myself. That's usually the way I operate.
Yes. And someone was, Salty Siren was commenting on the pain with a broken heel. I don't know if maybe I am just sort of well, I know I have a high tolerance for pain, but honestly wasn't that big of a deal. In fact, I waited a couple of hours before going to the hospital, just trying to see how bad it was, or maybe it wasn't as bad as I initially assumed. My broken heel, that is. So really wasn't that painful at any point, I must say. Maybe I just, again, my own good fortune perhaps. And thankfully, with most of the time when someone fractures their calcaneus, I believe it's referred to, generally that's surgery or at least a cast. I managed to get through with just the the boot or whatever, the soft cast, and I only really wore that thing at night when I was sleeping. So, and I put weight on mine as much as I was able to the whole way through it. I think that does help the process, but I happen, I'm pretty agile and coordinated. So there were a couple times when I like almost, accidentally put too much weight on it, or I was like kind of almost froze because I was like, oh wait, did I because I knew if I knocked it out of place, then, they would want to do surgery, especially since I was receiving workman's comp at the time. So I was subjecting myself to at least have a doctor examine me, for corporate purposes of then at some point saying, well, he's healed, it's healed naturally. And, now he's not going to be able to sue us in the future or whatever. I mean, ultimately it's the liability that's being managed, in such a regard. But I was getting like $700 a week for workman's comp. So I wasn't complaining for 3 months. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. That's pretty good. And
I got lucky. That's the max. I maxed it out apparently because I made decent money truck driving. But yeah, the company was negligent, certainly very negligent. But agriculture, I was technically working in agriculture, and there's a lot of exemptions around safety, and especially as a truck driver, normally my hours of service are government regulated, but for agriculture under certain parameters, I did not even have to log my time. I could effectively work. I could drive 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as far as the law cared, which is kind of interesting. Coming from long haul trucking, where I was on electronic logs the whole time. So the country does kind of care about your safety on the roads in one regard, but when it comes to agriculture, they really don't care in another regard. If that makes sense. Yeah, interesting. I never knew that.
neither did I. But
Yeah. Yeah.
But pain is unavoidable, unfortunately. Buddha said that life is
Indeed,
suffering,
yes.
and it's something that we all have to go through one, avenue or another, in one iteration or another. And, not to say one suffering is better or worse than another, but we're going to have our own particular experiences of it. And we're going to have to deal with it, whether you like it or not, because it's not that people want to deal with pain and suffering. It's that they just have to. Sorry.
Well, yes, I agree. And let's not forget the repression, whereby, as far as I can tell, the individual is able to use their own free will and creative force and their own concentration and focus to actually, through the, the yang or the assertive masculine form, they can actively suppress certain aspects and certain feelings and certain traumas, to where even though the person is still experiencing it on some level, and in fact, that's actually an entirely different topic, but that's certainly something that seems to be happening, has happened, is happening, and will most likely continue to happen. And I've contended that I've asserted, in my opinion, that repression is always harmful to the individual or, an individual.
Yeah. And, obviously, we have to all deal with that individually,
Yes.
piece by piece. I mean, like, I don't necessarily think that, I am perfect in any way at all. It's not even about that. It's just about, like, these are like kind of personality traits that I've noticed about myself, about maybe it's my upbringing / personality trait of wanting to just kind of repress, especially emotionally speaking. And, that's not necessarily healthy either. I've done a much better job over the last couple of years, just being more open, being able to come on panels and talk to people, and just being able to share, my walk of life and such. But still, there's room for improvement, without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. And, kudos to you for undertaking that work, if I may refer to it in that, in that way. It's, it's to your great credit, in my view, that what has been accomplished, and we can tell, right? It does show through.
I would be unrecognizable. Like, if you knew me when I was in high school and university time, like, you would never have known that was me, just only by the fact that I'm, like, Asian or whatever. But, like, I was very, very shy, and like, really unwilling to engage in these type of conversations with people. It would have been very difficult for me at that time. And nowadays I feel very comfortable, being able to talk with anybody here, and you know, and I feel like for the most part we have very good conversations, you know. Not always, of course, but you know, it's par for the course.
Well said. I'm going to see if Mr. O'Shea feels
Yep.
like commenting on any of this.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying listening to you guys. I just had my own little epiphany. Like as we're talking, it's just like we're teaching each other just what any old ordinary man could be like, and how exceptional and wonderful that could be. Like just and you know, because like some athletes will do it. You know, they'll win a world championship and they'll be like, trust me, if I could do it, anyone could do it. You know what I mean? And showing that just like we're all the same, like, you know what I mean? Like we all have it in us to, you know, to rise to our potential, you know? And I don't know, I was just kind of thinking that in my head as you guys were talking a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what Jesus said too. Like he said that, you know, whatever I can do, that you can do even better, type of deal. And I think he was coming from a place of humility when he said it, but at the same time, you know, like I think people must, and when I say must, like without putting in an effort, I don't think there can be real alchemical change that can occur, you know, within the individual to move towards that which you believe to be, you know, a better version of yourself, you know. And so but that's a combination of many things, and ultimately I think all credit does go to God. All belongs to God anyways. But while you are here, you know,
Praise God.
and you have, yeah, praise God, you know, in all seriousness. And you know, I in my journey, and this has just been my particular experience, is that I've never been very dogmatic about things. You know, I was never really raised in a religious family. My parents were agnostic, you know, atheist, liberal type. So I wasn't really, you know, brought up in any kind of a system. But, you know, like once I graduated high school and when I was getting into universities, I started to get more interested in Eastern philosophies and things. And, you know, obviously I lived in Korea, and then I'm living in India, and I lived in Nepal now, but I've been to churches in America. And it's not that I'm looking for a perfect religion of any kind. It's just that I want to know what the commonality and the differences of these religions and philosophies, and, you know, what the benefits are for the individual and for a community or a society. And this has been part of my search and my journey, just to seek that out for myself, and what works and what doesn't, you know.
Benton, any thoughts on that?
Yes, I was also taking opportunity while listening attentively to eat some food. So I actually don't have much of a rebuttal at this time, sir. You caught me slipping. My apologies.
What about yourself, O'Shea?
Fuck, dude. I'm having a Talcott moment where someone said something and I'm
Praise
just
God. Live without fear. God bless Jack Talcott. I mean, you know, all respects to him. And, you know, I think you had a little bit of a complaint about cupcaking over there in that channel, but like, why pay attention to it though? That's the question I would have for you, is that, you know, there are so many things that we can criticize and complain about that goes online, all kinds of nonsense every day, every moment almost. But you know, what I try to do is, okay, I listen in, and if I'm not resonating with it, I tune out. I go other places and see what people are talking about there and stuff like that. And I just try not to put too much focus on like, oh, you know, such and such people are, you know, loser, failure, slaves or whatnot, you know.
Well,
like they got their own journey to figure out.
Perhaps Brian is angry with his own inner cupcake. Is that possible? Just saying.
Well, the thing is, like, to give yesterday's show, for example, it's like, it's not like I'm watching Jack Talcott and watching them guys and hating on him. It's just like I'll end up over there because he'll have Paul on and then he'll kick Paul off. And then I end up watching what goes on there, like in its natural form. And it's just like, it's just, okay, now that I'm there, then I'm going to comment on it. And then, you know, yesterday was particularly, I don't even like talking about it because it's like, it's retarded. It's like Hard Hat came on there and he goes, "You guys are a bunch of faggots here on a Friday night talking about Paul or something." Like, and it's true. Like even like rehashing it now, it's just so insane. But it's also like fascinating. Like Paul says, like to look at Talcott and how he acts. Like yesterday, the way everything was cool. Like we were just having a fucking in a flow with the stream and the fucking broadcast and fucking. And then he gets on his thing, and Paul starts talking about his youth and his father a little bit. And all of a sudden, Talcott just freaks the fuck out, pulls the rug out from under Paul, kicks him out. Next, you know, Snafu's jumping on Paul's throat too, and it's just like, you idiots not see what's happening. And then the panel goes right to Cupcake talk, and to me, it's just like, does anyone see what the fuck just happened? Like Talcott like just did a dirty fucking move to Paul, and then Snafu did a dirty move, and then you guys are just sitting here Cupcake, and it's like, I don't even want to be part of it. I don't even want to be commenting on it, like Hardhead said, but it's like, and here I am talking to you about it, which I don't even fucking like doing, but it's just like, since you brought it up and went down a road with it, it's just like, then I have to watch these dudes just talk about nonsense and take Talcott's back in that situation, which just irks me. It's just like, you guys are just gross, dude. You're just not even men. You're just nothingness, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's why it's like, Paul says he's done beating up on them because they're just nothingness in my eyes, dude. They're just like, there's nothing going on, and they like, how do they not see like what's going on, like how that's just fucking retarded.
Welcome to people, Brian. This is people. This is people 101, sir. This is how they really are. I know it's hard to believe.
So,
I used to say unbelievable. You know what I say now when I see this behavior? Generally and out in the realm, I used to say unbelievable. Now I look at it and I go, believable.
Typical.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, typical. I'm not surprised.
It went from unfathomable to the norm.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, and this is just my approach, and I mean, you don't have to agree with it or not, and you know, I'm not trying to convince anybody that anybody else has to be like the way I am. I try to give as much rope as possible for everybody, you know, and give them all the opportunities to express themselves and explain themselves, and I try to, you know, with my own lack or limited amount of judgment, you know, I try to see, you know, how clear they are, how logical they are, how reasonable, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, when people start to loop, as they do, and not everybody, but like, I start to lose faith in them, and I start to lose faith in, you know, their intentions. I start to lose faith in their words. I start to lose. So they start to lose credit. And when they lose all credit, I just tune them out. You know, yes, I will be polite to them. I will, you know, maybe engage with them to a certain degree, but then, you know, my reactions to them will be much shorter from that moment on, because I've already have a history with a certain individual saying like, okay, you've demonstrated, as far as I'm concerned, that you're not willing to acknowledge or be responsible for the words that you have spoken, and thus, why should I have any respect at the end of the day for you? You know, so, and then when I'm at that point, then better that I go in different directions from them and not even mention them or talk about them or think about them. That would be them living in my head rent free kind of deal, right?
Yeah, sure. Like, but you're not gonna call out the people on Talcott's panel specifically when you say that.
And nor should I have to. And because that just invites
So then
more
Right. So you're talking into the abstract.
yeah.
You don't have specific people in mind when you're talking about this.
No, I mean, I could, or it doesn't matter. I mean, I have in my mind, my own mind, whom I'm talking about, but I'm not speaking to you about the specifics of anybody else that you and I may or may not know about.
Catch that, Benton?
No, I'm sorry.
You got-
Some of the time I'm not listening, so I don't know what to tell you.
Sorry, I was
Rude, it's bad. I'm a jackass, but some of the time I'm not listening. I don't know what to say. I'm generally a good listener. Today I am not that, certainly. Thank you for noticing, Brian, and holding me accountable. Thank you, sir. I almost mentioned it earlier, by the way, and I heard nothing you said when I first muted up, Brian. So pretty sure you knew that too.
But Brian, you've heard what I said. So was I? What I say, like, was it like a word salad to you? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Nah. It's what it's just no, what you're saying is making sense because yeah, the internet's just fucking retarded, bro. So it's just like it's a weird world of a simulation within a simulation almost. It's like being detached from all this bullshit, but then again participating in it. And I don't know, man. We just live in strange times. Blue Bass is up here though to clean it all up, I think. And
I just
and
came
make a
up.
bunch of-
If you guys wanted to see the fox pelt, do you want to see it?
Of course. Well, I do. I don't know about everybody else. But hang on. Let me get off of this. Solo
there it
deal.
is.
Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. Standard disclaimers, folks. Dead
It's
animals.
too bad.
Dead animals. Oh,
We're wearing furs all
That
the
was
time.
pretty quick. You skinned that pretty quick.
People. It's too bad. It's a young, this year's female. So many animals are killed on the road. It's not even funny. It's really sad in my view. It's actually changing some animals, like crows and ravens are becoming much larger animals just based on the amount of roadkill they can acquire. So some animals are literally changing because of our roads. I wrote a poem about it. I think I shared it on Paul's channel once. About how
Imagine
out
Lou
hunting
just cut in half and just splayed out like that. I kind of rather enjoy that than seeing that fox like that.
I don't have enough hair for it, Brian.
I want to
I'm a
see
little
you fucking
hairless,
hung
except for a
from your
little on my
fucking
chest.
feet with blood dripping into a bucket.
Oh, Brian. And you want to reset.
welcome to the
So,
live
Be on
stream.
a
what can
spit.
you use that
Highly
pelt for?
Suspect. Welcome to the live stream. Highly suspect.
I just like to keep them because
good,
they're
luck
nice.
saying anything with Lou here, but yes. My apologies, Lou. I had to handle some
Lou,
business
you were
there.
supposed
I'm
to
sorry, I
comment
didn't hear
on
you.
what
No
you were
worries.
supposed to comment on what Nachiketa was talking about before you go right into the roadkill shit, dude.
No, this is what he does. He derails whatever the conversation is. He derails.
Like he didn't
This
even,
is what
he
I
didn't
do.
even-
I'm a derailer.
What Lou
That's,
does. Yeah, he's a derailer. So I already
He
know
didn't-
this. So
He didn't even
derail
like
away, sir.
pretend to like some people would be like, yeah, that was
Benton.
real interesting what you did. He didn't even like acknowledge anything. He just went right into the roadkill. Like he didn't give a
He's an ex-
fuck
he's an
what we were
ex-
talking
Ro-
about.
Third level
Luba's
derailment.
roadkill's conversations. It's a conversational road killer.
And then he didn't even give a
It is a
fuck.
much
He didn't
more-
even give a fuck
it's a
what we were
much
talking
more-
about. Like he just like said what he
It's a
said and
much
just
more-
expected us to talk about that now.
Well, supposedly
it might be
the
more
Italians
connected to your
will,
conversation than you know.
Apparently, when the
fucking
Italian
lag.
wants to get the floor, they will hold the arms of the other person down, is what I've heard. So maybe there's some version of he's just better at jockeying for position than we are, perhaps. I don't know, based on his upbringing or in a specific cultural context. It's
You know what my
fascinating.
problem is, Benton?
No,
you know-
no, I don't.
What my problem is, and it's really something I need to grab hold of. Is
Uh-oh.
I was raised in a family with 13 people. I think
Good
I've said
God.
it before. Everybody had like a buddy. And I was sort of the odd wheel out. So if I wanted to get anything across to anybody, I had to fucking come in like a train. Otherwise, no one would hear me, right?
Yeah.
And so it's become part of me. And I know it's there. And I struggle with it at times. And sometimes it's just unconscious that it happens. And I guess I don't have full control over myself yet. But sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I get it. It makes sense, Lou. Well said. I think highly suspect might be here now. It's hard to know. Is this finally happening, sir?
I believe so.
What's up, Keith? This is Lou Bass here on the panel, as well as Notch and world famous comedian / poker player Brian O'Shea, whose reputation precedes him as always.
10-4. All right. Hey, everybody.
What's up, highly suspect?
How you doing?
What's on your mind, dude?
Hello.
Yeah. Doing good, man. Doing good.
You got any
Well,
questions, comments, or concerns?
He might want to bring up his potentially something about his status and correcting the record and all of these things? I can't speak for the man, but I suspect that may be the case.
Well, yeah. I mean, recently a lot of changes have happened with that. And I seen in the comments earlier, and like, my apologies, I'm a boomer. It took me forever to change my settings due to my paranoia,
Yes, I knew that's what it was. I knew
Right.
that's what the problem was. Yes.
Right. So I see a lot of comments is like, we're stuck in this. We can't do nothing about it. We can't. So no, there is something you can do about it. You can, to have a better life. I'm not saying it's going to pull you out of the system. You can't bitch about the system that you're in if you're in it voluntarily, is what I'm saying. You can correct your status. You can keep all your money, and have a better life for you and your loved ones. You can do that. I just recently done it. It is.
Congratulations.
And does
Hell yeah.
and doesn't
Yeah.
it and doesn't it start with your beingness first before you do anything with that paperwork? Doesn't it have to become what you are and the truth that you understand, that you stand on?
Can you elaborate on that? Like, I'm not.
Like,
And
you're doing
listen, I
paperwork to
sometimes-
correct the status to be
Yeah,
a free man, right? But doesn't
Right.
all that have to come in through the universal law type thing where you understand right from wrong and you understand in your heart why you're doing what you're doing and why what they're doing is wrong because it's a conviction in your heart? Like, they can't convict you in
Yeah.
court if you're convicted in your heart that you've committed, there's been no injured party, all that good stuff.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed.
There's
Definitely.
been no loss, injury, or harm. So before you walk in that courtroom to hand that paperwork, get your status corrected, to have other people correct your status, that should be a firm footing within yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, agreed. And on that page right there, that was kind of, I'm not going to say terrifying, but I was, unsettled by just even going forth and doing it. But I did have the intentions on finding out whether it was going to be valid or not. And it is valid. It is, definitely. And I've said this before.
Sir, would you be willing
Well,
to?
let me jump in real quick. I want to point out that unlike much of the people in these panels, it seems to me like Highly Suspect has spent most of his time around people who are very skeptical that any of this could actually be a thing, possibly in any crazy lottery winner universe. Does that sound about right? Highly
Yeah.
Suspect?
Yeah, basically.
So he's speaking from that context, it seems.
Yeah.
But the audience is not really.
Okay.
The audience is more inclined to at least consider these ideas.
Okay.
And I'm telling this to the audience now.
Oh.
I'm not talking to Keith, but yeah, telling the audience this. So just to have to set the table on occasion so that people know. Some of the folks, if they become too disoriented, they tend to leave the broadcast. But please go ahead.
First, let me say, there are times when I'm on your show, bud, I feel like I'm dumbing it down.
Oh, that's not the case at all, sir.
I do.
You've actually done things in the real world. That's what
Yeah.
what I'm interested in hearing about. But
And
go ahead.
sometimes, you guys are talking over my head on certain topics. But as far as what I'm trying to say is, you can't bitch and complain about a system that you're voluntarily participating in when you can change it. You can do that. You're not
For yourself in your life,
Right,
you can't
yeah.
change the actual system.
No,
but go ahead.
exactly, right. But there
You
is
can change you can change how you interact with that thing or don't interact.
right. Agreed. Yeah. There is a loophole, I guess.
What
if you
seems
will.
to be what you're saying. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yep.
Agreed. But I on the comments earlier, it was just kind of, we're stuck in this, we can't do shit about it, the deficit and all that. Well, you can have a better life for yourself and keep all your fucking money and quit giving it to a for-profit corporation, fraudulent government, that just does whatever the fuck they want with your money. You don't have to do that. You don't have to participate in that. It is voluntary.
Okay, so I'm all ears. Like, can you walk through the process a little bit, or you don't have to go into any kind of details, but I mean, as much as you are willing to, of course. But I'm all ears. I'm interested.
I would encourage anyone that works to fucking do this, and I mean, it even benefits the employers also. So you start out by getting a couple long forms of your birth certificate. Then you have them authenticated through the Secretary of State in the state that you were born. And then when that comes back, you send that to the U.S. State Department, Antony Blinken, and they authenticate it. And it's in full faith and credit that you are no longer.
Hold up, pause right there, because you said long forms. A lot of people might not know what you're talking about when you say long form. It's some sort of original, different than like you might get at a local court county building to get a printout. This is going to be some sort of older type ledger thing that you'd have to dig for a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, and it's very specific about that. Like when you go to Vital Check, and punch in your info, whatever, and it'll ask you which form are you looking for. Yeah, and you want the long form. That's the one that works. Benton can probably tell you more about it than me. I don't have the vocabulary or the vernacular. I'm just not.
Now, younger people are going to be able to have access to these long forms too?
Yes, absolutely. And you can also do this for your children and get them out of that system. You can. Yeah.
Because I am envisioning it as some old school birth certificate, but it's called a long form. Huh? Okay, so it's just a different document.
And then there are two versions of that. One is an apostille long form, which that's not the one you want. Anyways, when you have them documented, actually, which is strange you have them sent to a non-Hague country. There was a Hague Convention in like 1967 or something that does not allow child trafficking in those countries. The one I sent mine to was in Taiwan. We have U.S. soil and land in Taiwan, apparently, like a sort of embassy.
Are you able to see Wizard with the documents? Maybe you guys could do like a PowerPoint presentation right here. You bring up a document, he'll just hold it up and fucking.
Oh, I
don't know
got
if you
it.
could...
Well, I've sent them to Benton. Can you pull them up, Benton?
No, not at this time.
Yeah, if I tried that right now, I mean, I'm not.
Can you see Wizard holding up shit on the screen?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Does he have anything that you're fucking need to?
Tell me again, bud. Tell me that again.
Like you're saying, you asked Benton to pull up the documents. Wizard's holding up the shit. Is there something you want to point out, or he's probably got the same shit Benton could have pulled up?
Hey, what are those are they authenticated? No. Okay, so once you have them authenticated, you're a non-Hague country that has not maritime airmen, whatever. And I'm not trying to be, but you get them back, then you can go on a site that pretty much does all the work for you, called Status Select. Have a international notary who will video you with your documents. You sign it in blue ink. You recover all your names, your given names, your assumed names. You copyright that. You put a red thumbprint on the last letter of your signature. He does this remotely. Then you send him your package, and he files it with a land recording office, and it shows up immediately as soon as he does that. It's like $120 for the filing fee. Sends it back to you. You go to a land recording secretary office, which probably one in a county near you, wasn't very far from me, and you have the stuff filed, and it's legit. You send your revocation of election to pay taxes to the IRS. That letter's already printed out for you. You just sign it. You sign it in a specific way, like uppercase, lowercase, colon, and a dash.
If this ain't magic spells, dude, like what the fuck is it? You know what I mean? It's so bizarre. Take your fucking thumbprint. This is some fucking sigil magic shit.
Well, no. Okay, well, if I could characterize this is system speak. It's all system speak.
No, I love it. I'm not downgrading anything.
Well,
I'm just
what I'm
fascinated by what all
what
this
I'm
shit.
pointing out is that it seems like as part of the process being described, the being has learned system speak and is using system speak. I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
I mean,
Today-
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Wizard.
Today we have a lot of things going on in what you just said, system speak. If you remember back in the day when you went into the store, you could get things on credit. They said just put it on my tab. Okay. tab is now a receipt. Okay. Throughout time, we now have a little square thing that you can scan electronically that emanated from a barcode that had numbers. Now it's just a symbol that has no numbers. Do you know how to read that, or are you going to need a machine to read it? See,
Hey,
this is
oh,
the
he
importance of realizing what the
No,
digital.
he disconnects. Right, this happens every time. It just randomly disconnects him, and it may be some time before he's reconnected, or he may be here right now. It's hard to say. What's up, Keith? Are you back?
Yeah, I don't know what.
That happens. That happens every time you're on. So no worries, bro.
Hey,
Okay.
Keith, do you go into courthouses? Do you like submit to the? do you
And we
put
now
your-
have
your-
two Keiths, by the way, and Wizard is a Keith, and he's met Keith before, who is also highly suspect. You get just so you know, highly suspect. You've spoken with this gentleman
Right.
on the bottom row next to you before. Just
Yeah, I recall.
putting that out there. Yeah, awesome.
When's the last time you've been in a courthouse? Highly suspect. Do you deal with the courts and stuff like that?
No, not anymore. I have in the last, like, I would say 18 months, had traffic stops where I didn't get into a contract with them or fall under their jurisdiction. And when you do go into a courthouse and you go through that gate up there, you know, in front of the judge, then you're on their ship. You're in their citizenship, you know, and that's when you're under their jurisdiction. If you don't, it's just like going onto a ship. Like, I was in the Marine Corps, and when you go onto a naval vessel, you break that threshold, you're under their jurisdiction.
Bro, that's what I learned the other day. That's why I don't want to deal with them. That is something, yeah, that makes sense what you're saying. It was just, yeah.
You get into a contract with them when you don't have to discuss your day. That, you know, it's all intentional when they ask you, what are you doing, where are you coming from, all that shit. You don't have to do that. Your Fourth Amendment, your Fifth Amendment, you know, and what it is, once you enter into that contract, or they say, do you understand, and you say yes, you're saying, yes, I stand under your authority and your jurisdiction.
And if you ask them why they're asking you that stuff, they'll be like, oh, I'm just having conversation.
Yeah, you do not have to
Oh.
your day with it, period. It's none of their fucking business, you know. But once you enter in that contract, you know, then they kind of got you. I don't want to say they got you, but if you have the vocabulary to, you know, deal with them in a respectful way, I guess, because the last issue I had in a traffic stop, I had a fender bender type deal. I had no license. You don't need a driver's license unless you're, like, you know, a truck driver. You're moving commerce. You need a license to do business. You can travel in your property free and unmolested. It's your right to do that. And if you don't know that, it's like some kind of acquiescence shit. Like, if you don't know, then that's your fault.
Like, look how many times they'll ask you if you understand. Like, they love to ask that question, do you understand? Even if it's like the most menial thing. It's like, nah, I don't understand shit. I don't understand.
Very simply, the term understand is a contract term by its form. Again, I told you to look at the words that you're reading. If you see two words put together, that means they were contracted together.
Yeah, agreed.
They love that word. They love to say understand. The supervisor will come. That's the first thing that'll be coming out of his mouth. Well, you see what he did. You understand, right? Nah, I don't understand. You guys are weird. I don't understand this shit. Y'all weird, bro.
Hey, I got a real
Listen,
quick.
I don't understand, but I do know.
Yes. I got a quick story on that. One time I was taking a Greyhound bus and involved a transfer, you know, in a certain, you were going from one bus to the next. So something had happened. There was a delay. And when the driver's looking at my ticket and, you know, he's seeing my destination, he said, you know, you're going to miss your connecting bus, right? I said, man, I don't know anything. I just got on the bus and ended up making my connection. So it's almost like, you know, you do understand that you're not going to make this connection. So he's like, you know, you're going to miss your next bus, right? I'm like, I don't know anything. And I don't know that that's what determined that I made the bus, but it didn't hurt in my mind, right?
Wow. Yeah, you chose your own adventure. You chose your own adventure. It's like, you're going to go the miss the bus fucking path or the fucking.
Yeah, man. It's beautiful. I love those aspects of life, certainly. And I like Wizard in here.
You mind if I say?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
You mind if I say something on this whole thing about the contracting or not contracting or all these paperwork that you have to file and thumb stamp and you gotta imprint? I get all that, and maybe I'm just too dumb to figure it out. I don't know, but to me, it seems like the whole idea is about whether you consent to this or not. In my view, I mean,
Right.
I don't consent to taking a portion of my, let's call it income, because most people understand that term. So I'll just use it. I think the word is colloquially. I don't consent to having any portion of whatever monies I bring in, income I bring in, to give. I don't consent to give that to any other man. I don't give
Like
a
it's
fuck
like
who it
having
is.
sex with
I
some,
don't
it's like
give a
having
fuck
sex
who
with a
you call
girl
yourself.
and she's got to consent, right? So like if she shows up at your house, if she starts getting naked, like if you show up at that court, if you start emptying your pockets at that fucking metal detector machine, if you start fucking saying I am the defendant, like you're just getting butt naked in front of them and they're gonna fuck you. You know what I mean? You showed up at
Yeah.
their house, you started undressing, teasing them, playing music, dancing around. Like what the fuck do you
And
think
then
was
you
gonna
got
happen?
fucked. Yeah.
You consented to
And so
getting
the,
fucked. And then they're like,
and
I'm
that's
going to
the whole
fuck you. Do you
point.
understand that? Do you understand that I'm now going to fuck you? And you're like, yeah, I understand. That's the last thing a judge says before they sentence you, before they actually put you in there. Why do you think they asked that? Do you understand that I'm about to sentence you to 26 years? Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking magic with the words, but I think if you stand on your conviction, somehow, some way, it won't work out for them, but eventually it will work out for you. They may lock you up for X amount of time, but they won't hold you forever. And eventually they'll pay their own paperwork will back up on itself that they'll have to, allow you to leave, to walk away, not release you, just go away, because their own paperwork will back up on them.
No means no.
I suspect. Yes, no means no. Exactly. That's why for 15 years I haven't consented to give any of my property to any other man unwillingly.
See, we
Whether
men
it's
got a lot of Me Too
cash,
stories where we got fucked, dude. We gave our consent and got fucked by these quote unquote powerful people.
That's not a team.
93
I'm not on
cases.
that team. I'm not on whatever team took that L, Brian. I did not participate in that. I disavow any of that, sir.
Well, a
It
lot
was-
of men have.
we were
Yeah, I
put
had
there
not-
by
I
our
was
parents.
not
Most of
involved.
us were
Not involved.
most of us were sold off by our parents without their knowledge. So we were sold into this
Oh, into
corporate,
the corporate
system
Yeah.
Oh,
without our
100%.
knowledge.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely agree
So it
with
wasn't
that.
by our consent. So as long as we
Not
revoke
initially.
that,
Yeah, not
as
initially.
long as we
Yeah, it's like our
revoke
Can
that,
parents
be
sold us into
right, and
slavery
not
and we
initially.
sort of walked off the plantation. It's kind of how it is.
It was all done through the original
Pretty
finance.
much.
It was all done through the original financing, which was done at the hospital, and that is a conversion. What they did was they took a general ledger that should have been a private ledger or supported with a private ledger, and they took that general ledger, which is the prenatal record, and entered it into a birth log. That is the problem. It should never have been entered into the general ledger.
And at your birth, the corporation takes out a $1 million life insurance policy on you. And then that accumulates over your lifetime for, whatever you're doing, your military, your jobs, whatever. And then, they cash it in when you die for whatever.
Yeah, and it's established as a burial trust. That is the first trust. And it's related to the birth estate because it's meant to be entered into the National Archives.
And so when you correct your status, you reclaim a deed of reconveyance and you reclaim your estate. And anything associated with any of your given names, and you copyright that, and they can no longer do that. It's kind of like a fuck Joe Biden, fuck Donald Trump. Fuck all.
Essentially, what you're doing is reclaiming that burial trust.
Absolutely. Yeah. You're no longer you're not on the ship anymore. You're on land and soil. And you do a 1779 two witness testimony, Naturalization Act. You do that. It's all recorded. It's all, and the whole signature and thumbprint type shit, it's a blue ink pen, has to be blue with a red thumbprint on the last letter of the last name. Crazy shit. Like that even is a thing is just kind of fucked up, But for whatever reason, they abide by it if you do it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, they looked at me very strange when I started entering my documents in my last case 7 years ago, and they had that blue ink signature of just my first name with the red thumbprint attached to the H.
See? Yeah. And then they kind of, okay, so at the county recorder's office, the lady was very short with me about it, filing the documents. She didn't have to do it, and it's not that she didn't have, she has to, she just didn't want to. And when you pull it up under their laws or statutes or codes and show them, no, you have to do this. It's your job to do this. They get kind of, I don't know what the word is. She was just really short with me, aggravated, pissed off, whatever.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they can't, when you do it right, they can't dip into it. And so the deal is the language. So when it says that when you send something via mail, it's automatically recorded. That's because you reported it. It went from one port to another. To actually file it means to enter it into the electronic book record system. And that's their job. They're supposed to put it into their system, not you. So when they say, no, you're supposed to file this, no, you're babbling. That's your job. I recorded it by sending it to you in the mail through the proper service of process with the proper service of process agent, the United States Postal Service, which you look on there, it's got the little registered. That's the registered agent for all communications worldwide. And that record is the International Bureau, which starts at the Vital Statistics Bureau with that birth trust. It goes up and down the line through all jurisdictions, from the local municipality, which is a mayoral form of government, all the way up through the federal chains of government to the International Bureau, which is a co-op record with the Swiss Confederation and the federal chancellor.
So when I did these birth certificate authentications, it went to an index office, the state index office. Yeah, it's just, I never even knew that existed.
Yes, you've got the Interstate Identification Index, the Congressional Index,
And
Military Index, Federal Index, State Index, County Index, Municipal Index. They're all indexes because it takes this.
Right, and sending like a cover letter with them. You write down UCC 103-8, all rights reserved without prejudice. And one of the office workers had called me from Illinois, and she was real like, "What country do you want this sent to?" Like, real. I was like, "Whoa, now, Taiwan. How about Taiwan?" She's like, "All right, thank you." Hung up. And then,
you know what that is?
Yeah,
it's got to exit the United States and then re-enter the United States, so showing that you have both your right of passage and your right of portage.
right. Okay. Yeah. And guys, this is all kind of new to me. Like, I've been like doing this for about 8 months. It's taken 6 weeks for the birth certificates and whatever, and a lot of time, a lot of energy. But I mean, I really feel like, it paid off. It did. And if I don't have any reason to bitch and complain about a system anymore, that I'm not actually.
Are you what you call yourself? Sorry, sir, for interrupting, but are you what you would call yourself a state national? Is that what you're
an American
moving
state,
towards?
Illinoisan, an Illinoisan
Right.
American state national. Yes, that's it. Yeah, and it's documented in the land
And
recording.
I believe he's completed
And I
the
personally,
majority of the processes, just to be clear.
and that's fine in my book personally. But at the same time, I don't know. On some
You're
level,
Canadian, Lou.
Are
you Canadian?
But you know what? It's the same all the way around the world.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Pretty much. Not much different. Like we
I
have a
could show you something.
constitution.
I
In
could
our
show you
constitution,
something.
we have the.
I could show you something much different. Right. But I'm not going to because it's not allowed.
Well, maybe there might be some details that are different. I agree, because
Well,
technically
we never
we're
we're not under a queen, sir. You're under a queen.
right. We're still
Yeah,
under
yeah.
a queen. Yes, our
America's
prime minister
not.
takes an oath
Yeah,
to the
Brits,
queen. He doesn't take an
the
oath
Brits-
to Canada.
The Brits burned down the White House, and I sort of respect them for it, to be honest with you. According to
Right.
the
And so-
fiction, anyway. Yeah. I
Right.
respect that.
And
Part of me
Canadians-
likes that. Yeah.
And Canadians fight with the British. Like Canadians were the first
That's
in
the
World
point
War
of-
II.
That's the point I'm making here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because they were part of the Commonwealth. I get that part, but
Yeah,
we
yeah.
still have. It's still the same in terms of whether you're connected to this corporation or not, or whether you submit to the corporation or not. And then I remember Paul talking about something at one point where you can have both. Why not have the person and use the person if you feel you need that person in whatever particular situation you are, and have the man or the living soul and stand within the living soul when appropriate, or when, on your daily journeys, life, whatever, and do what a living soul does. And then there's times that you may have to use the person, and they don't have to be combined. I remember hearing that on some panel, some with Paul.
Pro
I guess.
777 has covered some of those topics as well. That's certainly, there's been some material covered in that vein, and that seems.
Yeah,
to
I'm the
be
person when I
something
sue the
that-
pants off buckets.
Yeah.
O'Shea, go ahead, bro.
I would
taking them down.
suspect.
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry, go ahead.
Relax.
Go ahead, Brian. Are you done? He's having internet troubles. No, I would suspect a lot of the people at the top level, let's say, they call them the elites. I don't like that word. I don't think they're elite, but the people that are at the upper levels monetarily in the corporation, let's say, I would suspect that that's how they do business, where they'll step into the person to do whatever they need to do in this corporate body, and then step out when they're on their yacht somewhere or doing whatever they do, and they're leaving their living soul, and they have their trusts, and they keep their guns, and they do all that. I would suspect that's how they function. I don't know for sure, but
when we look at countries like yours, Lou, Canada, and then Australia, and many of the other countries versus the States, you guys are beta testing like I guess you could say the dictatorship first before it hits in the States. Such as journalists getting arrested for misgendering people in Canada. Same with passport, like you have to have passport. Like now Australia put a new law on foods, like how much foods you could buy, and certain stuff during the mandatory blah blah blah. Your countries, man, are beta testing for the WHO, who's been very, very, very upfront about the reset and bringing in the whole NWO, one world. So I just want to say, you got to remember, countries like yours, especially Canada, was the first one to see journalists getting arrested. First one for arresting people for misgendering.
Hey, Snafu, can I ask you a question? Snafu, is America a free country?
Nowhere's free, man. You're only free
Okay,
within
so
yourself.
if you're not a free country,
Well, we are
and
definitely
Canada's
freer than
not a free
Canada.
country,
Do you guys
what
get to get
difference does it
guns?
make?
Do you guys get to fucking, are you guys fucking, no.
Bro,
America
if I
is
turn my
definitely way
camera,
more
listen,
than you.
Snafu, if I turn my camera 35 degrees right now, you'll see what I have. I ain't gonna do it because I don't want to
Bro,
fuck
no,
up
I get
this
it.
channel.
It's everywhere. I'm talking about policy enforcement, police state world optics. Like you said, we don't
I
want to
don't
call these
follow
elites.
that. I don't
And
live
Salty,
by that.
you say, does Snafu think this is new information? No, but Salty, when shit hits the fan, people like Salty are going to be the ones who are fucking done first because they're fucking ignorant. Like people like Wizard, we're going to grow our own crops. We're going to do it, motherfuckers. Most half of us are going to end up in a bad way, okay? Because most of us, especially in America, are desensitized to what's about to happen. Why do you think China, all this, we are going to get thrashed? The sacrificial lamb.
Snafu, you live in fear. You're a coward.
No,
Sorry
I don't
to
live
tell
in
you.
fear. History repeats itself. You don't think the Holocaust happened? You fat fuck.
Come on now.
Are you one of those that
Live
think the
in fear,
Holocaust never
Snafu.
happened? Are you one of those that think the Holocaust never happened, Lou?
That's not my. I don't care. I really
Salty,
don't.
you will be
I care
scared
about
when
what's
fucking
happening
shit
now.
hits the fan, 'cause
And we're all enslaved unless we step out of the enslavement. And you just can't
no,
choose
I
to
asked
live
you, do
in
you believe
fear.
the Holocaust happened? You said I live in fear. No, I live in reality.
Doesn't matter.
I live in you're
You live
ignorant to
in
what
fear.
can happen and is about to happen to this world, especially with the optics of
Bro,
this
if the
political
world
puppet show.
turns upside down and the lights go out, I will take my children, my grandchildren, my mother,
Charismatic,
my
no,
father.
you think no,
God
most you guys
bless
don't
them.
even get
They
what's about
still,
to happen. Most you guys have no
whatever
clue. That's what I'm
happens,
saying.
I
All
will
you little
pick up my
fucktards.
family.
Again, Americans have been desensitized what's happening all over the world. Lynch mobbings, fucking crime, starvation, you fucking name it, man. Including you guys. And again, when it hits the fucking countries that are a little higher class than many around the world, everyone's gonna be humbled.
You know what? I take
And
it
it's
back.
not living in
Snafu, I
fear.
take it back.
It's living
I
in
take
fucking
it
what?
back. Snafu, let me finish. Snafu, I take it back. You don't live in fear. You know what you are? You're a junkie. You're addicted to all this stuff you're talking about, gives you some sort of buzz. So you keep
No. Let me
spouting
ask
it
you this:
like it's because it's your
what? You didn't
addiction.
wait till
It's
last
your
minute
drug.
to even think about it or fucking talk about it again? You guys are fucking sitting here acting like Camp Cupcake, hug buddy, fuck buddy, while we literally are watching the World Health
Snafu, where
Organization,
are you
everything.
right now? Where are
It's
you
happening,
sitting right now?
motherfucker. It's
You're
happening.
sitting in
All
some
you motherfuckers that
fucking
think you're gonna
dank.
grow your own fucking
All right, hold
shit.
up.
Snafu.
Hold up.
It's gonna be very
Hold up.
hard for
Snafu.
most.
Lou, shut up for a
Snafu, you're
second.
sitting in
Lou,
some
I
dank
live with a
apartment.
shut
rancher.
up.
I fucking have family who are ranchers with over.
Gentlemen, please.
Snafu's sitting in some dank
Fascinating.
apartment somewhere, getting paid money for Section 8 or whatever you call it down there, welfare
Yeah.
we call it here in Canada, and he's screaming all this shit. He's addicted to it. It raises his serotonin or whatever it does to his mind, and he's addicted
All right.
to it. That's what it is. He's
All
a
right, let's
junkie.
not be addicted to chaos on these fucking panels, dude. We had the dude on talking about fucking the correction. I wanted to ask him a question, but Lou Bass had interrupted, then Snafu had to fucking interrupt.
All
And
right.
now let's
No,
get back
your
to
internet
centered.
was bad. Your internet
Okay,
was bad.
you're
Brian.
interrupting right now.
Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Mr. Keith, highly suspect. This is for you, sir.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, so you've had your documents. You said, I don't know, a few months, a few weeks. Have you had interactions or communications? Your beingness probably is like, as you said, changed a little bit. You said you felt good. Feels nice having them. Was a lot of work. But then, have you had communications? Have you got pulled over since having the corrected status? Is anything?
Not yet. No, I have not. I filed a W-8-BEN form with work, which is a form saying, one of the first questions is, or statements is, do not file this form if you are a U.S. citizen. So, and giving it to HR, they were like, whoa, no, we've never seen this. And I'm thinking to myself silently, of course you haven't, why would you? I'm not trying to be a dick either. But, so the employer has to file a W-8-BEN-E form, employer form, and it benefits both of us. They quit matching, what I pay in and all that shit, workers' comp, all that bullshit, Social Security. So that was one of the only issues I had, and it did take a few weeks. And I actually had to go on the site with the HR lady and show her on the US.gov site, IRS site, where it was legal and it was, you know, and they had to, you know, honor it. That was the only thing I really run into so far. But now, having been a state national, I do have to file some paperwork with the county sheriff's office and shit like that, letting them know that I'm not under your jurisdiction. I'm a state national and I'm keeping the peace. And until otherwise, you have no business with me.
You know what all these little accomplishments you have remind me of? Real quick. It's like being a mechanic on a car, dude. It's like the shit's difficult. You fucking need, sometimes a bolt gets stripped and it's fucking terrible, but then eventually you get it done. Just like these paths you walk down. It took me weeks and years, and it's, I had to see this person. I saw a roadblock here. It's like stripping a nut. You know what I mean? It's just like, and then you do it. It's like, nice. Okay, on to the next thing when it needs to be fixed
Drill
up.
it, tap it, put a helicoil in there, and run another bolt in it, or cross thread the motherfucker if you want, but get it fucking done. And it was frustrating. I'm not going to tell you that it's not. It's just, it didn't come easy, but there was a great sense of accomplishment. You know, when I pulled up the land recording office site and seen my shit on there. Yeah, it feels good.
It's a matter of establishing what they consider equal station in life. When you establish yourself as a said American state national, or somebody that can determine the law themselves, is basically what they're saying. You don't need a jurisdiction. You are the jurisdiction. You are the exclusive jurisdiction, able to enter into any other jurisdiction with power to enforce.
Agreed. And a lot of the men I work with are like real, some of them are interested, they're apprehensive. They're like, well, you're going to give up your citizenship, they're going to throw you in jail, you're a fucking immigrant and all that. That's not true. You know, they're just afraid.
No,
I'm going to say there were some.
You can't be an immigrant just like a United States citizen or a resident. You cannot be an immigrant. That's pertaining to the documentation, because the documentation is immigrated from one place to another.
Right. And you can't be a sovereign citizen. No, you can't be sovereign and be a citizen. I mean, our country uses Black's Law Dictionary for it. And if you're a citizen, that means you have allegiance to the corporation. And now
the cops are the sovereign citizens. They're the ones not following the laws, like the way they try to make a sovereign citizen look. They're the ones that break the rules.
Well, you can't really be a sovereign and be a citizen. You just can't be one. You can't be both. You're either sovereign or you're a citizen. Does that register? Hello?
Yeah. So even like the little accomplishment you made at work, like you said, you hit a roadblock there, and then once you got it finalized, then that's a good feeling too. Like all these, it's like
$2,000 more a month in my pocket that I can do what I want with and not give it to a fucking fraudulent government to frivolously, whatever, you know, fucking give to welfare recipients or whatever.
Already rich bankers. Most of your federal income tax goes to pay the interest on the national debt, aka already rich bankers.
And every step along the way, Keith, you were hitting up these clerks and people that fucking looking at you weird, like that lady in Illinois giving you attitude. But yet every time you accomplish it, right? At the end of the day, people are like, you're a fucking weirdo. But right, at the end of the day, it all worked out.
Always, my entire life have been outside the box, the black sheep. You know, even my own father thinks I'm a fucking insane, you know. But
my family calls me a lunatic.
Yeah.
But this piece of paper is money. All you have to do is know how to put the terms on the paper, and you can create your own money.
You cannot make sense to somebody who has been demoralized, desensitized, or, you know, and we can go on and on. You just
fighting for their slavery. That's the ultimate slave. They're in your face, looking at you, acting like you're goofy with animosity, dude, and like hatred and vitriol and violence in their eyes, dude. They would like to see violence happen to you. And then
agreed. Yeah.
To fight for their slavery.
I've seen in a group setting at work where they're kind of like, hey man, this motherfucker's nuts, he's crazy, he's whatever. But then in a individual conversation, hey man, so how's that shit going or whatever? Did you get your taxes lined out? And, well, wait a minute, motherfucker. Where's that guy, you know, that was over there 4 hours ago with his buddies, you know, fucking trying to make a mockery of me or whatever, which didn't happen. You're just, you know, now you're interested because you're concerned about what your peers think, you know, you think, you know, and that shit, like, we can all fall into that at some point, but at the end of the day, are you going to sleep all right with it? You know, I never did.
Right.
Never did, and I don't want to. I don't, you know, like, there's that fucking boys club. I don't want to be part of it. I never did want to be part of it type shit. Yeah, I'm good with it. So on Friday, when I get paid and you get paid, okay, who's the fucking fool now? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not facetious or being a dick. I'm just like, that's where I'm
Hey,
at.
there's
Yeah.
not many things dumber than giving tens of thousands of dollars a year to already rich bankers, if you really think about it.
Agreed. I mean, there's no argument for me about that. That is fucking insane. And I felt insane, and I felt fucking nonetheless like fucking raped since I've been working, like voluntarily giving these jackoffs my money. Fuck them. They can work just like I can and get their own fucking money, which they are working to deceive me and be deceptive and lie to me, or, you know, convince me that this is the best fucking way to do shit, which is clearly not. And, you know, if a man wants to bitch and complain about his situation that he's voluntarily in, he has no moral fucking high ground to stand on, no ivory tower to look down his nose at anyone about. Fucking do your due diligence and make the fucking changes necessary to make your life better, for, you know, or not, or shut the fuck up. That's it. In a nutshell. I mean, I used to bitch it. 49 fucking years, I prided myself in being an American, which I wasn't. I was a citizen of a fucking corporation. You know, all you got to do is pay taxes and die. Well, motherfucker, not anymore. All I got to do is die. You can pay my fucking taxes or whatever. You know, you can give your fucking money away if you want. I don't have to anymore, and it's legal.
Well, one of the nice things about the language is when you find things, you're able to point it out to them. Of course, it's the same thing with the birth thing, getting that record done. But it's a matter of educating these people. But if it says very clearly that a credit card is any card, plate, or anything used to obtain money, property, labor, or services, quote, on credit. So anything you use to obtain those things, you do it on credit because you have no money. So your debit card, that's a credit device. Even though it says debit on it, it's a credit card. It's a device used to obtain those things on credit. And then the judicial office, the ones that make the judicial determinations, the United States Post Office and its registered agents, clarify that to use a debit card at retail, the debit cards with Visa and MasterCard logos are to be treated as credit cards. Then why are they giving me receipts left and right?
How convenient.
That say debit, U.S. debit, let alone.
Well, and I think where some people run afoul of what Wizard is saying is that there's so many details and so many words used in a very specific context having a very specific meaning. The reality is most of the public has little to no stomach for tracking such details in real time. So most folks just tap out at a certain point of what Wizard's saying. I understand that Wizard is addressing things based on a meaning of a word in a specific context that must necessarily have a very specific meaning. The fact that I can't necessarily follow along with the way he's describing it, I still understand what he's doing. And a lot of people don't really understand that the way the system is structured, when I talk about system speak, there's an entire operation based on these specific meanings. And what Wizard's talking about is utilizing what has been established to do very specific things. It seems to me. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Because like I said, if you look in your probate codes in your state, you're going to find that burial trust, and it's directly related to the enumeration at birth. That enumeration at birth establishes a record, nothing more.
Okay,
And the individual's name and number identify the record. You don't need identification. The only reason they want you to have identification is so they can attach you the events to that record and place a charge.
Hey, highly suspect. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so just a while back at work, I was just like, in the maintenance office, whatever, and talking to the guys about the Social Security card and the number and all that shit. There is on the script of your card, it tells you what bank and trust that your number is identified with. So you can go online, look up your number, and my number was identified in a bank, a bank in Chicago, which I called the number and asked them, why is there a bank account with my Social Security number attached to it? The lady said in front of 4 other men, I cannot speak to an individual. I have to speak to a corporation about this. No shit, no bullshit. Then further investigating that, there are like 8 districts in the continental U.S. that have, where your Social Security card's issued from. And that number and your birth certificate number is linked to a bank account or a trust in your fucking name, but you have no access to it.
Yes, and you are a secondary liability. The bank is always the primary liable party.
Right. And I've also recently been looking at shit like paying off stuff with your Social Security number and UCC codes or whatever. So I seen a guy and he presented his bank statement where he paid off a Mustang that he had bought like $8,700 with a UCC code in a form. He done that. It took him several attempts to do it, but then it showed his bank account in the black, not the red. You know what I'm saying? Like it did finally go through. Like they took his numbers and credited his name and account or whatever and paid off the vehicle. It's just I don't know how valid it is, but I did see paper. It looked real. I don't know if that.
I've already helped facilitate 2 cars the same way. The thing in the car's window, that's a purchase order. Notice the term order.
Yeah.
All you have to do is fill out the directive to show the routing.
The perforated slip, like, is that what you're talking about? Like when you get a bill or whatever, a letter where it's perforated?
Everything is going to have something for you to manipulate or negotiate.
You flip it over and sign it just like a check and send it back with whatever UCC code, you need to use. And that's what the man did. And it was okay.
Yeah.
So-
and that's why I say you don't need.
Hey, real quick.
instruments.
Wizard, let me help you out real quick, and I'm going to give it right back to you. We're discussing negotiable instruments specifically, I believe, but please continue.
Yes, and that's why I say you can take a blank piece of paper and negotiate. So that makes the paper the instrument. And every negotiable instrument is what? On paper. So why do you need their terms if you know the terms of contracts so you can do it yourself? Shouldn't you be able to put an offer on the table yourself rather than accepting one of theirs as if though it's in honor and then have to manipulate it? Why can't you just put it out there yourself and have them accept it?
Well, and not only should you can, clearly. That is a thing that one can do. It's
Absolutely
obvious to everyone if only they would look.
Yeah, and Snappy's comment earlier about if Keith knows how to make money, then why doesn't he do it? Because I'm in the process of educating all the fucking idiots like Snafu that don't comprehend this shit. Like the post office, who admits that, yes, it's a debit card and we can only accept cash or debit card, but then gives me a receipt that says U.S. debit when their own material says that it's supposed to be treated like a credit card. So where did the credit go? Did you take my credit? That's the dumbfoundedness that I get. Well, yeah, it's plain English. Do you not know how to read? I mean, you're supposed to, as a postal service worker, you're supposed to be one of the top communicators of this world. And yet you sit there and call the police on me and tell them I'm a sovereign citizen. See, that's
well
that's,
said, sir. Well said.
See, the post office, if you look under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, or excuse me, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 is a needful place in building. And in order to get there, you've got to use a Article 1, Section 8, Clause 7 postal road. And in going there to conduct business, it has to be an Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 person under the Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1 authorization. Now, if you don't have those elements, fuck off. They all got to be there.
Nice.
Yeah, 10-4. 10-4. So
Yeah.
what I feel like, or what I'm led to believe or think, is that if you don't know or you don't investigate this shit, it's your own fucking problem. They don't give a fuck. They're not going to care. But if you do have the initiative to, dive into it, for whatever reason, they abide by it.
Well, and real quick, if I could jump in, the lady at the bank made it clear immediately. She's only in back. This is to Wizard's point, by the way. This is a point in Wizard's court, is that, she made it very clear she will only speak to you in a very specific context with a very specific meaning. Outside of that, she is not willing to discuss matters with you with respect to whatever you're proposing. And she verbalized it, which shows she knows understands that she's protecting her own liability, which is also Wizard tacit. He addressed it, but kind of in passing. She understands her own liability, and she was making that clear. But I think that gets missed in a lot of this. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of people, I believe, know it. Like, especially these people that are running the banks and all this kind of stuff, the higher levels, whatever, even some of the lower levels, they figure it out after a while that this is all a pimp and a Mac, right? They figure it out, and they know it. So I don't know. I used to think that they don't, right? Only the highest levels know. But
I have to
some
go
of them
forward.
know, even at the lower levels.
Yeah, I have to go forward believing that they don't know. So it's an informative thing. I'm educating people. So when I call people like the assistant district attorney to say, hey, listen, I'm going to be moving and shaking here pretty soon with some various paperwork. And I've noticed you've got a bench warrant down there for Keith Orland Little. And I noticed that bench warrant has no finances, no bond, no long title, and no charges. And I'd like to find out how to get that resolved so you don't go around arresting Keith Little on a false bench warrant. And she says, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I can't help you with that. I'm not asking you to help me with it. I'm asking you to help Keith Little with it.
Nice.
See, and people don't understand this. They're still indoctrinated into believing that what they're saying is true when they were taught Babelized language. The English language does not have a foundation. It is a Babelized language that adopts various terms from multiple languages throughout history and time. Period. It's still doing so today.
Yeah.
Well, and real quick, if somebody comes up to me and makes requests of me and doesn't in any way dictate the terms of how I'm going to fulfill that request, especially if I'm the servant of the master in that respect, then of course I'm going to fulfill my duties in the way that most greatly benefits me, aka human nature, unless the master of the servant behaves as such. That's my knowing or understanding of these matters.
Yeah, and so when it comes down to the CCP, you really think I give a fuck about the CCP? You're the one afraid of everybody. You're the one that's afraid they're going to come get you. I'm the one sitting here telling them, come get me. You've got the warrant. Come get me. If you have that much power, come get me, bitch-ass slaves. See, that's your problem, Snafu. You are a bitch-ass slave. and you prove it by your fear because you think somebody else can come get you. I'm telling them, come get me.
Well, and like I was saying earlier, I sort of go to the bottom of society. I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of benefit in going straight to the bottom, the race to the bottom, because the reality is I can just go live next to a dumpster behind a Quickie Mart somewhere. And what the government can or cannot, it can compel me to do almost nothing. It has virtually no powers other than to maybe incarcerate me and or just directly kill me through some sort of police brutality. Beyond that, without my consent, there's almost nothing that I can be compelled or forced into doing. That's what in the fuck I am. So you tell me what that is. I don't know what that is, but it's pretty fucking powerful in this realm. If you can't really make it do anything through compulsion or fear or threat of force, I will not be bluffed, by the way.
I gotta say though, Benton, I agree with what you're saying, but it doesn't. I'm not attracted by that notion in
Not
any
attractive.
way.
Yeah, it's not attractive. Yeah, it's a trick of. I'm playing a trick on my own mind in a way. It's not attractive at all. But I'm realizing that ultimately, if I go to that position as a starting position, everything I do, I am necessarily consenting to, agreeing to, and in some way actually helping bring into existence in each new moment through my creative force that never lies dormant. But the reality is, my contention is the society's creative force collectively has been subverted, through various means to serve evil. I don't think that's can be debated at this point. It's my opinion, of course.
Yeah, every one of us in some level is paying into the system, if you want to call it that, and the system is necessarily evil, despite the fact that we probably live the most comfortable lives, at least in the West, than anywhere else pretty
Lou,
much in the world.
We enjoy a very high standard of living here in North America, to be sure. Even in Mexico. Even in Mexico.
Yeah, even in Mexico, yes. But it's similar to, I know Paul will jump all over me for it, but the fact is, it's very similar to the way I keep my animals. My animals are kept very well, very healthy, very happy. They get all their natural food. They get all, they've got everything they need, right? And when it comes time that the knife has to, I'm going to put the knife to them, right?
Sure, yeah.
And that's basically what we are, right? We've been herded into these cities like cattle and sheep. We stay
it's even
in
worse
them.
now. It's a metaverse now. It's even worse.
Yeah, it's
the
even
city's
worse.
kind
yes.
The cities, the beneficial part is things are so horrible as far as I'm concerned. I actually like cities, Lou. I don't know if you know that about me.
No, you know what? Yeah. Personally, I don't mind cities either as a place to visit if I want to go do.
I'm looking forward to leaving. I'm not saying go there and stay there, but I'm leaving at some point, certainly. Yeah.
Well, in modern times with a population that is beyond its natural boundaries, we have a society that's in respects a integral part of that population as it grows. You have to have these commercial centers to help not necessarily take advantage of the urban areas, but to help understand them so that you can. And this is the problem with society, as I see, they're placing these huge scabs on the planet rather than being mobile so you can move the society and let the land heal. They're becoming solid stations and creating huge scabs as they spread out and get bigger and bigger. It should be a set of mobile communities.
It goes back also.
Just like the natives, they would pack the whole community up and move.
Sorry, Wizard. It goes back to also what O'Shea was saying earlier about, people used to know how to make furniture, and now it's all this IKEA bullshit, right? Nice. You got a good one, Benton.
Hell yeah.
But nobody knows how to do these things anymore. At most, you see some people on YouTube building furniture just to make money from YouTube. They're not necessarily making money off building quality furniture. And so all of our systems have been monopolized. And so they put us into the cities. They've taken away our self-sufficiency and ability to live in that world where there was the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, in a, you know, just to use that old term, right? I think it's from a nursery rhyme or something, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. And now they provide us everything we need, basically. You got Walmart, you know, IKEA, all these major corporations. So everything we do has been monopolized. All we need to do is eat and pay them, provide to them, whatever we, you know what I mean? And
it's supposed to be an equal exchange.
Companies.
It's supposed to be an equal exchange. Like I said, in a smaller societal community, you can pack up and move. And part of the equal exchanges is that one guy does the tanning, the other guy does the curing, another guy does the sewing. Now we have people that do it from start to finish in that aspect, but then we also have people that do things from start to finish in the cooking venue. They do the gardening, they do the harvesting, they do the whole 9 yards. And what we need to do is understand we can all specialize, but the best is to be a jack of all trades so that you can, again, comprehend when you're dealing with the tailor. You may not be a tailor, but you can do some tailoring and you comprehend and respect the value that you get from him for him doing his good work. This is what we dismiss with things like Walmart. Everybody thinks it's quality, but they know it's not. So they go to Walmart anyway, so they can complain about something they voluntarily did, just like Keith was talking about. If you're going to be doing this shit voluntarily, then you ain't got a fucking thing to complain about. It's when you realize the what you need to complain about is yourself volunteering to the bullshit that it keeps inherently putting it on to the next generation because you volunteered and showed them how to do the same thing. Quit volunteering, learning how to put your own value into things so other people respect that. That's it.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
And again, to O'Shea's idea of people doing, you know, furniture or whatever. So one guy doing this, one guy doing that. You know, somebody specializes in furniture. Somebody, you know, in some places in the world that still exists, and they call it the third world, right? They give it some negative connotation. And I don't believe it's a negative connotation personally, the third world, because a lot of these places, they still live that way, where there's one guy that raises sheep and he makes, you know, all the wool for that area. Another guy has cows and he makes all the milk and the cheese. And another guy builds furniture. And another guy, you know, everybody has sort of a role that they can, you know, and they pass it on to their children. You know, so the guy building furniture teaches his son, and then his son, you know, and it goes on and on down. That still exists, but not here. Not
here.
Not in the Western world.
No, it does not.
But it does. It does in the world. It does, and they call that the third world.
Okay. Let me say this. Like,
Sorry.
no, by all means. So my trade, my profession, or whatever, I'm like a maintenance mechanic or millwright, electrical background. Recently I had some courses that I took, you know, through the company that I'm with, by some like top tier maintenance gurus, and I have been doing maintenance work wrong, incorrect, and fucked up for the last 25 years of my life. We went hard in the paint on like setting a bearing within 0.003 of an inch clearance. You know, over greasing shit. I had no fucking idea, because when I went through my apprenticeships, whatnot, I was taught incorrectly, but unknowingly thought I was doing things right or correct. Now they've come to this, we've been enlightened a little bit, I guess. Like, this is the way you do something, and you put it in a precision state, you leave it that way, and it runs till failure, till it's completely worn out. You know, I did not know that prior. I mean, I'm talking like within the last year. 3 courses, $12,000 a week classes, for myself and a few other millwrights to learn this shit. Laser alignment, axial, angular alignment, drives, shit like that. I had been doing this shit incorrectly for 25 years, and unknowingly, fucking the whole time, I literally thought that I was doing a great job. I was a craftsman, but by no means was I. And now I gotta like retrain and rethink myself, like, what you learned, what you acquired, the knowledge you had, throw it in the garbage, start over, square one. This is the way you really do it. And this is what a real craftsman does. And my game's changed as far as my work ethics and the shit that I do and the work that I put out there. It's just like, I don't want to be facetious or, grandiose and say top tier work, because by no means I'm not building rocket ships. I'm working in a fucking sawmill. But on the same token, I'm doing things correctly now, and my old habits and patterns and behaviors were really, really fucking hard to let go of, because it was simple. It was simple to just throw some shit together and, it lasts 6 weeks versus 10 years. But the knowledge that them courses gave me kind of humbled me, I guess. Like I was just like in awe. Like I had no idea that, in a mechanical field or a maintenance field, that things needed to run this way and that way at a certain temperature without vibration, things of that nature. I just didn't even know, like, but this whole time been carrying myself for 25 years as like, I'm a top tier guy, millwright, badass motherfucker, which I was definitely not. And I'm not now, by no means. Still, as far as craftsmanships go, if we, man, go to an Amish community and look at a motherfucker build a rocking chair for you.
Right.
It is
Right.
fucking, I couldn't do that.
Yes.
I couldn't. I could not fucking do that.
And that's part of what I forgot to say earlier about the going to work for a company. Nowadays it's like everybody just, they go to school, they go to university, they come out, they go work for some company. I mean, that's, in my opinion, so backwards.
That's
so
death.
backwards.
It's death.
Like anything, like I don't disagree that you may have to go to a university.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I thought that was me borging out. I guess I'm still here. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, if you don't mind, Wizard, I think I'm going to finish up with Keith, and then we're getting out of here by 1, so I got about 40 minutes. So appreciate you being here, man. That was all great stuff.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yep. Later on, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step on your exit there, Bubba. My bad. Apologies. Yeah, man, that's all good stuff. And it took the hey, real quick, Lou, I'm going to finish up solo with
Yeah.
Highly Suspect.
Okay. Sorry. I just got cut off because I got a phone call. But anyways, thanks for having me up, Benton. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Yeah, man. Thanks,
everyone.
Lou. Have a great day, brother. We'll see you later.
Take care.
Yes, sir. You too. All right. That was Lube Ass as well as Word Wizard. And yeah, I think you've helped out a lot, Keith, to sort of give us some tangible information about, some of the matters, because a lot of this gets discussed on various broadcasts, a lot of these type of topics. So Wizard kind of he's been taking a lot of flack because I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what he speaks on. So you certainly helped, facilitate, a way for me to bridge that gap. So for the broadcast. So thank you.
So,
Thank you for that, sir.
No worries on that. Like, that man is like really, just spitting out shit like that. Like, he's really
well, yeah, and it's all very specific. I just don't know what the hell he's talking about half the time, but yeah.
No, I mean, like, for a man to be able to just like throw codes out there and shit like that shit is not simple for me by any means. Like it's got to be repetitive and ingrained in me repeatedly for me to be able to just, come off like that, man. That dude, he's on to some, he's on to something. Really.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, but as far as, look, man, and I in no way like am trying to compel anyone or encourage. I mean, I would encourage everybody to do some things, to make their lives better. And I didn't mean to come off like a dick or whatever, saying like, you don't have no ground to stand on if you're in the system voluntarily. I didn't mean to like be a dick like that.
Oh
What-
no, I think people
Oh.
understood your point. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm
Pretty
just saying
sure.
it's voluntary, and until you fucking do the due diligence and correct it, then you can't really bitch about it. And I'm not. I did though. I'm guilty of that. I bitched and complained for 49 fucking years about it. Or since I've been working and paying taxes and been part of the fucking system, my indoctrination, school, Marine Corps, everything, military bullshit. I bitched about it every fucking single chance, every opportunity I had. I bitched and complained. Then, I guess the tide turned and I saw, okay, well, stop bitching and fucking start learning, educate yourself a little bit and fucking correct some shit. That's all I meant. I didn't.
Yeah. The audience says, Keith, everything you have said is awesome. So I think
Okay.
they meant you, although Wizard as well.
I appreciate it.
Yes. Yes.
You guys, and thanks for listening to me. And I do encourage everyone to like just look into it. I'm not telling you, maybe you're not ready yet. Maybe you don't want to let go of the fear, or you don't want to get off the ship yet. Maybe you don't. Maybe
Well, they say knowledge is power. So certainly if
Yeah.
an individual decided to level up in certain respects,
um,
that can only ever be beneficial to the being, I suspect.
right. I'm just saying, man, like if you don't think another, and I know money has no intrinsic value. It's not going to save you if you're on a fucking desert island. You can't eat it. You're not going to survive with it. But I'm just saying, we're not there though. We're here and we need it to have a better life, allegedly, in my opinion. So if you want a better life, then just fucking look into it. It's probably not going to be easy. And if anybody has any questions, I'll do whatever I can to help them out, as far as that goes. But like, just really, actually, my whole thing is just like, fuck the government type attitude. Like, I'm giving these motherfuckers my money that they don't deserve. They don't need.
Yeah, my labor is my property, Keith. Come on.
10 fucking
Clearly.
Like, they can do what they need to make their own fucking money, and I feel like every congressman, senator, state representative, whoever needs to, they work what, like 100 days out of the year?
I have no idea, sir.
Yeah, I think it's like 100 days out of the year. They give themselves raises. They make $200,000+ a year. They need to make minimum wage from whatever fucking state that they are representing, and then go back to work. And, they need to do it out of.
You do understand most of us don't believe that the political system is even real, right? I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I do, but
okay, just for the record, sir.
Okay, in my fantasy world,
I can feel them tensing up.
Yeah, in my
this is you're talking about. You're more or less addressing WWE and whatever potential storyline maybe perhaps could be pursued in the future. Like Vince McMahon goes bankrupt and now like they've repoed his limo or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
I got fucking lost there. I thought like there for a minute. Yeah, I was caught up in it.
Yeah. What happened to you there, Bubba?
Yeah. Right. Like fuck. Really?
Come back. No better than that.
Yeah, it's garbage. It's all garbage.
Man.
And tarred and feathered at the very least, top to the fucking
minimum.
bottom.
Yeah, anything short of that is nothing.
At the fuck.
Anything short of tar and feather is a nothing burger. I agree.
Yeah.
Drew had that one right. Drew's right about that one.
Yeah, like, but if anybody, man, if I can help anyone, like, if I can help you, I will definitely, I will fucking put my time and energy on whatever I can to help somebody better their lives, their families. You know, and you can reach me. I'll give you my email, my phone number, whatever. I'll help.
Yeah, maybe not do that right now, but
No,
email me, folks, if you'd like to talk with
Right.
Mr. Suspect privately. Email me at the email listed on this very broadcast in the comments or in the whatever that is description.
Yeah. And all I'm saying is like, it's just a better life. It's better than what we're in now. You know, is it a lot better? Not really, but it's better. Yeah.
Less bad, certainly.
Yeah.
Perhaps even Sonny with a fucking chance of meatballs, right? Whatever that means. I don't even know what I'm saying, dude. It's been 8 hours and 17 minutes. So we are going to wrap up, but we have
10-4.
Well, I've still got some time, but it's
Okay.
just, we're beginning to stretch out enough and like land the plane, right?
Yeah.
So
And,
the home stretch. As it were.
okay. And so it kind of it's disheartening, I guess. I don't want to say saddens me, but like it kind of, and I know it's not my fucking job to wake anyone up or anything like that. It's just like, it's kind of makes me feel like trash when I show somebody what I've done or tell them what I've done and can prove it, and they still like have that cognitive dissonance, like, but which on the same page, I have to say, like, going through all that shit, I did also. At times I was like, this shit ain't real. This can't be fucking real. And then,
Well, can I help you with what you just
come-
described? So that thing you just said that you do, how about you just knock it the fuck off and don't do that anymore? Is that you ever
Right.
think about
And-
that?
Or yeah, like,
Okay. How about that?
okay, well then doing that, then I feel like a fucking asshole because maybe there is someone I could fucking say something to and help, and if I just knock it
Yeah,
the fuck
maybe.
off. Yeah.
Plant
I
a
know,
seed, my brother. Plant a
Yeah,
seed.
it's
It'll either grow or it won't.
10-4.
I like to leave them with a little nugget that perhaps they have not yet considered, because as we know, sir,
Yeah.
the normie is now a baby truther. So most of these people who think they're MAGA, right wing, whatever that even means at this point, traditional family values, most of those folks are now baby truthers, lest we forget.
Oh,
So
I've
the-
never known that. So,
Oh yeah, man. They know all
Okay.
the conspiracies, Ukraine conspiracies. I know you see this on social media. You
No,
cannot be
like,
unaware of this.
man, I work fucking 80 hours a week. This is like the only time I have any social interaction.
Yeah, just so normies are now baby truthers. That's really all you need to know.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
So
So-
they've taken downloads on various conspiracies now.
Okay, so like those 3 stages of truth, shit's happening. Is that what you mean?
Truther 101. They're at the base level of
So at first, it's just fucking crazy, and then second, it can't be true, but maybe it is. And
Well, I
then-
just mean they
it's
now
always been.
now believe in basic conspiracy theory. It's just been folded into their like worldview or whatever. Not that they have a worldview, but
Yeah.
it's now part of their programming. I should say some code has been added to their programming to where they now they have a baby truther / truther 101
So they got like
interface into the realm, if that makes
some
sense.
spiritual fucking Wi-Fi download.
Not spiritual. Well, however they got it. Yeah, we don't know the mechanism or the means. I'm saying effectively,
Right.
that most of the normies and NPCs are now operating in parts. Not all of them, but a lot of them, and especially the ones who might be inclined to trucker convoys, perhaps, or maybe cheering on a trucker convoy from a overpass in
Mhm.
Oklahoma type of stuff, right? These
Right.
folks.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think
Your
it'll-
Trump rally, your basic bitch Trump rally type,
basic bitch.
your basic bitch
basic
Trump
as
rally
fuck.
type.
Basic
Yeah.
as fuck.
It's
Yeah,
very
that's
run of
some
the mill,
fucking
sir. It's
black
very
and
run of
white,
the
like,
mill.
generic shit, like for
Yeah,
real.
very run of the mill.
Yeah, generic as fuck. Like, yeah, basic. Yeah, and man, I was guilty of that shit too, man. Like looking for a savior, someone's coming to fucking fix all this shit. Yeah, but no,
I need
it's
a
not going-
hero.
No, fuck that.
And a Yankee, man. I'm from the South, dog.
Yeah.
You tell me a Yankee gonna come save my bacon?
Crap, yeah.
Bitch, please.
and
You must be crazy.
and his
You want me to believe that? How did the South ever their big hero ever become a blue-blooded Yankee from Manhattan? It doesn't make any sense. A
Yeah.
blue-blooded billionaire Yankee. Do you know what they think of us in Manhattan? I've been to Manhattan. It's not a positive view of the so-called flyover country, to be sure. And that Anthony Weiner, what a lot of people missed when he went on with that Patrick Bet David, a lot of people missed this, is that Weiner probably to some extent today is still a big fucking deal in Manhattan. Now, he certainly was a big fucking deal in Manhattan, and people who are a big fucking deal in Manhattan and are from that area, they'll never really understand that, you know, they view it as if you've never been a big fucking deal in Manhattan, you ain't shit. Like, that's their world, right? But they don't realize that the rest of us don't live in that world. So that was his arrogance and narcissism and all of that. Not even narcissism, just that was what we saw in that interview. Was he was confused because he's used to people respecting his Manhattan credibility, which probably exists to this day in some form. And isn't that crazy?
1,000 pardons.
It's fucking nuts, man. That's how these people think.
Yeah.
And that's what I said about the convoy. I said, man, I said they're not going to get inside the Beltway, which apparently they did at some point, but not really. But I said they're just going to circle the Beltway, and meanwhile the traffic's already bad. I've driven a truck around that Beltway, and they don't understand that your usual lefty communist type that lives and works in Washington D.C., if they're like, oh, here comes the convoy, their convoy is going to fuck up and wreak havoc this weekend, they just say, oh, okay. And they get on the Amtrak and they spend the weekend in Manhattan and they have a great old fucking time. And they come back. They come back to DC after the fucking smoke is cleared.
Oh, well. Okay.
The MAGA bozos have no conception of any of these dynamics.
Yeah.
The city folk just leaves town. Hey, look, $100 Amtrak round trip to Manhattan. Lovely.
Right.
Lovely. We'll take in a show. We'll go to we'll take in a Broadway show. We'll eat at whatever trendy restaurant. You know, it's an experience.
That's awesome. That is great that they can do that.
Yeah, that's what they do. They just leave.
Yeah, that's great.
They had the Republican National Convention in Southern, I believe, in either San Diego. Well, it wasn't have been San Diego. It would have been Los Angeles. They just left. The locals just left. They said, "Fuck it, we're going to Palm Springs or something," depending on what time of year it was.
Yeah.
See you later. See you later. Hey, lock up and sweep up and lock the door on your way out when you're done.
Yeah. That's
fuck me. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not gonna ruin my weekend, asshole. That's great.
It's a whole nother way of thinking, man.
Isn't it? Yeah. Just projection and avoidance. Just fuck you.
Yeah, projection and avoidance.
I'm not having nothing to do with this bullshit. When you motherfuckers leave, call me. I'll come back. Yeah.
You know, there's
That's right.
Yeah, family home in Monterey or something. You know, just
oh yeah, why not?
Let's head up the coast for the weekend.
Yeah, let's go to the Hamptons and fucking, we'll get the yacht out. Whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck, who cares? Yeah.
Kevin Costner's been inviting us out to Santa Barbara. You know, his lovely palatial estate out there in the rolling hills of Santa Barbara.
Fucking emails or push notifications or nothing from him lately.
Kevin Costner?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
shit.
What's his fucking deal?
Yeah.
Really, Kevin? Fucking asshole. All right, then. Yeah. But
no, I thought he loved us.
Yeah, me too. Right. Yeah, maybe it's the divorce. I think he's having a bad divorce. I think he might be going through some things, that typical people like you and I go through that he's not used to.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Getting all of his fucking money taken. Getting fucking raped, monetarily.
Based only on this conversation, I think I'm going to go watch Waterworld now.
Oh, really? Right. The gills. No ears, just gills. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. But anyways, man, I had a great time talking with you.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up solo style, probably the last 15 to 20, and we'll get out of here.
Yeah. All right.
Appreciate you being here, and looking forward to catching up with you in the future. Thank you for contributing to the conversation, Mr. Suspect.
Yeah.
The audience typically responds positively and warmly to your presence. And in fact,
tell the audience
I probably oh, go ahead, sir. My apologies.
No, tell the audience I appreciate it, and in no means, a lot of times I feel like I'm trying to dumb down the show. You know, like I feel like y'all are talking over my head sometimes. But yeah, sort of, I do. But I'm not up to speed with everything you guys are talking about. But the audience is, hey man, I appreciate everybody.
Shout out to the chat.
All of them. Hell yeah. Yeah. And run it like you live, motherfucker. Run it like you live. That's it.
I love that. All right,
Yeah.
brother man.
All right.
We're going to let you get out of here. That was Highly Suspect. Always glad when he stops by the broadcast. Well, it's just me and y'all. We'll see how many hang out. We got 55 in the house. It's an interesting number, right? How about my presentment here? And this thing, what did this start at 4 a.m.? And lest we forget, I made shopping trips to not one, but two different stores, one of which was a Walmart. And I've certainly, by the way, Mr. Unslaved and whoever else, Lou, I think, also mentioned Walmart. I have noticed some of the recent Walmart commentary, and it's certainly well taken to a point. So if it means anything to anybody, I'm in the process of I'm no longer purchasing produce from Walmart. So yeah, certainly not the totality of what I may endeavor to accomplish in the long run, but a step in the right direction either way, to be sure. But yeah, shout out to Montecito, Oprah, trucking in water during the drought. Oprah and, whoever else paying. What do you think a load of water into Montecito costs in a drought? Anybody? Yeah, I mean, and we're picturing like that. Just this. All right. Oh, I'm too stoned to even. Yeah, I can't operate the computer to that level. We're just gonna have to land the plane here. I still have another meal. I've eaten an entire mini watermelon. Oh, and I did attempt to. How silly of me! The last bit of produce that I have purchased at a Walmart, it was a nearly inedible watermelon. I do get my canned tuna fish because there's a specific brand that they sell in an 8-pack that's slightly less price gougey than otherwise would cost. I'm on a minimum of 6 egg yolks a day. I think I also added 3 more, whole hard-boiled eggs yesterday evening. Maybe I'll do that as well. We'll see. Interesting times to be sure. Shout out to everybody who joined the broadcast. Yurt. Now I would have started another broadcast, and then the probably some confusion around the Provo Kid, rest in peace, Provo Kid live stream that never was. I had tech difficulties. I've been doing a lot of screen capping over the weekend, and most of it unsuccessfully. So I think what I've decided is I have 2 old ThinkPads running Linux, and I'm going to screen cap onto those. And I don't know why the sound did not work. I really have no idea. I have a suspicion that I know it's somewhere in the settings, right? And then the hilarious, how long it took Highly Suspect. Shout out to his level of patience, by the way. But he was attempting to connect for so long, and I knew from the minute it started, I knew that the problem was he got paranoid and started saying no to every privacy setting possible. And my thing is, like, once I say yes to this experience of, having a phone and carrying a device, the tool of my own surveillance and all, understanding all of these things, like, what's the point of saying no to everything after that? And I've been that person too, where I'm just like, habitually have trained myself to just say no every time it asks me to do something permission related, right? Although it tends to win in the end somehow. But somebody was saying, like, how can you have Proton Mail? They're this or that or the other. Oh, well, they gave out an IP address as some fucking political dissenter. Well, okay, what's that have to do with my privacy? Number one. Number two, I got this nerd that talks about Linux and ranks browsers. He ranks browsers, and he's talking about under Linux, right? It's all nerdy fucking computer talk. I got this nerd in his 20s, and he did his they do these tier rankings, right? And the only one that was in his highest base tier was Proton Mail. I don't know what to tell you, Podna. I'm trusting my nerd more than I'm trusting some random bozo in a live chat. But don't you know that's the worst one? Like, what are you talking about? It's the best one. Meanwhile, I've been on the internet since '94. My first email address at the University of Arkansas was my last name at uark.edu because I didn't email, couldn't have emailed. I directly contacted whatever means that was. I figured out who the system administrator was. I said, hey, man, how about you break me off one of them our email accounts? And he made me the account that was my last name. Soon they would start just automatically issuing them based on the person's last name and a combination of their fucking first and middle name or whatever, whatever the scheme is, right? So, I'm not going to be told how to use email by people who I most likely 99.99999% of the time I was here first. You can tell me how to use motherfucking email when I was Benton at uark.edu. Go fuck yourselves, whoever that is. I mean, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Shout out to AJ Lloyd, right? I'm either talking to you or I'm not talking to you. Padna. So bleed at hard boiled. Yeah, I mean, I'm in semi-starvation, and I'm not picking on you, NJ Jeep Girl. It's not my intention, but nothing really tastes bad. I'm in semi-starvation, so my body on some levels like, oh, food. Okay, of course, it's yummy, whatever it may be. I more or less eat the same meal with some derivation for well over a year now. It's delicious. How could it not be? I'm in semi-starvation. It's a medical term as far as I know, right? But it does kind of translate to the metaverse. Like there's something about being this thin, right? And the watermelon certainly helps. Although I've been eating more or less one of these mini watermelons every day. And I think my body's just gotten so used to urinating for what seems like 6 times a night because of the watermelon. It did that to me last night, even though I had no watermelon yesterday. So I figured, well, if it's going to do it to me anyway, I might as well, help the flow along, right? Help the fluid. And supposedly a big thing that watermelon helps with, it supposedly helps rid the body of vinegar? No, a very common, ammonia. And in fact, when I was drinking real heavy at a certain point, my feet started smelling like ammonia so much, very strongly. And remember, I had effectively no smell because of the bioweapon attack at a certain point. Although, you know what? That might have been right before I got hit with it, now that I think about it. But I was drinking real heavy, and my shoes smelled like ammonia so strong, even though they weren't quite worn out yet. I threw them in the trash and at my mama's house. Yeah. So there's got to be, I think there's something to that. The watermelon helping get the ammonia out of the. So I can only assume my kidneys were not functioning properly at that time. My kidneys have recovered to a great extent. If anybody's has followed any of my health journey, maybe let's wrap up on the health journey, and then we're getting out of here. If it clicks over to 1, unless something intervenes, which I would not expect to happen at this point. I'm clicking the end broadcast, although you never know. But I do want to shout out Mr. Unslaved. He did a really good job closing out the broadcast here recently, and I certainly noticed and appreciate. It's my honor on some level that occurs, right? But it's fun to work on my broadcasting chops. No, I never take antibiotics. I had MRSA, or I had something on my hand, and I'm so against antibiotics that the doctor actually scolded me at a certain point, was like, hey, you could lose your fucking hand, which I know it wasn't that real at the time, but she's right in a way, right? So I'm like, okay, I'll take the fucking antibiotics. But no, normally I almost refuse to use antibiotics. Yeah, they mess a lot of people up, especially the ladies. I've felt sorry for the ladies, having 2 sisters and a mom, and various wives and girlfriends, and observing their experiences with antibiotics. Yeah, I don't know of any good outcomes, I have to say. And that's sort of like the medical system in general. And one of the main reasons I'm not going to access medical services by my own choice, even though, heading into the final stages of something, how long that final stage is going to last is anybody's guess, right? But I'm okay with it. Certainly I'm physically, I have to think it shows. But again, I think this culture worships, of course, youth, but then, beauty, but in a sort of a sick context sometimes of just especially, the coasts and the certain types of people, prizing being thin, right? Which I find interesting. There's something to that as well. And I know I offended some of the audience earlier because I'm just something about Robert Escobar shows, the Robert Escobar show when he's around. There's something about his presentment, just the weakness of a male existing in that state, but then simultaneously like speaking on politics and even saying, well, I think a person should do this. I'm like, how do you know what I should do, man? What are you even talking about? You don't know that you should put the fucking donuts down. Right. But I've been overweight before. I mean, I was significantly overweight. I got up to a size 40 pants, and part of my weight loss was that and my divorce at the time. But I also was unwilling to purchase size 42 pants no matter what happened. Right. So it's like, well, I at least got to hold the line here. Maybe back out to a 38 and then reassess. So, I've been there to some extent. And we've seen how my head swells up. And I guess that is irony because I don't mean in a prideful sense, but I kind of do also. Thank you, Divine Spirit 313. Nice to see you around these parts. I normally notice her over at Zetetic Warrior, who I believe will be live not tomorrow morning, but Monday. And I'm slated to, and in fact, I've procrastinated. I'll wrap up. Well, I won't wrap up on this. I got 14 more minutes, but I did want to mention as an aside that, I do plan on researching, and I do remember in the past that Z seemed to adhere to a more strict format. Like it seemed like most of the shows had more or less the same structure. So I'm thinking about, oh, really? You got your own? You got a lot? Oh, you made it 2-1. Yes. Glad you made it. Good to see you. Glad you made it. So Z, it seems to me from my recollection, and I'll have to go back and look at some of his old streams if they're still up, which I assume they are, some of them, but who knows in this crazy YouTube, this particular corner of the gulag or whatever we're calling it, Matt Drudge's internet ghettos, as it may be, as it were, as it probably is. But see, that's what I got a little too cute and forgot what the fuck I was talking about. So, what is this? He who flies too close to the sun, wings made of wax. Icarus. Great documentary, by the way, about steroids, performance-enhancing drugs, blood doping, and the Olympics. Interesting stuff. If nobody's seen that, I'm a documentary type of fella. I'm a documentary type of gal. Good God. But thank you, Divine Spirit. I do. I am powered by compliments. The thing is, it's possible for somebody to seemingly make some inroads with yours truly through almost entirely through flattery. But I think what will be borne out in the final analysis is that while I am susceptible to such attack, and only in the context of an enemy attack, right? Not being paranoid and seeing fucking monsters behind, every closet or in every closet. Thank you, Word Wizard. Much appreciated. Shout out to the levels of engagement, by the way. But the channel, and again, on an ad hoc basis, get in where you fit in, whose house, our house. That ethos still exists to a certain extent over here. And I do take pride in that, right? Although there are at times I sort of become a little more possessive over what is at least partially my creation. But it's also our creation now, isn't it? Funny how that works. But and shout out to, at the risk of being placed in the grifter category, thanks to Rob Cleveland for the $5, I believe it was a super sticker, as I recall. Now, especially with the type of talk that was going on this broadcast, I don't know, man. We might want to hold off on the sending the money through YouTube, because if there's money to be sent, rather. I should be specific about what I'm saying, and hearkening back to Word Wizard and Keith, highly suspect. And then I'm hopefully helpfully pointing out that Wizard is speaking in very specific context based on words that are defined very specifically only within a specific context, and that most folks have almost no stomach or gumption, or that's not even the right word, but they don't really have they don't have the fortitude that would be required to face the issues enough to really reach a level of understanding or mastery, if we could put it in those terms, to where Wizard what he understands in his mind would, I'm assuming, has to be much greater than what he can convey through his speech and through typing, right, and through broadcasting. So, and I don't put a lot of pressure on myself to follow the details of what he's saying. I do think it's important. There's some value in speaking on those, what one knows to be true, right? And then I've been able to fill in some of the gaps, arguably, to sort of bridge some of that, the system speak and the side of it versus like the actual spiritual or creator's law or God's law, or however we're referring to whatever we may or may not be able to even agree on is or is not a thing, or in what context, or what exactly do you mean, sir, language. So it's been my pleasure to broadcast with you fine folks too, and with you fine folks. Much appreciated. I'm enjoying the weekends, I must say. I like doing this during the week, and I plan to continue, but there's something about the weekend I feel like I've been able to work effectively, especially Saturdays, but even Sundays to some extent, I would think. And always paying close attention to the quality of my own content or lack thereof. So, yeah, it's never a dull moment here at the Benton School of Broadcasting, because certainly I am, as far as I can tell, I am attending broadcasting school with several other folks, whether they or I or whether it's acknowledged or goes unacknowledged, or on what basis that may be. But it seems to me there is some sort of school of people working on their chops. And Notch himself spoke about being introverted by nature, and was I believe he described the earlier version of himself, less evolved version, arguably, although that's my language, not his, but version of him was shy. And that, perhaps Notch has utilized this. We don't know what he was like, and we don't know how recently he was like that. So for all we know, he's leveled up through this format, through intentionally working on his skills. And this is a great venue for that. And I don't necessarily mean these broadcasts or this channel. There's obviously a lot of other places where one could conceivably get in where they fit in, right? In support of something that may be greater than their own creative output, right? Form like Voltron, get in where you fit in on an ad hoc grassroots basis, if one is so inclined. I'd like to be able to, hopefully I will have the honor and privilege of proving that in the future. And as much as I talk about various topics with doom and gloom, or in an arena of doom and gloom, necessarily, I would argue, I still am very optimistic in many ways, and I remain ever an optimist with respect to the transcendental potential of the individual or an individual. It's collectively where now I will shift more towards the pessimistic, and that's okay as far as I'm concerned. Thanks for watching and listening. Bye.